The recording has started.
Okay, Chair Yankee, I have 404.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I will call the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to order. This is the November 2nd regular meeting at scheduled for 4 o'clock. So Cheryl, if you want to go ahead and read the preamble.
Yes, the public comment call-in number 415-655-0001, meeting ID 2480-668-4895 #. To be on the speaker line, press *3. Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Chair Yankee, do you want to read meeting decorum?
You can go ahead, Cheryl.
Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Before we get to the first item, I see a hand up on the attendee list. I don't know if that is a member or someone who needs to be unmuted.
I have unmuted the hand up. If you can let us know if you've one of our members or just like to speak on a future item.
Yes, please. I'd like to speak on the agenda changes.
Okay, we're not to that point yet. We haven't called for public comment.
I heard her say press *3 if you want to speak.
One of our members is on the line right now, so I'm going to go ahead and mute you temporarily until we get to that point.
It's just instructions.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Cheryl, if you want to go ahead and begin with item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Roll call. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present. Member Hill absent. Member Neighbors absent. Member Highland
present.
Member Highland present. Member Stein
Present.
Member Stein present. Member Vice Chair Wong
Present.
Vice Chair Wong present. Member Padmanabhan
Present.
Member Padmanabhan present. Member LaHood
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt
Present.
Member Schmidt present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have quorum.
Cheryl, you didn't call me.
Oh, pardon me. Chair Yankee?
I'm present.
Chair Yankee present, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8, so we have quorum.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, as part of this item, as we noted that member Neighbors is absent, I'm really sorry to share the news with everyone that member Neighbors passed away yesterday, unexpectedly. So I don't know if we want to take a brief moment of silence to recognize member Neighbors and her contributions.
I think that would be good.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's go ahead and move on to any agenda changes. Cheryl?
I am not aware of any agenda changes? I have not received any emails from members of the public.
Okay, and I'm not aware of any either. So let's go ahead and move to public comment on this item.
Okay, if there are any members of the public that like to provide public comment at this time, we can go ahead and raise your hand. And I will go ahead and unmute you. We do have Mr. Warfield with his hand raised already, but I'm just going to give everyone else opportunity. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and unmute Mr. Warfield. And Cheryl, are you ready for this?
I am ready for Mr. Warfield. Is he ready to begin?
I have just unmuted Mr. Warfield. At your discretion, Mr. Warfield, you may begin.
After what?
You may
Let me
begin,
know when
sir.
to begin, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. There were some difficulties with respect to the agenda that might require or suggest changes, including not taking the matter up or taking it up in the way as presented. The links on number 8 and 9 didn't seem to work, including from the computer where there's highlighted in blue attachments, and I couldn't get that to work at all. I ended up at the clerk's office, and only with the requested assistance of the person present, who happened to be, I believe, a tech support person. He also couldn't make the blue link where it says attachments. I'm sorry, on 8 and 9. That's on items 8 and 9. But everything applies what I just said, and eventually, with a certain amount of effort and time, he was able to reach the link by clicking on something that wasn't highlighted, that didn't have a square around it, and didn't have any blue writing, and that was the what was visible online, part 1 of 2 and part 2 of 2, for each one of those items. And I think that there may be confusion for the members or the public, or both, because those links were not functioning as one would normally expect. I'm also concerned about items that show an action is going to happen, such as discussion and action, but where there's no clarity at all with respect to what action is being contemplated. And I think that's something that's necessary on an agenda. Thank you very much.
Mr. Warfield, on items 8 and 9, there were attachments that were voluminous, so I had to split them up. The way to split them up is part 1 and part 2 in the attachments for number 8 and number 9. The word attachments won't get you anywhere. The documents are in the square that says part 1 and part 2.
Well, I understand that.
Point of order.
There were very
Items here.
voluminous indeed.
We can discuss this later. If we can move on, please, to the next
The link that was shown did not
Mr.
work.
Warfield, we're not having a back and forth discussion. This
Well,
is
then why do we get an answer from the administrator? I appreciate it, but then I have,
Okay, if there's further discussion, you can take it offline with the administrator. We appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and move on to our next hand raise. Give me one moment. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. First of all, I'm very sorry to hear about member neighbors. That is very sad indeed. I would say regarding the comments about the agenda that were just made, possibly the thing, instead of an explanation or whatever issue is, just whatever is to be downloaded, mark it blue and underlined like any hyperlink would be. Thank you.
Okay, there are no additional hands raised at this time. I believe we can move on.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 2.
V1A.
I'm sorry. Thank you. 1A.
Item number 1A, findings to allow teleconference meetings under California Government Code Section 53 E as in Edward. The task force is expected to consider a motion setting forth findings required under Assembly Bill 361, that's AB 361, that would allow the committee to hold a meeting remotely according to the modified Brown Act teleconferencing set forth in AB 361.
Okay, so members,
To
this is
approve.
the typical motion we make, so I don't know if anyone wants to go ahead.
Member Wolf, move to approve.
Okay, so moved by Member Wolf to approve. Do we have a second?
Member Stein, I'll second it.
Okay, so moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Stein. Any discussion on this, members? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to public comment on this item.
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment in this matter, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. I will go ahead and unmute our first caller at this time. Mr. Warfield, I've unmuted you. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. I did forget to say that I am also sorry to hear the news. It's quite a kind of a shock. And I have said this before, and all I want to say is the same thing. I don't object at this time to the way that you're handling this, but I do think that the law, in its wording and in its intent, is intended to have a discussion among yourselves about what the situation is with respect to the law and with respect to the actual conditions on the ground, so to speak. And it's a little bit distressing not to hear that discussion, especially in light of the fact that so much has opened up. I believe emergency circumstances have been declared over, and that some places are doing what they are calling hybrid meetings, where some folks who want to, where basically people can show up or participate remotely. And that seems to me also another option that you might take if you, well, were to discuss it. So I do think that it would be worth discussing what your thinking on this is, and perhaps also what you think would cause you to change. The law, the original law, both at the state level and under Sunshine, puts a very strong premium on and value
seconds.
on in-person meetings. Did you say my time is up?
No, I said you have 30 seconds.
Yes. So the law has very strictly, with pre-COVID, insisted on in-person meetings within the jurisdiction and so on. And that has value for a variety of reasons, but I think that that needs to be discussed. And as I've said also, one of the values is that people can see each other, people can hear each other, people can approach each other in the meeting, and also see who's present. When I'm on the phone, I don't know who's there, who's not there, who has stepped away from their desk, and so on and so forth. Thanks very much.
Time is up. Do we have other public commenters?
There are no other parties with their hand raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. I would just note for the record that there is still a declared state of emergency in San Francisco, and the mayor's orders under that emergency still require the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to meet entirely remotely. We do not have a hybrid or in-person option available to us. So if this were to not pass, we would not be meeting at all. Any further discussion on this item, members? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Neighbors, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3. 8 in favor.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Now I believe we are ready for item number 2.
Okay. Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force special meeting of October 5, 2022.
Okay, members, any edits to these meeting minutes? And if not, any motions to approve?
Oh,
What? Victor, you had a change?
nope.
I know several people weren't there, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve these meeting minutes.
I'll second the motion. This is Member LaHood.
Okay, so moved by Chair Yankee, second by Member LaHood to approve the meeting minutes. Any discussion? Not seen any hands, so let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Hang on a second. That was member LaHood.
One moment. I do believe we have some public comment. Let me go ahead and unmute our first caller. Hello, Mr. Warfield. I have unmuted you.
Does that mean go ahead?
No.
I heard no.
Right. I'll tell you when. Are you ready now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. And I say these things which take away from my time for comment because I think they're important. And as I alluded to a moment ago and have before, live in-person meetings are very valuable because they have features that remote meetings do not have. They enable everybody in the room to see who's present and who's not among your body, and as well the room. Are there one or two people? Are there 100 or 200 people? And if anybody wants to approach anybody about what they've commented on, as an example, in a real meeting, that's possible. And it isn't so possible here, except when there's some mitigating effort, as I make, to make our contact information known. And I think that's important. I've heard of problems where people, for example, got the wrong contact information from the minutes and didn't think that, therefore, we were able or interested in having public, any kind of public approaching. With respect to the minutes, thank you, by the way, Member LaHood, for announcing yourself. Those of us on the phone have a particular handicap with respect to understanding who's talking or who's present and so on. Appreciate that. I think it's important to include specifics of the suggested changes that you have approved to prior minutes. And you don't do that by and large. Number 5 has some specifics about what somebody said, but Anonymous, for example, at 2 and 3 and other places, it just says what he suggested was accepted, and that's the end of it. There's no place where we see what was incorrect, what was left out, and so on. And I think that's extremely important. People want to correct or improve minutes, which typically have been published sometimes for a month or more. And what they've taken the trouble to review and to say ought to be clearly described.
30 seconds.
There's another issue, and that is where Mr. Sullivan has a 150-word summary of what he wanted to say. I'm glad that's in, but I think that the body cannot give up its requirement to summarize the public comments. You may have a different view or include different things and so on and so forth from what the public includes in their 150-word summary, and I think it's important not to drop your making of the wording. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have one more public commenter, but just to inform the other parties, if you'd like to make public comment, you can press *3 if you're on the telephone, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. I will unmute our next caller. Hello, Anonymous.
Hello.
You have been unmuted.
Please let me know when I may begin.
All right. You may begin, sir.
Thank you very much. I was going to say, I saw the very first draft of this compared to the draft you now have in this packet, and there are definite improvements. So I guess someone did go back and check and make corrections, because I don't have anything to say about more corrections. So thank you. That's all.
Okay, I do not have any additional callers at this time for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Members, any further discussion on this item? Not seeing any hands. Cheryl, when we go ahead and read the roles for the rest of this meeting, we know member neighbors will not be here, so I don't think there's any need to read her name every time. We know that she'll be absent, so
Okay.
let's just not do that.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to the roll then.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Padmanabhan. Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf. Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member LaHood to approve the meeting minutes of October 5, 2022.
Okay, and that was 8 ayes. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next item.
Okay, second. Item number 3, approval of the order of determination, October 5, 2022, file number 20084.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. One note I would make that Anonymous had emailed us before the meeting, and thank you, Anonymous, for doing so. On the case title, this is about maybe a quarter, third way down the page, on the front page of it. It says 22084, and it should be 20084. So that's the one item I think needs to be corrected on here. I don't know if members have any other additional items. And if not, not seen any since I recommended that change, I will move to approve this order of determination with the edit of the case title from file number 22084 to 20084.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'll second that.
Okay, so moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Vice Chair Wong.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order.
Yes.
Is this a process that we're going to do for every OD moving forward?
Yes. So for those who weren't here at the last meeting when we discussed this, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be putting the orders of determination that correspond to our motions on complaints that we made at the prior meeting for approval. And the main benefit of doing this is, number one, it eliminates a lot of the back and forth between me and the administrator. But the larger benefit is, if there's something in the meeting minutes that needs us to continue the meeting minutes to a future meeting, it doesn't hold up approving those orders of determination, since we always want to have the meeting minutes approved before we approve orders of determination, before this. So in this case, let's say we had to, for whatever reason, continue the October meeting minutes, we could still approve the order of determination separately and get that on the record. So that's why these will be showing up as separate items going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions on that? That's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up, Member Wolf. Okay, not seeing hands on that. So let's go ahead and move to public comment.
We have public commenters. If you'd like to make public comments, *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. I will go ahead and unmute Mr. Warfield at this time.
Mr. Warfield, you ready to begin?
Just give me the word. Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 @yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I am very glad that you are publishing your draft, presumably draft orders of determination, because that presumably would give an opportunity, well, it would give an opportunity for members of the public as well as all the members to see what it looks like presumably prior to issuance. I take it this hasn't been issued yet. I guess it should say approval of the draft order of determination on the agenda. In any case, I'm assuming that's the case. Perhaps you could clarify what the procedure is. What I can say is that I'm a little disappointed. While the motion is quite specific about the sections and also about the orders the Public Utilities Commission to produce any and all attachments to the emails and text records that were sought in the petitioner's anonymous's request. So I appreciate that. And what I'm disappointed by is that other orders of determination in the past had a lot more informative information about who said what, and in particular what the complaint was about. Was it a timely failure to respond, or was it a lack of completeness? What kind of back and forth happened? Were the arguments of the respondent valid or not, or the complainant valid or not? Was there a misunderstanding? So all of those things are lacking here. It's a very legalistic thing, and it's not even clear as to specifically what is it that happened and what is it specifically about the response that was found in violation. And I think that those things are part of what can be a great value to the public and to the members themselves, especially as I just heard Chair Yankee say that there are some people who are not present, who weren't present, and who might also benefit from voting on something that has a little more specificity and detail regarding what happened, both in terms of the complaint and in terms of the hearing. One of the things I remember in the past is statements that said the respondent was not credible or wasn't considered credible. I think that was the phrase that was used. And I think that is something that's very important.
Mr. Warfield.
Did you say 30 seconds?
No, I didn't.
No.
My time is up. I'd appreciate a 30-second warning right now. But in any case, that's what I think would be an improvement if you could flesh out these orders. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next commenter at this time. Anonymous, you have been unmuted.
Please let me know when I may begin.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. First, thank you for making the correction regarding the file number. I agree in part and I disagree in part with Mr. Warfield. In the past, first, getting these out quickly is very important. And when these were coming out much more slowly, and there's in fact months of them that have just never come out from, I think might be like a whole year ago. But that's very problematic because the city argues they just don't have to comply. Some agencies argue they don't have to comply until you send them that little PDF. But I don't think you should add a bunch more detail like you used to from the minutes. And the reason is I have looked through the ODs that I got in the beginning where you used to do that, and they nearly always are completely inaccurate about what my argument or what my testimony was. So better to have your recorded audio tape as the record of what happened at a hearing, and your order is limited to the things that you can make certain are absolutely precise, which is your motion. And that is, what? What's going on? Okay, someone's speaking. So just, I think you should leave the ODs to be your order. This is your order. The fact of what people said is not what the task force ordered. And if you are going to add details, please make sure they are precise. Better to not have them than to have them be imprecise. Thank you.
There are no other parties with their hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Members, is there any other discussion before we move to a vote? Okay, not seeing any hands, so let's go ahead and move to a roll call vote on this. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Palmanaban?
Aye.
Member Palmanaban, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 in favor.
Cheryl, we should still be calling Member Hill's name since
All right.
it's presumably still on the task force.
Okay.
So Member Hill's absent.
Are we ready for item number 4?
Yes, let's go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Item number 4, Administrator's Report, Complaints, and Communications. So, my report was somewhat meaty. Meaty as in M as in Mary, E-T-T-Y. So, item number 1, we have the hearing scheduled through February of 2023. If I've done anything wrong, somebody better tell me. The October dates have been completed. We have several new cases from the last month. And we had some items that were related to the Rules Committee, also on the case list. Pending petitions and complaints. This is weird. I am looking at, hang on. Oh my gosh. Hang on, I gotta take a look. Okay, I was looking at the September administrative report. So anyway, we have dates from November 2nd today through March 21 of next year. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15. 15 new cases that came in just this month alone. That doesn't include the files that I opened up that have materials in it that would be included in like a committee meeting, for example, like the Rules Committee. Petitions and complaints. It's pretty clear. We actually we're down quite a bit, almost 20 cases, about 18 cases. Had the complaint committee minutes from October 18. I had 5 separate communications from Anonymous and Mark Sullivan, and a slide deck to the administrator's report. And I believe that deck came from Allison Washburn. Lila, am I correct that slide presentation came from Allison Washburn? We decided it would be included on my administrator's report.
I would have to double check, but that sounds right.
Yeah.
I'll jump in. Cheryl, this is Chair Yankee. I thought that was going to be in here, but I don't see it. What I believe this slide deck is the slide deck regarding the migration of our website to sf.gov. I don't think Ms. Washburn's or any of the other presentations from the CAC meeting actually made it in here. So maybe we can get that in next meeting.
All right. Okay. And
so for those who are just real fast for members or of the task force or members of the public who are interested, we were given I think kind of Vice Chair Wong and IT Chair Wolf are kind of taking the lead on communicating with the city about our website, and eventually there's a plan to move it to the new sf.gov template. And so the city provided us with a slide deck regarding that, and you'll find that as part of the administrator's report if anyone wants to take a look at that. And if you have questions or comments on it, you can direct them to Vice Chair Wong and Member Wolf. I'm sorry, Cheryl, now go ahead.
No, it's okay. And I was just going to say that we got almost 200 emails, or I got almost 200 emails strictly related to task force business, not including anything that's administrative that I would have gotten from HR or other members or other employees in the clerk's office. So that's kind of it.
Okay. I see Member Schmidt has his hand up, so I'll turn it over to him.
Yes, Dean.
If you're, it sounds like you are done with that, Cheryl. I have a question. The numbers are a little hard to follow here, and one thing I'm looking at is I see there's about 17 new files, and they're listed individually. But then there's a number that says that the pending complaints went down by 18. How did those two make, how could that happen? If you have any idea, or if anyone knows how that might occur.
Full task force hearing or pending committee hearing. We actually have a lot of complaints that are open because they're pending ODs. And so ODs that need to be drafted. And so those are not pending hearing or complaint. Those are cases that have already been heard.
Did that change by 35 in the last month?
There are a lot of cases that we put on for ODs. Yes.
Cheryl, this is Chair Yankee. Maybe to Member Schmidt's point, when you present those numbers, are those all open cases, even ones that have, let's say, gone to the full task force but might still be pending a follow-up CAC hearing or something?
Yeah, that all gets counted. The only thing that doesn't, and we have a code, a color code. And anything that's going to the task force is orange. It will remain orange until the OD is drafted. We also have a color code for anything going to compliance. That's green. That is included in the number. Anything going with that has an OD is not included. I don't include them because the case is over. It's not active.
So is it accurate, Cheryl, to say when it says pending committee hearing, some of those of the 111, let's say, are ones that may have already gone to the full task force, but they're now pending let's say a follow-up CAC hearing or something along those lines?
Pending full task force is what's ready to go to the task force. Pending committee hearing, it has not been heard yet. And we've still got anonymous cases from 2020 that remain to be heard, that have not been heard. And so that's what those pending committee hearings are. There are cases that have not been heard yet. I don't know how else to explain it.
I'm sure that it partially would explain it, although add 17, but then go down 18, that's kind of a net of 35. And so it just seems like I don't need anything more, Cheryl. I just wanted to see what thoughts you might have on that, but I just wanted to make sure to ask the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's no problem. I have no problem answering your questions. Well, like 2022, 30 cases ready to go to the task force that have already been heard by committee. 45 cases remain to be heard. So those are cases that haven't been heard by committee. 12 cases are anonymouses, just so that we know what the numbers are. I mean, I can just say, you know, I don't have to give you all this information. I mean, maybe it's confusing to you, but I try to break it down so that we know how many individuals we have requesting records and how many anonymous record requests we have, and complaints waiting for OD. That's in 2021. We have 25 complaints waiting for an order of determination to be drafted. Those are the things that Victor and I are working on right now. We're working on a list so that he can start preparing those documents. And Mr. Warfield was wondering about it. You know, it's a project. It's on the burner.
But again, thank you, Cheryl.
Okay.
Okay, members, any other questions on this item? Not seen any other hands. Let's go ahead and move to public comment.
Yeah, if there are any members of the public who would like to provide public comment at this time, you can go ahead and raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise raising your hand using the application. I will go ahead and unmute our first caller.
This is anonymous number 3. Please let me know when I may begin.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I actually maintain Member Schmidt's question because I actually don't understand. Does the number 176 include the dozens that have a decision but no order of determination, or does it not include those? Because 65 plus 111 equals 176, and so if the 24 or 26 that have a decision but it hasn't been made into an OD are part of the 176, then they shouldn't be part of the 65 because that is not pending a full task force hearing. So how many cases don't have a decision is probably the most important metric, and I actually don't know what that number is looking at this. Is it 176 or is it 176 minus 26? And as I have stated before, I actually made it a formal sunshine to the SOTF to get a list of my file numbers by providing my email address. Apparently, as you know, the clerk's office is legally required to provide this task force with sufficient equipment to do its job. And I guess, I know the spreadsheet that Ms. Leger is talking about, I guess there's nothing in there that allows you to filter by who filed the complaint, like by contact information. All the different anonymous complaints are just anonymous. There's no email address in there. So I guess Ms. Leger has to like manually go through every complaint filing and look at what the email address was. I would again state what I stated last time. You should push the clerk's office to give you the resources you need to enforce the Sunshine Ordinance, and stuff like even like having a spreadsheet where I can say, hey, please let me know what my file numbers are so I can close the ones I'm sending the Ethics Commission. Apparently it's very difficult because you are not being provided the equipment you should be by the clerk's office. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and move on to our next caller. Caller
You
has
unmuted
been
me twice.
unmuted.
You unmuted me twice. This is anonymous number 3.
Okay, I do have a caller. I just unmuted.
Hello, is that me?
Yes,
Hello?
Mr. Warfield, I can hear you now.
You ready, Peter?
I'm ready when you are. Just let me know.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I'd certainly like to agree with Anonymous. I found difficulty. There was a member there was an agenda item that's had anonymous parentheses, capital A, capital R, capital E. And I had no idea what that was or who that was and so on. And I eventually figured out that going to the attachment and seeing where the email came from, that it was Anonymous. And I was a little surprised that since Anonymous goes by Anonymous, M-O-O-S-E now, that would certainly help if he were listed, he or she or it would be listed in accordance with how that person is presenting themselves. But I certainly agree that there needs to be more support from the administration, and I certainly think that the administration of Sunshine is a very important job. It is specifically stated to be something that is required from the clerk to provide a full-time person, as I understand it, and whatever is necessary to support the Sunshine. And I certainly think that that's important, as well as the support from the city attorney. I did have a question about what the chair meant when he said he didn't see the Washburn letter. It seems that there's a lot of correspondence, and I think that since the task force has undertaken to make changes to a variety of the ways that it operates, those would certainly be present somewhere, and in the administrator's report, it seems, where it should be. And I'm wondering if there's anything else, or there's any particular direction of the correspondence that has been received in this last period, so that if it's in response, if you're getting a certain group in response to a particular request or a particular matter that's being considered, that would be helpful for the public to know. Thanks very much.
Okay, that completes our public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We will go ahead and close public comment then. Members, do we have any further discussion, questions on this item? Okay, not seeing any other hands on that. So let's go ahead and move to our next item, which is 4A.
Item number 4A, communication from Member Hill, consideration of a motion to waive Article 2, Section 2, attendance of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws for Member Hill due to his own serious medical condition for the period September 1, 2022 through April 30th, 2023.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So members, as you know, Member Hill has now been, this would be his 4th consecutive meeting, technically after the 3rd consecutive meeting. According to our bylaws, which are attached to this item, it directs the chair to inform the Board of Supervisors of a member's absence. So it would be either 3 consecutive absences or 4 absences total within a year period. There really isn't any consideration or any special carve out for what to do if a member has a serious medical condition such as Member Hill is currently experiencing. So before I send any letters to the Board of Supervisors regarding his absence pursuant to the bylaws, I wanted to give the opportunity for all of you to weigh in. We to weigh in. We could consider waiving the bylaws. We could consider writing a letter explaining the extenuating circumstance. I could just write the letter exactly as the bylaws state. But before doing any of those actions, I just wanted to put this up for a discussion first. So I'll turn it over to anyone who wants to weigh in on this topic. Member LaHood.
I have a question. So is Member Hill would not be able to attend until after April, is that correct?
Member Hill has told me that he plans to be back for the December meeting.
Okay.
Yep. Then he is going to schedule a follow-up major surgery sometime in January. He doesn't know the date, so we're not sure if that's going to conflict with the January meeting or not. But after the surgery, it sounds like he will need about like 2 to 3 months of a recovery period where he'll not be.
Okay, so there may be periodic attendance, but it would be uncertain going forward for the next several months.
Correct. Yeah. It sounds like through the period of April 30th that it might be on or off depending on how his medical appointments and procedures are scheduled.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chair's Member Wolf.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a little concerned because we're now 2 members short. That it leaves it presses hard and leaves little flexibility for the rest of us members if we had to take time off for or miss a meeting. I'm wondering how we will handle that. And at the same time, I'm just wondering this level, it's kind of in excess where there's not enough participation by a member, for it to be meaningful, just be blunt. So I'm just wondering if, what I'm a little torn as to what to do right now, and how we should move ahead. I mean, we could certainly wait. It is the purpose of the waiving of the article so that they're absolved from being removed from the task force. Is that the purpose of this?
Well, that would just, Member Wolf, that would just be on my notification. Obviously, the Board of Supervisors can do, whatever it is that the board does. We don't actually have the ability to remove a member. All we would do is notify the board. But in this circumstance, it would not, if we want to go down this route, and I'm not saying we should necessarily, but it would, we would hold off on sending such a communication to the board. That doesn't preclude the board to obviously do whatever it is the board would like to do, but that would just not put us on record of formally, let's say, reporting those absences.
So I have a question too, because if it's okay, I don't know if anyone has a hand up.
Yeah. Let me see. I think I had Vice Chair Wong, and then Member Schmidt, and then we'll get to you, Member Stein. So, Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in and say, I think at this point in time, we should be, we had, even prior to losing member neighbors and also having Member Hill's absences, we've had an open chair an open seat. And so I wonder if it's worth, thinking about recruiting efforts or if the board can help us with that in particular. Or if that's something that we just need to take on as a task force on our own. Just putting that thought out there.
Okay, thank you, Member Wong. Go to Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm pretty much, I think Member Stein just said most of what I had to say, which is that I think there's an empty seat. And I don't know if there's, anyone who's applying to it. I don't know if there's any applicants, but I guess somehow we may want to communicate to the board that we'd like them to fill any seat that's been, especially it's been open a long time. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. Member Stein.
Yeah, I had a similar kind of question about whether we can get sort of an interim appointments between the time that they normally kind of process at the Board of Supervisors who they want to put on the task force. Because I'm wondering, I would feel more comfortable if we could try to get that, seat 3 filled at least. I don't remember what the designation of that seat is. And I also don't know what the designation of Member Hill's seat is, which I believe is seat 10. I do really value the contributions that Member Hill has made so far when he's been at the meetings. But I am concerned about the numbers getting kind of low, and I just wondered what our possibility is for filling slots in between the normal cycle in which these things tend to happen.
Thank you, Member Stein.
Mr. Young.
Yankees.
My apologies for interrupting, but
Let's let Victor jump in real fast here because he's actually the Rules Committee clerk for the board, so he might be able to share some insightful comments on this. So we'll go to him, then I'll get back to the members that want to speak still. All right, so go ahead, Victor.
Yes, as long as we have active applications, we are more than willing to schedule those for hearing if there is an opening. It's just we do not have applications for the seats that are vacant at this time. And the Board of Supervisors does not normally recruit for these positions as a whole. So that is something else we would need to think about. How do we recruit members? Thank you.
So Victor, based on what you just said, is it fair to say that if, let's say, the board were to remove Member Hill, that's not like there's an applicant who's waiting to replace him right now? There's no application to replace him.
No, I do not have any active applications at this time.
Okay. Okay, so let me get back to the members. I think I saw Member Highland put his hand up, then we'll go to Member Padmanabhan, and I think Member Wolf wants to weigh in again. So I'll go in that order. So
Member Highland here. So Victor, I assume fairly shortly we're going to make an announcement on the vacancies list that there is certainly one position open, which hopefully will generate some influx of applications. And you know, if more than one application comes in, I think at that point it might be reasonable to come back to Mr. Hill and say, you know, it might be a month, 2 months from now, who knows? Just say, hey, we have several people vying for Chair Neighbors' or rather Member Neighbors, former Member Neighbors' spot. How are you looking? How are you doing? Would you still be interested? I mean, I am confident that if Member Hill resigned his position, that in the future, if he applied again, I would have no doubt he would be reappointed to a position. I thought he was great while he was here, and would be a great contribution. He brings a wealth of knowledge in his experience that I think he would have no troubles getting elected again. So I think for the good of the order, if we have two people ready to jump in, that's maybe a conversation between Chair Yankee and Member Hill to kind of reevaluate what Member Hill's thoughts are at that point. That would be my only advice.
Okay, thank you, Member Highland. Member Padmanabhan.
Thank you. In light of Victor's comments, I am inclined to say that I believe we should retain Member Hill as long as we can, despite his absences. He's been, while he was here, he was contributing quite significantly, I think. And I do believe that we cannot lose any more members at this point.
Okay, thank you, Member Padmanabhan. Member Wolf, and then I think we're going to go with Member LaHood.
So thank you. So same sentiments. I'm trying not to make this personal about Member Hill, but I'm a little concerned that if we waive our bylaws, which means we could do that at any time for any other member, that I'm just concerned that based upon the excess of not being able to meet the responsibility, that may reflect not well. And I'm not sure how well it might be received by the Board of Supervisors that we're not reporting in excess of the minimum required or the maximum required absences. My question also, I have another question also, so maybe I missed it. It sounds like through February, that he might only be able to make one more meeting? And then do we now have a vacancy or an absence on a committee?
So to answer your question, Member Wolf, yeah, he expressed he believes he can for sure make the December meetings. January and that point going, onward is depending on when he's able to schedule his follow-up medical procedures. And that when that gets scheduled, that will take him out of commission for another period of, I think he said a few months or 2 to 3 months, whenever that does get scheduled, which he believes will be sometime in January. Okay, so
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, were we done, Member Wolf? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just ruminating on this.
Okay, I'll move over to Member LaHood right now.
So I'm thinking about something. As you said, right now we're deciding whether we are reporting something to the Board of Supervisors. Regardless of whether we report this to the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Supervisors could independently take action. Our reporting to them is not required for them to take action. What if instead of waiving our bylaws, we submit a letter to the Board of Supervisors that says we are aware of these absences, and if we decide this, we would like to ask to retain Member Hill because of these extenuating medical circumstances. And I would advocate for holding his seat for them or asking them for that waiver because he is still interested in participating. And my concern is that it would take just as long for us to fill his seat as the time for him to come back. So instead of doing that, I would rather put the time and energy into recruiting for the 2 other seats that we will need to fill. And then if for some reason he is not able to come back, we could try to fill his seat. But I think as a courtesy to someone who has shown interest and continues to be interested and wants to serve on this committee and for understandable reasons is not able to do so now, I think we can do this without waiving our bylaws. Mm-hmm. Since Chair Yankee not submitting anything to the Board of Supervisors would not prevent them from taking action anyway. So I think we might as well let them know what's going on and ask that we be able to retain the seat for him. That's it.
Thank you, Member LaHood. And let's see, Member Schmidt, and then we'll go with Member Stein.
Second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Member.
I still make my comment.
Member Stein, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think we should, following Member Wong, that we should take seriously maybe trying to put out feelers for these additional positions that are open. And I just want to point out that, there are 2, Member Hill's position is a seat 910, or sorry, that seat has with Member Neighbors, seat 9 and 10 would be open, but it's essentially the same thing. It's demonstrated interest or experience in the issues of citizen access and participation in local government. So if we even found one qualified person in that slot, we still don't have to, we could still have Member Hill there and still add another person in that slot. And then the other one that's open, in case people are wondering, is one of the journalism positions. So we could also at the same time try to find people who would be interested in these 2 vacancies and make it less of a problem for Member Hill to be absent in the meantime.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Mrs. Member Wolf.
Go ahead, Member.
Real quick. One is, I believe Member Hill sits in what's reserved for the diversity seat that is nominated by the Society of Professional Journalists at this time.
He's not
Isn't it?
10.
That's Member Padmanabhan.
Oh, Padmanabhan. I'm sorry. My mistake. The other point, I think Member Stein mentioned about the Board of Supervisors installing a temporary member. I don't think they will do that. I think they will seek to have somebody fill in and finish out the term. That's just not their practice to do temporaries.
No, I meant for the other positions that are open, though.
Oh, yeah, they would just appoint them to finish out the terms,
Okay.
and then they would get they go for reappointment or not.
But they could appoint someone in between their normal cycle.
Oh yeah, if there's a vacancy, absolutely. But there would I think there would have to be a public process, which means it would have to be promoted the way all the other ones are on a regular term. But I could be wrong. I don't.
Okay, and this is Chair Yankee. It's real fast. Also, I will throw this out there that I know we had a member of the public email Victor a couple times inquiring actually about the opening on seat number 3, which is the journalism seat that does not require a nomination, but it doesn't sound like he ever followed through and submitted an application. I do have his email address. I could follow up and tell him that it's still open, and maybe we can get some traction that way. Just as a starting point to try to get someone. To member Hood's point, I think that's a terrific idea personally. I think that there's a good point to be made that the process of filling a seat is going to take a considerable amount of time. And so I think it's good if we kind of find a middle ground where we're not necessarily waiving our rules, but we're not just sending a blanket letter that says, very formally, Member Hill isn't here pursuant to bylaws, and just leave it at that. I think adding some context to it is a good thing. It can give the board the added information they need to make a more informed decision. So I'll leave my comments there. Member Hood, I see your hand up again. Oh. Okay, so we had, I don't think I see any more hands up. So it looks like we have a lot of suggestions, a lot of discussion. Does someone want to make a motion, and then we can go ahead and move to public comment on that?
This is Member LaHood. If there was support for that notion, for the idea of, I make a motion that we, Chair Yankee, send a letter to the Board of Supervisors informing them of this situation, but saying that we as a committee would like to retain the seat for Member Hill during the period of time where there should be consideration for medical issues.
Okay. Okay, so moved by Member LaHood, and I think Member Schmidt, you second that?
Second, please.
Okay. So moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Schmidt. Did you get that, Cheryl?
Yeah.
Just a correction, not committee, but task force.
Okay.
Yes.
Hang on a second. I lost you after you said Member Hill. Member LaHood, in your motion?
Oh, my motion is that we ask Chair Yankee to send
I got that.
Okay.
Chair Yankee send a letter to the Board of Supervisors informing them of the situation, and as the task force would like to keep the seat for Member Hill, and then you said something.
Oh, because of the extenuating medical circumstances. I mean, and if somebody wants to reword that to sound more like English, that would be fine.
Okay, are we ready for public comment, Cheryl?
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment on this.
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment at this time, you can press *3 if you're calling in to be added to the queue to raise your hand. And if you're otherwise using the application, you can use the application to raise your hand. I will go ahead and start with our first caller at this time. I will unmute them.
Thank you, so please let me know when I may begin.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This is anonymous number 3. I think your action is probably the best course to take right now, but you all discussed during this item about recruitment and getting more people on the task force. So when the Board of Supervisors was doing its last appointment round, a few of them reached out to me to ask whether I could find anyone who, obviously I'm anonymous, I can't be on a public body, but who would actually be willing to give their name and be on the task force. And I actually found a number of people, both journalists and non-journalists, who are interested in sunshine work. But on the journalist side, the common problem was that much of the stuff they would want to report regarding city politics would then potentially cause a conflict. And on the non-journalist side, the extensive financial disclosures required in order to be on a public body can sometimes be a serious turnoff, because you pretty much have to tell most of what you own, especially if it's investment-wise, and that can be quite a turnoff. So if you're wondering why sometimes people are interested in joining the task force, and maybe don't, on the non-journalist side, it might be financial disclosures. They're especially if you have significant assets, they're quite extensive. And on the journalist side, you might not be able to do the same digging if you also had to rule on those sunshine matters. So that's all. I can reach out. I had a number of people who were interested in it. I'm happy to reach out to them again also and see if they'd like to speak to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and unmute our next caller right now. Caller, you've been unmuted. You can begin your comment.
Sullivan.
You ready, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Go ahead.
First, I want to say I'm really saddened by neighbors passing. The next thing I want to say is that I want to point out that every empty seat works against the complainant, the way the bylaws are written. And when you have just the only way it works for the complainant is that all 11 seats are filled. And it's whenever anyone's missing, that's just one strike against the complaint. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to our next caller. Caller, you've been unmuted. You can, if you don't mind identifying yourself.
Hi, Winship Hill here. I'm timing myself, so I don't need a timer. Can I go ahead?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Ms. Leger, and thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a rule in your bylaws, and just for your information, you cannot waive it. Your bylaws also in, I think, Article 4, Section 5, Paragraph A, cite the rules of order as your rules of order. And I've got the 12th edition, which is the current edition here. Paragraph 25:7 says as follows, and I quote, "Rules that cannot be suspended." That's the heading. "Rules contained in the bylaws or constitution cannot be suspended, no matter how large the vote in favor of doing so or how inconvenient the rule in question may be, unless the particular rule specifically provides for its own suspension or unless the rule properly is in the nature of a rule of order as described in 2:14, ... And I will just tell you, I do not think that it fits in the description of a rule of order as in 2:14. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to our next caller. Caller, you've been unmuted. If you can identify yourself for the record.
Well, I think you know who I am. Peter Warfield.
Ready to begin, Mr. Warfield?
Just let me know when you'd like me to start.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We've had a lot of experience with the Sunshine Task Force. So first of all, I want to say you guys have a very tough job. Today's agenda is something like 1,545 pages long. You've got to deal with the law, you've got to deal with evidence, and so on and so forth. It's a lot of work. But so I appreciate everything that everybody said, particularly your concerns with regard to the positive aspects of Member Hill. But one thing that was missing from your discussion is something that Mr. Sullivan brought up, and I was disappointed that this wasn't mentioned by anybody on the membership. But your job is going to be harder as somebody is not there. But the public, every absence whether it's because somebody had a cold today or they were on a vacation or whatever, sadly, is in effect a vote, a no vote to whatever complaints you have received. And so for the public, any absence makes it that much harder to get a positive consideration, that is to say a good consideration, a thorough consideration with all of your abilities, talents, and so on to bear, and to get a majority vote. And so I think it would be very problematic to have such a long absence and so many hearings that would be disadvantaging the public through the automatic no vote of an absentee member. I am concerned also about a phrase that's being used on the middle of this. It starts out the paragraph, "At this moment I'm out of harm's way," and so on, but it concludes, "Once I know when the surgery is scheduled, I'll have to plan to be out for at least another 2 months." And we don't know what at least means, nor what other kind of complications might occur. In other kinds of jobs, whether it's president, there's a vice president, whether there's somebody working in place and there's a substitute, I think this would be a time certainly to consider having alternates, as I believe in civil juries or in some kind of juries they sometimes have, so that when somebody can't be present, you have a kind of reserve team that can step right in. And whether you do that formally or informally or ask the supervisors to do it, I think that might be a solution. But a no vote, yet another no vote for the public, I think would be very, very bad for open government. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to move on to our last caller for this item. Caller, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. David Pilpel, I missed part of the discussion. I apologize for that. The commenting on the portion that I did hear, I agree with some of the previous speakers that absences work against a majority vote, not just to find a violation, but a majority vote for any purpose. I have admiration for Member Hill and concern for the medical condition as I read the email and the calendar item. It does seem to me like 6 months or more of absence on a 2-year term seems like quite a lot. I think this is an interesting question of balancing a reasonable medical absence or leave with the overall quorum vote and work needs of the task force. And frankly, I'm not sure where I would come down on it. It's, as I say, an interesting question. If someone is has a cold or is away for a vacation or misses the occasional meeting, that's one thing. But to miss that much time on a 2-year term seems possibly problematic. I don't know how to resolve this. So I think if the motion is to communicate to the board and express a preference, my suspicion is that you may not get anything back formally from the board, and perhaps informally the board members may say, if there's nothing we need to do about it right now, then we're not going to do anything about it. If you need us to do something, then we'll consider doing something. But short of that, they will probably leave it to you, is what I suspect. And then the body will just be short 1 or more members for 1 or more months. And however that works out, yeah. Anyway, that's my thought, and I'm happy to catch up after the meeting with the portion of the meeting that I missed. Thanks for listening.
Okay. That completes our list of public commenters for this item.
Okay, so we are all done with, everyone got called? So we'll go ahead and close public comment then. Members, did we have any further discussion on this between us before we vote? seeing any hands. So Cheryl, when you're ready, if you could go ahead and call the roll on that motion.
Member LaHood,
Aye.
Member LaHood,
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt,
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Padmanabhan,
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein,
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland,
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf,
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Oh, Vice Chair Wong,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee,
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye.
And Cheryl, let's make sure we, like I said, we call Member Hill and note him as absent for our votes.
All right, Member Hill, absent. Okay, we have 8 in favor, 1, 2, 8 in favor.
Okay, 8 in favor for that, so that motion passes.
All
All right, thank you, members. That was a good discussion on that item, and appreciate everyone's input on that. Let's go ahead and move to the next item. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Item 4B, as in boy, complaints involving the task force. Development of procedures for handling the attached complaints, naming a single member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and consideration of standing procedures when a task force member, the task force as a policy body, or the task force administrator is a party to a complaint.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So this is kind of a two-part thing. One has more urgency than the second part. So the first part is that we have received 2 complaints against us naming a specific member of the task force. And that member is aware of those complaints that have come in. Unlike the situation that we had, I believe, a few months ago with the ethics referral where SOTF was named as an entire body, and we ruled that we couldn't, make a ruling on something when all of us as a collective body would be involved. These complaints named just one specific member. So that's the more urgent item that we need to rule on so that we can figure out how to send this along through our process and get it heard within the 45 days. The second portion of it is probably, and may not be something that we necessarily decide tonight, might be worthy to send to committee, is what maybe we should have an ongoing or a broader policy or a bylaw amendment or a complaint procedure addition for all the various scenarios that come up so that we don't have to have this type of agenda item every time we're presented with one of these unique situations. And it could be, a single member being named. It could be, let's say, a quorum of members being named, but not all of them. It could be a committee that's named. It could be our administrator that's named, or it could be the reverse. It could be, what do we do? And I believe the Rules Committee had talked about putting this as an agenda item. What do we do if a member wants to be the complainant instead and wants to argue a case? What should we do in those situations? So that might be a lot to try to take care of tonight. So that might be a committee referral on that. But nonetheless, I think we do need to rule on what we should do and how we should handle the issue of handling the current complaint where a specific member is named. So that's the background on that, and I will turn it over to everyone for discussion. And I see Member Highland's hand up.
Yes, Member Highland here. Was there an attachment to this? It seems like there was, but it's not coming up.
There is no attachment to this.
Okay, thank you.
Member Stein.
Yeah, I've kind of waited on this before, so I'll just start with where I am mentally on this, which is that I hate to create like completely different or substantially different processes because a member of the task force might be involved. And so my just initial thought is that task force members who are involved in a complaint should recuse themselves from those portions of the meeting where determinations are being discussed or made, and should basically be treated in the same way that any complainant would be treated. And I think the same if they were a petitioner.
Thank you, Member Stein.
Member Wolf to chime in.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing about a recusal, but generally in a Robert's Rules world, folks that are recused are generally absent from the meeting completely, so that their presence don't provide an influence. So in this case, it would be fairly difficult. This is, you can think of it as Chair Yankee brought up at the beginning. If there was a complaint against the entire task force, how would that go as the body itself? But we have to also expand upon this particular situation, whether it's against just a complaint against one member, or it could be against multiple members on the same issues. And how would that then work? Because they would, one member would then be making determinations against another member, and then vice versa. It just kind of it feels kind of very conflicting at this point. I mean, we've heard, that's happened on many occasions from multiple members from the same commission or the same board or the same meeting body. We've had plenty of those, but those bodies, those people, are independent of us. So I'm just a little concerned that also, if we make another point is, if we make a decision on a procedure today, and then we find that later that the procedure it will change for, in general, ongoing in perpetuity, that would be unfair to the parties in this complaint, or these complaints. I don't know, however many there are. So I'll stop there and let others speak.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I still see Member Highland's hand up. Member Highland, do you have additional comments? Okay, I'll take.
Actually, I don't, but since I have the microphone, one thing we explored in, I think it was EOTC, when we were talking about a member bringing a complaint to the task force, it's a slightly different situation. We talked about setting up an ad hoc committee. I don't know if that would be useful in this case, where the member of the task force is treated as an outside agency. Anyway, I'll leave it there for thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Member Highland. Any other thoughts, comments? Like I said, we're going to need to come up with some motion on this, because if we don't decide how to proceed out of this meeting, we're going to not hit the 45-day deadline. I think it needs to go to the complaints committee hearing in November for it to be within 45 days. So we do have a little bit of urgency on this one. Member Schmidt.
What 45 day are you talking about?
45 day after a complaint's filed, to determine whether or not the records are public. We try to hear, we hear all the, we send them to committee within 45 days.
Okay, so you're saying that there's been a complaint and it's on the clock now.
Yes.
45 days. I mean, I guess my thought is that there's a lot of kind of hypotheticalness going on here. We're talking about a lot of different types of scenarios at once. And I think that we may just have to deal with one at a time. I mean, some of those situations may never happen, and these can be a little bit complex. I mean, I don't know if it's a member, I don't know if that would necessarily mean that we can't hear it. I don't, but I think we sort of have to just get it before us and then figure out what to do. I think there's a lot of different facts that could affect what we decide to do, both as a group and individually. And so it's seems like what this motion would have to be is some kind of like, you're dealing with a lot of hypotheticals here. And that's hard to like set up some kind of scenario ahead of time about how you're going to handle each step in this. So I'm not quite sure if I see the need for a motion.
Okay, so Member Schmidt, I agree that there's a lot there to unpack. That maybe we don't have to have that full discussion, or might not have need to be decided now. But what we do need to figure out is, so right now Cheryl has 2 complaints that were filed naming an individual member. So the next stage would be to send that typically to a committee meeting, right? But what if that member who's named is on that committee? Should, how would that, what's the direction that we take? And then if that comes to the full task force, how do we handle that then, right? We have to make sure that we provide some direction. So if that person is supposed to show up and defend themselves, can they also vote on what they're just talking about, right? I mean, that's what I think we need to decide now. Not necessarily all the scenarios that could possibly be out there, but the one that's not hypothetical, which is member named and same member, 2 separate complaints naming that member. And so I see Member Stein and then Member Highland.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on Robert's Rules of Order, and I have not looked closely at all the rules around recusal, but just doing a kind of search as we're talking, and having been part of other organizations that also largely followed Robert's Rules of Order, we definitely, when we had conflicts, or I've definitely seen it, that when there's a conflict of interest, the person is there for the substantive matter as it's discussed, but isn't supposed to take part in the discussion, and definitely doesn't take part in the vote. And I think that I mean, I guess I have to go back and look at Robert's rules, but I've done that in the past, and in just the stuff that I'm looking at online about what you can do with a conflict of interest, at least one site says that different rules, different organizations have different rules about recusal, but some variations include the member with the conflict does not vote in a matter, but may take part in discussion. But I wouldn't really even want to have them take part in discussion. So another thing too is that they might not, we might say that they just don't take part in the discussion either, but they can be there to present their case in the manner that they would if they were any other member of the public bringing a complaint, or being on being the respondent in a complaint.
Okay, thank you, Member Stein. Member Highland.
Yes, I agree with the direction Member Stein is going. I think first off, the first part's easy. Let the review go to a committee that the person is not on. That's the first piece. Let them determine jurisdiction, etc., and send it to the full task force. And at the full task force, I think that member becomes the respondent for that case, and kind of, I don't know if that's too simplistic, but the plaintiff, respondent, and doesn't vote, doesn't take part in our discussion, but just answers questions as would any other respondent. That would be my thoughts.
Thank you, Member Highland. Member Stein.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although I do recollect that in our bylaws, it doesn't allow for any members to abstain. So we might need to do a little tweak of our bylaws to allow for that in the case of conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, conflicts of interest generally relate to financial conflicts of interest. That the law kind of lays things out. It's not necessarily a Robert's Rule thing. It's a city and state law, and I believe the law specifies that if you have financial conflict, it's not necessarily an appearance of conflict. We usually do that. People have announced that there, might be an appearance, or they know somebody that, but they won't be biased in their work, in their determinations or decision making, for that matter. But I'm a little concerned that, first of all, I mean, there's no. Well, no, that wouldn't actually apply. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I'll turn it over to you in 1 second, Member Stein. I just want to read the relevant portion of our bylaws so that everyone's on the same page. And this is going to be section 8, voting and abstention, and says, task force members must be present to participate and vote. Each task force member shall vote yes or no when a question is posed, unless the member is excused from voting by a motion adopted by a majority of the task force members present, or the member has a conflict of interest that precludes participation in the discussion and vote. The task force shall take action on items by roll call, voice vote, or show of hands, and then the minutes shall reflect. So that's the portion that talks about excusing or abstentions of votes. So go ahead, Member Stein.
Yeah, I'll just say that I don't think of conflict of interest as being narrowed only to an economic conflict of interest. And in other situations I've been in, the conflict might be something like somebody was being considered for a position, and somebody who was making the decisions, part of the decision group, had a close personal relationship with that person, and that was considered a conflict of interest. So I think conflict of interest can be understood in a variety of ways, and we could decide that this is a conflict of interest by our determination.
Thank you, Member Stein. And maybe it would be helpful. We do have our DCA here, and so maybe he could weigh in on that issue. DCA Price Wolf, if you could maybe discuss what options we do have available to us.
Hi. Yeah, sorry I'm not on video. I agree with Member Stein, and sort of also with Member Wolf. Traditionally, I think we talk of conflict of interest when we're talking about Form 700s, and so that's why it usually has this financial undertone to it. But I agree with Member Stein, in an instance where there's a complaint, you wouldn't want the judge to be judging a complaint against him or herself, which is essentially what would be here, and that's a pretty direct conflict of interest. So, so I'm not sure exactly what, you'd like me to weigh in on here, Chair Yankee, about our options, but I do think that, the bylaws don't really contemplate this particular situation, so this could be an opportunity to come up with bylaws and to be more clear in this instance. And maybe, there can be here to step forward and draft a bylaw for this, or the task force can decide what to do now for this instance, and then work on drafting bylaws in the future so that you don't have to recreate the wheel. But it seems like there's a pretty clear conflict of interest where the person against whom there's a complaint shouldn't be allowed to participate in the decision making, and whether that person has to be formally recused or there has to be a motion so that person is formally not participating. I think these are things that this is the exact reason why this is on the agenda for the task force to decide, how to go about dealing with it.
Thank you, DCA Price Wolf. Maybe as a quick follow-up, and you might not know the answer to this because I know you're not in every board and commission meeting, but I would imagine that this has come up before. Let's say the rent board, where it's one of the rent board members that needs to bring a complaint. Do you know how they would handle it there? Or if it's a planning commissioner who needs to go to the planning commission or something along those lines, how they've handled it in other boards and commissions when they're presented with something like this?
No, that's a great question. And I don't have a satisfying answer that I know. It doesn't come up that much because the task force is actually pretty unique in their quasi-judicial capacity. But you're right, there would be circumstances where, like you suggest, the planning commission, a commissioner might actually have their own project before the planning commission. And I'd be happy to look into that and see and talk to some colleagues who advise those other boards and see what they do in those instances, like specifically if they put forth a motion to say there is a conflict and then recuse that person, if that person just informally steps out or just says I'm recusing myself and the proceeding moves on. But I'm happy to do that and throughout this next week and email the task force with my findings.
Okay.
I think that'd be helpful.
Thank you.
So I think you're right. Those two. Can we brainstorm for a second? What other instances do you think that might come up? Rent board, planning commission.
I would think maybe Board of Appeals.
Right. Yeah. was thinking that too. That's the closest quasi-judicial sort of other body that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of anything that might issue a permit or make a decision on someone's.
Right. Well, you guys can contact me offline if you think of other examples, but I'll look into that and get back.
Okay.
To the task force.
Thank you. Member Highland?
Yes, Member Highland. I was just going to ask, perhaps, I mean, we have, Victor may be able to weigh in. He may have seen this in some of the, bodies he's served on. I'm just curious, Victor, if you've ever seen this and if you can recollect how it was handled. I'm not sure if he's listening in.
Victor, do you happen to be there?
Yes, my apologies. What was the question?
So, Victor, the question is, have you been on any bodies where you've seen a member of the body bringing a complaint or an issue before the body and acting in their own interests, their own property or their own whatever it was, and how was that handled, as far as, conflict of interest? Does that ring any bells?
Not against their own body.
Or with
the Veterans Affairs Commission used us to file a complaint against their own body, but that's the closest I've seen.
Yeah, I mean,
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, a member of the Veterans Affairs Commission was not happy with some of the actions of other committee members.
That's true.
And they filed a complaint with us against the other committee members.
Well, that's different because they had us as an intermediary. But I'm thinking like, has a commissioner or supervisor ever gone before the full board representing themselves in an interest, in economic interest? And if
not
so,
that I'm aware of.
Okay.
There was always the outside body involved.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
The chair, this is Member Wolf.
Yep, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so just along the same thread of thinking there, this is about an adjudicating, or in some sort of enforcement body versus some other body that doesn't have that function. So thinking about other bodies that would have similar functions, where if a member were to be brought up on an issue, you might think about the Ethics Commission because they're an enforcement body. So if one of their members were brought up on or had a complaint against them for a particular, let's say, it could be a conduct issue, which is they're the body that handles conduct issues. How would they then deal with that issue? So that's might be one way to get, at least from within the city and county, how that kind of process would work. I'm not quite sure that we can create our own definitions for conflict of interest. I mean, maybe to a certain extent, but I don't think we can necessarily go beyond what the basis of the law allows. I'll leave it to legal counsel to answer that question, but I think it would make it unfair between one body and another if all of city government didn't comply with the same rubric. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. So members, do we have, I would note that this does need to go to the complaints committee hearing to make the 45-day deadline. That would be the meeting that it has to go to. So thoughts on how we should proceed? Any potential motions? I know it's not ideal to have to, that there's some kind of unanswered questions here. If we delay again, we're not going to make the 45-day deadline. So, and we could, I mean, the person who lodged the complaint may be here, and we could see if that's okay with them to go beyond the 45 days. I don't know what the thoughts of all as everyone is. Did we want to maybe take public comment before making a motion?
I'm going to say that if it comes to me, that won't be a problem for me as in conducting a complaint committee hearing on it. I don't know exactly what I would do at that time, but I believe that I would not feel that I was without the tools to deal with it. And I mean, if especially since it's an individual member, I think other members have, they may feel that they're conflicted because each of us in a way has to make that decision for our own self. But to me, I don't see legally that a complaint against a different member would cause me to feel that I had any kind of conflict. So I feel I could decide it. That's partly because there are situations where if you're the only body who can make a decision on something, then your ability to recuse is a much more limited ability. And so I don't see that I would feel that it would be a problem. If it just comes to us, if you want to give us special instructions how to handle it by motion, sure. But that's my position.
So to complicate things, I will note that the member who's named sits on your committee.
Okay. Okay. I see.
So,
well, it
you
might
find yourself having this discussion if we don't have it now.
Yeah.
Member Stein?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the concept of conflict of interest is a principle and not just something that appears in only one law or another. And to me, this would be a clear conflict of interest that you're a party to a case and you would be making a decision on a case. And I think the question is for me, the question is, how strict are you about the recusal from the decision-making processes within a committee? So, is it that a member can be part of the process and discussion, but just not vote? Is it that a member is part of the discussion and actually votes? Is it that a member can't even be in the room while the discussion is happening because that may, be a problem for the discussion? So I think there's sort of different levels at which you can take the recusal. To me, it's clearly a conflict of interest. And it doesn't have to be pinned to like one particular law that deals with conflict of interest. And I would probably want to say that I feel like Member Schmidt, I don't think it would be an inhibitor to me to be able to make a decision and have a frank discussion with that person in the room. And I think that that person has a right to be in the room and hear that discussion too, based on how we treat all of our cases. But I would want to say that they should not take part in the discussion and they should have to abstain on the decision. And I will make a motion that be our policy.
Okay, so moved by Member Stein that the member recuse himself
from being part of the discussion, and that the member be asked to abstain from voting on a determination.
So when you say of the discussion, do they still get to present their case?
Yes, I would have them. That's what I'm saying. I would let them
to act as the respondent would.
Correct.
And not be involved as a member.
Yeah, because I think they have a right to have the same treatment that we would give to anybody else. And they would also have a right to hear the discussion. Some sites I'm looking at here say a best practice is to have them leave the room entirely and not even be privy to the discussion. But I think that is not transparent enough for us and our processes.
Okay, so to phrase it for Cheryl, we'll say, let me know if I'm phrasing this correctly. So please correct me if I'm wrong. We'll say moved by Member Stein to instruct the member to present their case as the respondent and to abstain from voting and any discussion amongst members for filed.
To instruct the member to what? Present their case?
To present their case as the respondent and to abstain from voting or participating in discussions as if they were a member of the task force for that complaint.
Yeah, I think that wording is fine.
Okay. So that's the motion by Member Stein. Do we have any seconds on that?
I'm okay with it, but I'm going to let someone else be the second on it.
I'll go ahead and second that. This is Chair Yankee.
Okay.
Chair Yankee, Member Wolf.
Yes, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I'm a little torn by that. I mean, we have to look at ourselves as a government entity. We are not a nonprofit. We are not a third party outside of government or a private entity. We have to follow at least a rubric of what our city government, the confines of our city government, or what government does. So I would like to know, and maybe Victor can answer this question, if a member of the Board of Supervisors either declared a conflict of interest or the board itself declared a conflict of interest and recused a member, would they still be allowed to be present in the chambers, or would they have to exit?
Normal practice for the Board of Supervisors is to have them leave the room. But I don't know legally if that's required or not.
Well, again, it's a Robert's Rules issue, because they, like we are governed by Robert's Rules unless they have developed another set of they have their own rules of order that flows in guidance of that. So it's been my my experience, and when that happens in government, in our government, that folks leave the room. Now, the other issue I have is what if members of the body feel that they have a conflict, or they might feel biased to actually to be able to even hear the complaint or work through the process? Then what happens? And then they recuse themselves because of not being able to be unbiased.
Oh.
I don't want to cut you off, Member Wolf. Does that conclude your comments?
Yeah, it's more than a rhetorical question. It needs to be answered in this motion.
No, it doesn't.
Well, the motion is what it is, and we can vote on it.
Well, the motion could be amended.
It could be, if we choose to go down that route. Member Highland?
I think these complexities will play themselves out when and if we get to that stage. But I think we just need to go a step at a time here, deal with this motion, proceed.
Thank you, Member Highland. Any other comments on this before we move to public comment? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open up public comment on this item.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to public comment. If you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 at this time, or otherwise using the applications to raise your hand. I will unmute our first caller. I have unmuted the caller.
Thank you. This is Anonymous number 3. Let me know when I may begin, please.
You ready, sir?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. I'm not the complainant in these cases, so I'm going to discuss it from a general principle matter. I think this motion makes broad sense, but I think Member Wolf has a point regarding the Robert Rules of Orders, and since I think you incorporate those, you would have to follow them. So there is an easy way to follow them, and other bodies do something similar. You don't have to, even on one day, only hold one meeting. You can hold a normal meeting, and you can hold a special meeting, and you just have them go after each other. And you just have different roll call for the special meeting than for the normal meeting. So the complaints committee meets. If that member is if the respondent in this case is on the complaints committee, the complaints committee would have its normal regular meeting, then it would declare that meeting closed, start another meeting, which is the special meeting. If that member is there, that member can just be absent. And the way one would have this is they're not on the panel list, right? They're not behind the dais if this was in real life, and they would just be on the phone like any of the other parties, whether city or member of the public would be. And I think it shouldn't be more complicated than that. Of course, in that case, they would only have the privileges of a respondent or complainant would, and they would not be behind the dais or the virtual dais here, which is the panelist case. And that way, I think you can meet both Robert Rules of Orders and efficiently handle the case. And you can do the same for the full task force if it reaches there. So you hold your regular meeting, declare that meeting closed, you hold a special meeting, that person does not say yes on the roll call, they're not on the panelists, and you just continue on, and they only get to participate as if they were a party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to the next caller. Caller has been unmuted.
Sullivan.
You ready, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I think you guys had a really good discussion. I just want to reiterate what Member Highland said about complaints can be handled in the committees by any committee. So it doesn't have to be the complaint committee. And then the other thing is in 6721E, it's the Sunshine Task Force shall inform the petitioner as soon as possible within 2 days after its next meeting, but in no case later than 45 days from when a petition is in writing is received of its determination whether the record request or any part of the record request is public. So if you really read that narrowly, it's just dealing with the record requests if they're public. And there's a whole lot, most of the Sunshine Ordinance has nothing to do with record requests. And you're tasked to enforce the whole Sunshine Ordinance. So if these petitions don't have a record, a request for records that exists and that is public, then you aren't necessarily required to do it in 45 days. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to our next caller. Caller, you've been unmuted.
Hi, this is Win Shapilier. I'm timing myself. May I go ahead?
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Leger. Okay, so the rules of order do not say anything in the section on debating that a person must recuse themselves under voting. Voting procedures, section 45, paragraph 45:4, and I quote, the heading is abstaining from voting on a question of direct personal interest. And it continues, no member should vote on a question in which he has a direct personal or pecuniary interest not common to the other members of the organization, ... However, no member can be compelled to refrain from voting in such circumstances. However, you are a public body and you have laws that apply to you. And as I think Charter Section 4.104B applies to you, and that section says, and I quote, each member present at a regular or special meeting shall vote yes or no when a question is put, unless excused from voting by a motion adopted by a majority of the members present, end quote. And there's nothing in there about conflict of interest, and applying these, the interpretive canon expressio unius est exclusio alterius, they cannot be excused any other way than by a motion and vote of the commission. Now, this was changed in Proposition B in 2006, and now I think my case is that Section B now applies to all boards and commissions as a result. It was split into subsections. Before that, it only applied to charter boards and commissions. And even if you think it doesn't apply to you, Section 1.29 of the Administrative Code says something different. Each member of a commission, committee, or task force, council, or other body created by the legislative action who is present at a meeting of such body when a question is put shall vote yes or no on the question unless the member is excused from voting by a motion adopted by a majority of the members present, or unless voting on the question would constitute a violation of applicable provisions of city or state law pertaining to conflict of interest. Well, I think that answers all the questions. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm moving on to the next caller at this time. Caller, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. My apologies. Are we voting on Member Stein's motion that she made a little while ago?
You're commenting on it.
I'm sorry, not we're voting.
Public
yes,
comment
my comment
on the motion.
But that's the motion. Okay. Thank you. Let me know when to start then, please.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. Somebody who's been coming and going to Sunshine for quite some time. I think there is, in the case of an individual, whether as complainant or as respondent, potentially, there should be a way to handle it by simple recusal. In fact, you had a member of the task force make a complaint some years ago against the president and functioning as chair of the Library Commission. And that was Sue Coffin, who was shouted down when she tried to make public comment, shouted down by the chair, Jewel Gomez. And even though recusing herself for the consideration left only 6 members at that time, they did go ahead and on a 6-0 vote found that this was a severe violation on the part of the Library Commission president. And ultimately it went to the Ethics Commission. I'm not sure that I recall any individual member of, or the body itself, having been taken up in the past that I know of. Certainly Member Wolf has a considerable historical memory. Also, with respect to the administrator, I don't understand why that should be a problem, because the administration is the responsibility of the clerk's office. I think that's pretty clear in the law. And Library Users Association brought a complaint against the administrator, again, quite some years ago, when they insisted on charging 10 cents a page for agenda packets, when the law says clearly 1 cent per page. And so the administrator was the clerk of the board, and that was the complaint respondent, and we won on that case clearly under the law 1 cent a minute. 1 cent a page. So I don't think that the administrator would be a problem. The clerk is the responsible party, and if there's a deficiency, I think the task force can handle it. Thanks very much.
Okay, I am moving on to our last caller for this item. Caller is unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, David Pilpel again. So on item 4B, the agenda actually has a link to an attachment, but the attachment doesn't download. So I'm wondering, what is the content of agenda packet pages 123 to 178? Was there material? Are those blank pages? What's in that range? I'm wondering if such matters involving a task force member or the task force as a body can simply be referred to ethics. I think the Deputy City Attorney explained some of the other legal considerations that may be at issue. You may want to request a written memo so that we have something for the future on this, because I think there's some interesting principles at issue here. If this does lead to a change in bylaws, process, or procedures, then I would refer this matter to the Task Force's Rules Committee to develop specific language guiding. I would also refer you to the City Attorney's Good Government Guide, page 51, and thereafter. There may be a common law conflict that's at issue here. That's discussed on page 51. And importantly, on the bottom of page 52, the prohibition on voting on one's own character or conduct. Very simply, the local law, San Francisco Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, section 3.210A, prohibition: no officer or employee of the city and county shall knowingly vote on or attempt to influence a governmental decision involving his or her own character or conduct, or his or her appointment to any office, position, or employment. There are exceptions, et cetera. But the general prohibition, I think, can be reasonably interpreted to mean that when your conduct is at issue, then you may not vote or attempt to influence a governmental decision involving that character or conduct. And so I think that's pretty clear. I think the simple answer may just be to ask the member to request recusal or deem the member recused in roughly the same way as when the Board of Supervisors considers appointment of a single member to an outside body, and that member requests recusal, is recused, doesn't participate in the vote on appointing that member, and life goes on. So I think, and perhaps the Deputy City Attorney can weigh in further on those points, but I think that there's a way out of this, and I don't think it's necessarily a complicated way. If it involves one member, if it involves the entire body, that's a different issue, and then I think you're off to ethics on that. Those are my thoughts. I hope that helps. Thanks for listening.
That completes our list of public commenters on this matter.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We will go ahead and close public comment on this. Members, is there any further discussion before we move to a vote on this item?
Yes.
Member Wolf.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I just want, just because there was some citations that were brought forward, there is city law around recusals. It's in the Campaigns and Government Code, section 3.209, and it describes how recusals actually work, and that they are based on conflicts of interest, but under certain other sections that are more dealing with financial conflicts and other items of value. I mean, I haven't read all the way through. There may be some other aspects of it. I mean, I could read it through if you want, if it'd be helpful, but it does outline that the person shall leave the room. And so basically the procedures say, publicly identify the circumstances that give rise to the conflict in detail sufficient to be understood by the public, provided that disclosure of the exact street address of the residence is not required. 2, recuse him or herself from discussing or acting on the matter. And 3, leave the room after the discussion, vote, and any other disposition of the matter is concluded unless the matter has been placed on and remains on a consent agenda. I'm not quite sure how to read that last line, but And then it mostly focuses on economic interests. But that is there. There's also a section of State Code 84308 of the Government Code that that this is all based on, and it's all based upon more or less financial or other pecuniary gains that a public official might make. But I take the points that former task force member Pilpel brought forward earlier in the around not being able to make decisions upon themselves. I agree with that. My last point here is if a person were to be recused for this purpose, then I would think that they should not be deemed absent for the meeting or for any meeting, because we have a limit of 2 absences before notices, and if that it's out of their control. They didn't deem to be recused for it, and they didn't deem to be absent for it. I don't think that any member should be declared absent. They could be declared excused, and that I think has been repeated several times here already. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. And to your last point, I would note that we only count absences anyways when it's someone who's absent from the entire meeting, certainly not from one particular item. So I don't even think that counting towards the total number of absences would be something that would be a concern here.
Okay.
Members, any other discussion, or should we go ahead and vote on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so let's have Cheryl go ahead and call the roll.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. 1, 2, 8 in favor.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl, and thank you everyone for
Before we actually stop, I want to make sure I've got this motion properly.
Okay.
Moved by Member Stein, seconded by Chair Yankee, to instruct the member to present their case as the respondent and to abstain from voting and participating as a member of the Sunshine Task Force.
for that complaint.
Participating in the discussion
For that complaint.
for
right?
that complaint, yes.
Mr. Chair, I think we should not use the word abstain. That's prohibited.
To recuse? You recuse?
I think it's better. Yeah, I think it's better to use the word recuse.
Okay, so to recuse themselves from participation in the discussion and the vote on that complaint.
Wait a minute, to recuse instead of abstain?
Yeah. Otherwise, we have to change our bit of our bylaw that says no abstentions.
Okay, moves to instruct the member to present their case as a respondent and to recuse themselves from voting and participating in the discussion for that complaint as a member of the task force. Is that correct?
Yes, I think you got it. Does that sound right, Member Stein?
Yeah, I would just switch the order, participating in the discussion and voting. Just so we're clear that it's the vote that comes after the discussion.
Okay. All right, got it.
Okay. I think we are, here's, I think, going to be the plan. Let's go ahead and take public comments since it's supposed to be at 5 and here we are now at a little after 6. And then we'll do a break after that. So everyone's to get up and stretch, use the restroom and so forth and so on. So Let's go to general public comment. That's the, I believe the next item, number, what are we on? 5. So Sheriff, you want to go ahead and move to number 5?
Okay. Item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Yes, members of the public who wish to provide public comment can raise their hand now by pressing *3 or otherwise using the application to raise their hand. I will go ahead and start with our first caller. Caller, you've been unmuted.
Hi, this is Anonymous. Please let me know when I may begin.
Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So at the last full task force meeting, you may remember that the Public Utilities Commission claimed that they purported to order me to destroy certain records of Harlan Kelly and Walter Wong. And I didn't discuss it there because there was nothing to find a violation, but I'm going to discuss it here. And Member Schmidt brought it up briefly about seemed problematic. It absolutely is problematic. The court case that they cite to, which is Ardon in Los Angeles, does not allow public agencies to order requesters to destroy records. It allows courts of competent jurisdiction to order requesters to return records, but under a variety of conditions. And that the entity who's doing it is a court of competent jurisdiction. 2, a court case is already required. And in that case, they make very clear the only reason that the court could do this is because there was already the requester as the attorney of the plaintiff had a court case. A agency, the city, can't sue me or another public requester for making a request. Only the requester can seek a writ of mandamus from a court. And also, and most importantly, this only is for attorneys. And that's because the cases they cite to in Ardon are based on the state bar rules of professional conduct for licensed attorneys. Those rules do in fact require that lawyers return material that they know or reasonably believe to be attorney-client privilege or attorney work product information. So it is not the case. The city in various ways has tried to in the past order me to destroy records. Sometimes I voluntarily destroy records, but in nearly all cases, someone out there already has the record before any request has been made to me. Often internet archives have these records permanently, and they're not going to be able to do anything about that. But I'm just a member of the public. They cannot force me to return any record. Only a court can. The SOTF can't either. It's not one of your enumerated powers in the Sunshine Ordinance. And the court case can only exist and only did exist in Ardon because the plaintiff had made that case, not the city of Los Angeles. And even in that case, only the attorney could be ordered to return the records because the attorney is bound by the state bar rules of professional conduct, which require the return of attorney-client privileged or attorney work product privileged materials. The mayor's office has even tried citing other laws. As soon as they cited it to me, there are actually federal court cases that found that certain parts of the PRA that purport to require destruction of information violate the First Amendment, and the office of the mayor has to back down too. So don't assume anything they're saying about that is correct. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute the next caller.
Hang on a second.
You've been unmuted.
Hi, this is Winship Hillier. I'd
Mr.
like
Hillier,
to time
just
myself. May I proceed? I'm sorry, what?
I asked you to just hang on a minute. Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very sorry to hear about the passage of Ms. Neighbors. She participated very much in our hearing last week, so I am shocked and dismayed. Last week, over 2.25 years since we filed our first complaint against the Behavioral Health Commission, we had our 11th hearing before the task force and its committees with the same counterparty on the same issues. While we are grateful for your generous donations of time and attention to this matter, we are distressed by the amount of calendar time and document preparation this process is taking. After 2 hours spent on other complaints and approximately 1 on our own, and this following another hearing in August at which we sat through 3 hours on other complaints and approximately another hour was spent on our own, and after submitting 90 pages of documentation, not including some 200 pages of exhibits for these 2 hearings alone, all we have obtained from the Behavioral Health Commission is a verbal promise from staff to obey a law that has always applied to them, which the task force had already found they violated on 3 separate occasions, and on compliance with which the task force had already instructed them. This promise was only with respect to 1 of the 7 provisions that the task force found that they had violated on each of those occasions. At this rate, a highly optimistic estimate is that it is going to take 2 more full years to get verbal promises out of the commission staff to abide by the other 6 provisions of which you found violations. And are we going to, we are preparing yet another complaint against them to add to 2 more in the pipeline. And many of these violations have multiple modes of violation in which the commission is engaging. And what if they do not keep their promises? We think this process could be accelerated if the task force abided by the same law of which it is charged with recommending the enforcement against the Behavioral Health Commission. The agenda item for last week's hearing did not include the proposed action as required by San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.7a. It did not even say that it was a hearing on a complaint. It said that it was a, quote, hearing to review the Behavioral Health Commission's compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance, ... end quote. Reviewing compliance is not proposed action. It is something that must be done in preparation for a proposed action, which was left unspecified. If the agenda had said that the proposed action was to recommend that the task force recommend that the Board of Supervisors dismiss Commissioners Vigil, Benuelos, Boher, and Stevens from the commission, and that Behavioral Health Services discipline Jeffrey Greyer and Amber Gray for official misconduct due to willful noncompliance with the Sunshine Ordinance, as I requested at the meeting of the task force on October 5th, we think that the Behavioral Health Commission's compliance would be more forthcoming. As a result of this omission, we withheld our participation in the hearing, and we will continue to withhold our full participation from any proceeding held in violation of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance, regardless of whether they be conducted by the Behavioral Health Commission or the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force or any committee thereof, of either. Back to you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, and moving on to the next caller. Caller has been unmuted.
Do you have a name, caller?
Yes, I thought you would tell me when to start.
Well, I can't tell you how to start if I don't know who you are. You ready, Peter?
I am ready.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. As a participant by telephone, we miss a lot. We don't see who is present. We don't see who's talking. We don't see if anybody is showing something. So I would like to ask the members and the folks helping out from presumably the clerk's department or anybody with an official role here to take a picture of what you are seeing while I am making public comment and provide it to us by mail or by email so that we can have a look and see what the different parties see from their perspective on this item. And in general, for that matter, it'd be interesting. We have no idea. I haven't seen any of those. The chair actually, in an exchange we had, suggested that that would be fine to request basically on a voluntary basis for the members. But certainly, I would appreciate that. With respect to procedures and hearings, it was a considerable disappointment to first of all have our last complaint put into the presumed possibility of a consent calendar when it was so deficient in a lot of respects with regard to some of your procedures. First of all, the boilerplate questionnaire that outlines how a respondent should reply with respect to information requests doesn't mention a single bit of timeliness. So that all the questions are where did you look, who did you ask, and so on, but nothing about timeliness, when our complaint was strictly about timeliness of a Prop G calendar provision and also immediate disclosure request. We then found that the summary of the complaint was deficient in leaving out one half of the 2 sections that we had cited that we had an issue with. And the library hadn't responded specifically. Their response was completely vague and lacking in specific detail. They said there was confusion, that was their word, and basically that they had fixed it now.
18 seconds.
We asked for the full two issues that we had in the law be sent to the library for response. It was sent, but they didn't respond. They weren't specifically asked to respond to the revised version. And then it turned out that the agenda did not include both sections of the complaint, and so that there was a whole series of problems with regard to specificity.
Mr. Warfield, your public comment time is over.
Okay, thank you.
Victor, when you're ready for the next caller.
Okay, I am unmuting our last caller right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed when Cheryl's discretion.
Go ahead, David.
Great. David Pilpel. Several points. I liked last week's discussion at the Task Force Compliance and Amendments Committee regarding amendments to the ordinance. I look forward to the summary bullets and the meeting minutes, and I look forward to further discussion to that end. There is a new Brown Act and CEQA Court of Appeals decision that was issued last week called GI Industries versus City of Thousand Oaks. Case number B as in boy 317201. It related to whether invoking a CEQA exemption needed to be part of the agenda for a city council meeting, and the court kind of ruled that it did. I don't think it impacts us much because of Chapter 31 and the notice requirements, in particular in 31.08F. But I thought it was of interest because it involves the Brown Act and CEQA, two of my closest friends. I do think that now would be a good time, particularly in the next few months, or sooner, to advise other policy bodies in the city about whether and how to proceed with hybrid meetings. If the governor has decided that the end of February is going to be the end of COVID, I don't know what the mayor's going to do and what the city's going to do, but I worry that policy bodies may just want to go back to in-person meetings and avoid hybrid meetings, and I think that would be a bad choice. I think hybrid meetings have allowed increased public participation. I don't want to show up at City Hall in person unless I absolutely have to. I think hybrid is the way to go, and you should figure out how to advise other bodies about doing so, what to do so, and how to do so under applicable laws. And finally, did I just understand from a previous speaker that member neighbors passed away in the last week? Did I understand that? Oh my gosh, that is indeed sad and shocking news. My sincere condolences. She, I think, was doing a fine job on this task force, and it just, I guess, shows how mortal we all are. And thanks, how mortal we all are, and how we should take nothing for granted and do all that we can in our short time here. Anyway, thank you very much for listening. That is very sad news. Thanks.
That completes our list of public commenters.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break now? To give Cheryl here a chance to stretch. So let's come back here at 6:42. Cheryl, can you let us know when you're back?
I'm back.
Oh, great. Okay. If everyone could unmute or turn their cams on here so that Cheryl can take a roll call to make sure we're all back.
All right. Ready? Everybody ready for roll call? Okay, we're doing roll call.
Let's try it.
Member Schmidt.
Present.
Okay. Marla Hood.
Aye. Present.
Present. Member Padmanabhan.
Present.
Member Padman. Vice Chair Wong.
Present.
Vice Chair Wong present. Member Stein.
Present.
Present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. Member Highland. Member Highland. Okay. Member Hill absent. Member Wolf. Member Wolf not present. Okay.
It looks like Member Wolf got remuted. I don't know if he did that or if he inadvertently got muted by Victor. Oh, there.
Is he here?
Member Wolf, are you there? I'm not hearing from him. How many are here, Cheryl?
1, 2, 6. We're waiting for Member Wolf and Member Highland.
Well, we have quorums. We can go ahead and continue. And then when they show up, then they can join in. Okay.
Right.
So go ahead and read item number 6, please.
Item number 6, review and consider proposed efficiency edits to the complaint process. Shall I read the preamble?
Sure, go ahead.
The task force initially reviewed this item at its July 6, 2022 regular meeting and passed motions to provide for further consideration of specific changes and edits to its complaint procedures. This item was continued from September 7, 2022, hearing to be heard immediately following public comment. It is.
Thank you, Cheryl. And Complaint Chair Schmidt, I believe that your committee did some votes on this, and it was a split vote, if I recall, a 2-to-1. So what we'll do is have, since it was a split vote, will each of you from the committee go ahead and explain your positions or what you think on this, and then we'll take it from there. If you want to get started.
Sure. Yeah, we had a, well, this was in our committee, let's see, I think it was February, because I had written up a series of proposals initially based on recommendations from members of the public, and that would be Anonymous and Sullivan. And there is a lot of material that doesn't seem to have been put into the attachments. The attachments only contain the most final language that we approved in the complaint committee. The first round where we passed a proposal at the complaint committee, we had 6 items. The 6 items, and I know that I'm just sort of repeating history, but just to remind people of the context, the 6 items were brought to the task force and looked at, and then one was sent to the rules committee, which I believe is the item that's next after this, and 3 were sent to the complaint committee to get more specific word by word language to use to change the processes. And that's what you are seeing here, and that is numbers 1, 4, and 5. And so we've been considering these to be separable, where you can take 1, you could take 2, you can take 3, or all of them. This is these are a set of attempts to attack the backlog. The backlog seems to be my major pet peeve, and I don't know. I know certain people agree with me that it's a big problem. I'm not sure if everyone agrees, but I don't think there's any way that we can not just get deeper and deeper into this backlog, which is already way too deep, unless we make changes. And I think that these are changes that are based on trying to look at the true language of the ordinance that we're supposed to be acting upon, and the true language of the ordinance, which tells us the areas where we are tasked to work, and to hopefully open us up to doing things other than spending huge amounts of our time just on one aspect of our jurisdiction, which is all these complaints, which are swamping us more and more. And this is an attempt to try to reduce the amount of hearing time that's needed to cover, especially complaints that are, a lot of these are fairly routine. So you've got it in front of you. I apologize for any repetition I just made, but that's what this is. I'm done. I certainly, Member Stein, she may have things to add, and I don't want to take away from her opportunity to speak on these. But also, as you said, Chair Yankee, we should hear from Member Wolf, who was the dissenting vote on this last round.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. So I'll give Member Stein an opportunity, then we'll go to Member Wolf.
Okay, I'll just say I also voted in favor of these amendments because I do think we have too large of a backlog, and I do think that it's not inherent in the Sunshine Ordinance that every single case needs to be decided in a full SOTF hearing. And I think, on average, we hear cases at least 2+ number of times, either in a small committee hearing and then in the full task force. And sometimes we hear it more than once in some of those settings. So I did think this is a pretty creative and yet very in line with the ordinance way to try to make some decisions on cases that still has what do I want to call it? Checkpoints, or sort of the ability to kind of walk it back if somebody feels that the decision isn't quite right. We were talking about putting things directly onto consent calendar from a committee, but an individual member could take it off of consent calendar. We're talking about allowing the chair to consider further actions with a case if there seem to be more complicated issues been fully resolved by a committee. And we're also talking about this idea of not having everything go to a proper committee, but allowing a few members chosen randomly and kind of in rotation that would not come near to be a quorum, but to decide if certain, if some cases can be streamlined because of their straightforwardness, or, perhaps there's no disagreement about what happened or the violations that might have occurred. And so rather than having to take these through the protocol that we've been using, finding a way to kind of streamline those processes is something that I am largely in agreement with. So that's why I also voted for it.
Thank you, Member Stein. And so, Member Wolf, I'll let you go ahead and explain your position on these.
Yeah, so, well, there's a few things. One is if this will add, how much additional time will this add to task force members' work? Or does it's not been explained if it removes a certain amount of work, whether it adds to it or anything like that. I've not been able to kind of figure that out just by looking at the process itself. I think that the process should be in some form of either a pilot with a set of, if it passes, it should be a pilot with a certain set of complaints that are agreed upon by the parties to be part of that kind of test, or it should be done in a mock way with a previous already heard complaints where there's already an outcome to see if the process will actually work. This is not tested. It's different than how the task force had been operating prior to 2016. In 2016, a committee could hear a complaint and make a recommendation, but still the full task force had to hear it. And they could either approve it expressly or they could have a full drawn out hearing. The second is, I just want to say this for the record, we're a full body. We're appointed as 11 people, 11 that are come from diverse places by virtue of the descriptions in our seats, And when it comes to determining complaints, I think all parties have the right to have all 11 minds focused on their complaint and their responses to the complaint. That said, that if it's going to be reduced to just 3 task force members, then the clause in here that says if they can agree to a determination, it's not described how that actually operates, and it would have to be the same for the process itself, no matter who hears it. I would feel I don't know. I understand what folks are saying, that this is kind of meant for the easier complaints and whatnot, but not every complaint is straightforward. We know that. So the question then becomes, what does agreement mean? Does agreement mean 2 out of 3, or does it mean consensus, complete consensus without objection, and or without any kind of caveat or condition attached? And I would opt that agreement be by consensus, because the next stop is just the chair, and then the chair has full authority to decide whether to move it to a hearing or to put it on a consent agenda. And then the question is if it gets put on a consent calendar, then do any of the parties have the right to have it pulled and be heard in a full hearing? Usually that's not the case. Usually it has to be a member that pulls it. And if it's deemed that a member can only pull an item from the agenda, then we're creating somewhat of a political environment where one or the other parties might try to petition task force members directly, and that would be inappropriate. I'll stop there. I have other points, but I've spoken enough right now.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. So let's go. I see some hands up, so we'll go to Member Highland, then Vice Chair Wong.
Thank you, Member Highland here. Just to add a little history here for folks, back in 2014, when Chair Allison Washburn was here, we actually reenacted the Complaints Committee. It was dormant at that point. We brought it in to tackle the backlog, which, by the way, was far worse than what we have now, just so you know, there is hope. And in that three-person committee, we ruled on jurisdiction. We did look at the merits of the case. We did make recommendations. And we cut through that backlog. You know, that was, you know, I think the only way we got out of that. I know that, you know, Chair Wolf, as he just stated again here, reversed that a little bit when during his tenure, to not look at the merits of the case, just look at jurisdiction, deem that they're public, maybe do some sorting out, apples to apples, make sure all the information was there, and maybe a recommendation, but no real detail. So, you know, stylistically, there's two different ways we can go here. I think in practice, I remember, I think a lot of petitioners were happy that we moved so quickly on their petition, right? If not a year, 16, 18 months until they get an OD. So I think the benefit side is, you know, as many of the public speakers will tell you, justice delayed is justice denied. If we are able, as a three-person subcommittee, to make a recommendation along with the order determination, just package it all up, send it to the full task force, let them vote on it as presented, you know, almost like a consent item agenda, if you like. And especially if we get the agreement, of the petitioner, that they're happy with the speed that we're proceeding at, that we've done enough in their eyes to get the material, the information that they wanted, I think we've done our job, right? I strongly suggest that you guys consider allowing the complaint committee or any committee that's hearing a complaint committee item to act up until that point. So I've been there, done that. It works. The other thing I want to say, and I'll get more into this when we look at the meat of what's in front of us here, Member Schmidt, question to you. What we see in front of us, you know, the underlined and the strike through, is that from the record? Is that from our administrator's record? Or is that your actual writing that you presented and that was then edited? Because I have to say it's full of repetitions and mistakes, and it's not camera ready the way it is right now. So I think we have to look at that process a little bit better. You know, there's good strike through and editing software and methods out there. We're not doing it. This looks all over the place. So I'll stop there, and happy to get back into that and point out what I'm talking about when we get into the meat of the matter. But those are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Member Highland, just to let you know, I had nothing to do with the drafting of this document.
My question was addressed to Member Schmidt. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Vice Chair Wong next.
Yeah, Vice Chair Wong here. I had a lot of similar concerns to Member Wolf, actually. I think that, you know, one of the worries was the workload for folks. Just first, also, like, how would we manage that rotation and that randomly chosen set of folks? But not only like the workload amongst the folks, but I also had the same concern as Member Wolf, that how do we ensure it's fair and balanced in like who is going to be in that rotation of three folks at any given point in time? You know, as you mentioned, we're all of different minds. We all vote in very different ways at very different times. And so I would be worried about that. Another specific phrase in section C1 that I don't think is prescriptive or specific enough is there's a phrase that talks about a petitioner's file being ready for a decision or deemed ready for a decision. And I don't think there's no kind of description of what that means. There's no kind of specifics around, again, what the consensus needs to be in that case. And I wish that piece was more prescriptive. I also wish this piece about randomly chosen folks and in rotation was more prescriptive. I also had the same question where I understand, members can challenge things being on the consent calendar, but I worry that there's no stipulation for respondents or petitioners to remove something from or to challenge any additions to the consent calendar, and or to challenge the results of the vote on a consent calendar item if their item was added to that. And overall, I think the suggestions remove a lot of our work from being done in the public, and that always worries me, especially given the type of task force we are. And then in terms of saving time, I think you all know I've been trying to do better timekeeping in these meetings, and I haven't been able to really put that into a structured format yet. But I would love to see, in these meetings, where our time is being taken up. So I've been breaking down each of the files that we hear by folks speaking. And so I think, there are creative ways that we can look at some of the things that we do to help with this backlog. And I think I also agree with Member Wolf that I would love to see this, be piloted, and also, be piloted specifically with people who are interested in participating in that pilot. I'd be worried about just going full force with this. So those are my comments and my thoughts.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wong. I don't see hands, so I'll actually add some of my thoughts here too. Broke it down into 3 different proposals, and I kind of have mixed feelings about the first one. I do worry about. It sounds like there might be some type of deliberations or discussions that occur behind the scenes to try to reach a consensus, or between the 3 chosen members. And that concerns me if that's really an open process, and if these are actually somewhat like ad hoc committees who are doing their work outside of the public eye. I think the committee process is very instructive, and I know that hearing from both sides, hearing other members deliberate. I think Member Wolf brought up we all come from different backgrounds, and there's numerous times we'll all come in, reading a complaint and the response and thinking a certain way, and then hearing something that totally challenged my thinking and changing my thought. And so, while I'm not sure that means that every single complaint needs to be heard by the entire task force, I think some type of open process for those for complaints is helpful, even if it's at a committee level. I think to Member Highland's point, I think it's helpful though to perhaps have the committees have a heftier ability to handle these items, where they actually are making more concrete recommendations and maybe even putting things on consent. I think the consent item or the consent calendar is really one of the only ways we're going to get through this backlog. I don't think that we can hear every single case in its full entirety at the task force. Just the math doesn't work. I think we've talked about that before, that the average case, even if it only takes, let's say, 30 minutes, and you find how many open cases we have, if no additional cases come in, we'll be hearing cases for years beyond all of our terms before we even, get the backlog done. So something's going to have to give somewhere. So it's just a question of where. So I like the ideas of the committees having a more robust role and being able to make more concrete recommendations and put things on consent. I'm not sure I'm entirely comfortable with the idea of it being done in a non-public setting where you can't go back and listen to the audio, hear where the respondent or the complainant were able to make their cases verbally, because a lot of people just aren't as articulate in writing, and some people do a better job presenting orally, and for some people it's vice versa. And so I do kind of like that component where people get both the opportunity to submit something written and they can do something orally. Whereas if we move to this, everyone just looks at something in writing, it can be very difficult to get that oral component. And I think that might get lost. And so I would be worried about that. So those are my thoughts on the first one. The second one, I tend to agree with. I think that, maybe tightening up the amount of time for presentations would be helpful. I think it's a totally reasonable recommendation. And I think, anything that needs to get explained that isn't explained in the initial, probably 3 minutes, like it's recommended, can certainly be fleshed out in the Q&A period or the rebuttals. And on the final one, this looks like it's a recommendation dealing with the ability to not have complainants be required to show up for their hearing and to ask that it be heard when they're absent. As a concept, I agree with that. I guess my recommendation to add on to that would be, if we go down that route, I would then want to see that complainants, if they do decide not to come to the hearing, can't turn around and then ask for reconsideration on the matter. So I would want to see that tied to, they relinquish their right for a reconsideration if they don't want to come. Because otherwise what's going to happen is we're going to hear complaints. If the complainant doesn't show up, they're going to potentially not like a certain thing. It doesn't even mean that we ruled in a totally different way, but they may not think upon review that we hit one of the points they want. They file for reconsideration, and a reconsideration takes 2 additional hearings because we have to hear it first if we want to reconsider it, and then we have to hear it again. So in fact, we could end up creating more work for ourselves if we don't get these matters heard the first time. So I'm fine with complainants not showing up, but then I think if they don't want to be part of the process, they can't come in after the fact and say, well, no, I want to redo on it all, which would take even more time than had they shown up initially. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I'll turn it over to the next person. Member
Chair
Highland?
Yankee.
Oh, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Wherever you want to put me.
Oh, that's fine. I didn't know if I saw Member Highland's hand up. I didn't know if it was still up or.
Member Highland, go ahead.
I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, well, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Okay. So 2 things. One is, the backlog that happened in 2014 was a little different. The circumstances were a little different because once they got through the backlog, they hadn't met in like 6 months. That's what created the backlog. So kind of similar to us because of the pandemic. But what's different is the number of complaints that were coming in. The rate of complaints didn't change than prior to that hiatus they had. So once they came up and got through the backlog, they were back to kind of, even keel. They were on their regular kind of schedule. And generally, I think it was probably about 60 or 70 complaints per year. Our backlog is a little different. Our backlog is an actual increase in the number of complaints per year. And the question then becomes, whether it's this process or any other process, will it help us be able to manage that capacity? And can it then even scale if there is even more demand, more complaints beyond what we're receiving now? So my second point is that if we were to rewrite the complaint process, as this is somewhat proposing, and we were to start with 6721E, it basically doesn't require a hearing at the beginning for necessarily anything. It just states that the task force shall inform the petitioner that of its determination, whether the record is public or not. Okay, and that can be that could be just an announcement in a meeting, public meeting, with a public comment section, and there could be any kind of administrative process that can happen that is worked out by the task force. For instance, the Ethics Commission, they have a whole department that does all the investigations, that does all that work, and then the issue, then the determination then comes to the commission. Commission can deliberate on that or not, and then there's public comment. They can make a decision in that kind of way. The 6721E also states that that the petitioner is the one that has the power to request a hearing, and it's very clear, and so then that's another point that could be inserted at this kind of lower level, where there's at the committee level or at the at this 3-person cohort level. If the petition doesn't request a hearing, then there's no need to have one at that point. So I'm wondering if you really want to get down to the core of the operation without further elaborating a whole, extended complaint process. We can just look at those, basic aspects of 6721E and try to figure out a process that works through that, whether it's this process or another process. At least, though, the task force in its whole shall make a determination, no matter how the investigation or discovery is made, to provide the enough evidence to make a determination. The task force, it specifically says the task force shall inform the petitioner of its determination, and I deem that to be all of us. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Any other thoughts, members? I mean, it looks like there were 3 separate proposals brought forward. It sounds like a lot of the comments have revolved around the first one. I'm curious if we want to consider the second and the third that don't necessarily have maybe as much debate around them. And what everyone's thoughts are on those. I think, maybe Member Schmidt could speak a little bit more on the second and third one, which I think are labeled number 4 and 5. But I think number 4, or the second bullet point, if you want to call it that, is mainly just moving the introductory statement from 5 to 3 minutes. Is that correct? Member Schmidt?
No, I think it was to, let's see. It's to eliminate the initial 5 minutes, but to then have anything that you would have said in that 5 minutes be said in the 3 minutes which come after the questions. So it takes out the 10 minutes. It's purely a, well, okay. All of this, to me, it's all not required by law. And so we make the decision, how much are we going to have? And so what this does is it takes out 5 minutes and 5 minutes, and it goes straight to questioning. And then after questioning, it's 3 minutes from each party, which has been called in the past. I know it's called rebuttal. That's the word that's been used.
Mm-hmm.
And so it basically just takes out that 10 minutes.
Okay. And then the third one is about a complainant being able to waive the requirement we currently have in place that they attend the hearings. Is that correct? But preserves it for the
Yes.
respondent.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's basically it says that someone can file a petition, but they don't have to show up to hearings. And if you look at the statute, somebody who asks to, have a determination, it says you can ask for a determination. It doesn't say you have to then sit through multi-hour hearings for 1 to 2 years in the future to participate in order to get that determination. It says you get a determination. And so this means that the public doesn't basically buy into this system that's been created where they have to show up for things. If they just want to say, I want to submit on the papers, send me the determination. It's a very different way of looking at the whole system here, partly from the perspective of members of the public, and not asking them to have to go through these hearings. And if we got a backlog of 180, 200 cases, not asking them to have to go through that process for 12, 18, 24 months. This is a way to get them a fast determination and to not make them be involved in the city hall process if they don't want to be.
All right. Thank you. Members, do we have any thoughts on how we want to proceed on this? Do we want to consider approving any of these? We could, send it back to a committee. We can make amendments. All options are on the table for these. Member LaHood?
I guess I'm sort of echoing some of the things that were said earlier. I think the language needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be clearer. It just needs to be cleaned up a little. It's not exactly clear what's happening in the three sections. As it's hard. Do we want to debate point by point what's going on here? For example, with the 5-minute thing, I could see trimming it down to 3 minutes, but I think it's actually very helpful to hear from the petitioner and the respondent before we start asking questions, because sometimes the paperwork that is submitted is very confusing and I have no idea what's going on. And I think, as Chair Yankee said a few minutes ago, some people are good at speaking, they're explaining the situation, and some people are better at writing about it. And I don't think we should expect that everyone can do both. And I think it's helpful to give both opportunities, because sometimes it's clearer in one format versus the other. And I think it might be difficult not to at least have some sort of opening statement. I'm also slightly concerned about the idea of not having petitioners show up. I think maybe after a first appearance, perhaps they don't have to show up after that, but not having to show up at all concerns me a little bit, because I don't know that we can faithfully represent their interests, kind of for the same reasons, because we're not sure that what they presented in writing the first time, that we're going to interpret it properly. That's all.
Thank you, Member LaHood. Member Highland.
Yeah, so just to answer Member LaHood's concern about the opening statements, I think the chair of the subcommittee can always ask, petitioner, give me a quick 2-minute, give me. Am I correct in thinking it's X, Y, and Z? In other words, that's to the call of the chair. They can always call on them, and then in fairness, give the respondent a couple of minutes to say, would you say that's correct? Is that an accurate portrayal? Okay, let's move on. And you know, that's 3 or 4 minutes rather than 10 minutes, right? Because a lot of the work and a lot of the summaries and the whatnot has already been you know, put together in the documents. You can kind of work out what's going on. I mean, we've done this enough. The more complex ones will take longer, as they should, right? But at least it puts that control and that judgment in the chair's hand. So I like that. I also, you know, I'm going back to when, you know, we're going back 10 years now, when people said, hey, I filed a complaint, I shouldn't have to be there. That's what you guys do, right? And I get that. And we had a change of policy on that 5-6 years ago. I still like them to be there the first time, or at least call in anonymously if they want to, right? Some sort of presence or telepresence, even that would be okay, just to make sure we really are apples to apples and going after what they're after, you know, the document they really want. So I think there should be some requirement, and we can make it as relaxed as we can. And then after that, we should be able to run with the merits of the case, yet still require the respondent to be there to answer everything at each stage. So that would be my position on that piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Highland. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I'm not sure that having, you know, everyone sit through hours and hours of, you know, committee meetings and then our full task force meeting is necessary. But I think there's a real value when there's some presence somewhere to at least put us on the right path. Because like I said, my concern is if we take these oftentimes as they're written and try to figure it out our way and then don't have the participation of the petitioner, we could end up creating even more work for ourselves on the back end with a bunch of reconsideration requests when we get hey, no, you guys totally went off on the wrong tangent on this. This is what I really meant. And now we've just created our double the amount of work it had, is, you know, rather than just having them participate in the front. So I think there's some type of maybe happy medium to find here where it doesn't require such long hours on behalf of people, but still keeps them involved to a helpful extent with the process. All that being said, you know, we've kind of been on this item now for a while, and there are complaints ready to be heard. So I don't want to, to that point, you know, further increase our backlog as a result of these. So,
well, I'm not going to make a motion because I can tell there's not much interest in this. But I will say that I think Member Stein and I, we did really make an effort, and I think maybe our concern about the backlog, it caused us to at least try to find a solution, at least try to distinguish between what the law requires and what people love to have in terms of all the time, you know, all the things, all the bells and whistles that go into the process as it currently exists. I invite other people to try to figure out some way to address what maybe it doesn't seem like a big concern to you, that we're 2.5 years on some of these cases behind. I invite people to try what I clearly is not going to work here, which is my proposal, but try to come up with something to make this a process that adheres more to what the statute requires in order to somehow serve the public better. But no motion for me on any of these.
thank you, Member Schmidt. Member Wolf, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. So, and I just want to commend both Member Schmidt and Member Stein for the work they've done on this, and just clearly, you know, putting all their brain power on trying to figure something out. I appreciate it. It is not an easy task. I hear you. and there's no cookie cutter to go with, so to speak. So it definitely has to be innovative, if not novel. I like the idea that if the petitioner didn't, if they didn't want to show up in person, that they at least could attend by telepresence. I think in our world moving forward, we're not going to be out of the woods here on this virus for some time. So I think that is appropriate. I also am wondering whether it might not behoove to have maybe the respondent not necessarily appear if they don't want to. If they want to present their defense or their response to the complaint in writing, and that's all, they feel that that's sufficient, and they'll take whatever determination we come up with, that's fine. If they're not happy with the result, there's always the reconsideration process if they are able to find new evidence that would change the determination. I think part of this is one of the biggest complaints I think we have about our process is the amount of staff time that is spent, and it's not during business hours, it's after hours. So the question then becomes, they have to get paid overtime or plan their day to come in late that day so that they don't exceed what might be a limit on how many hours they can work a day or a week. The other, I guess the other point I would make is I'm wondering if we could not try to, one of the purpose of creating the consent calendar process, that project catalytic process, was to try to identify all the complaints that are either not controversial or that through that initial form of whether the respondent would respond, whether they feel a hearing is needed or they don't agree with the complaint, or they forgot the word that's used on it, but if they plead no contest or what have you, that we really implement that process. Because I think if we comb through how many there are, 5 or 500 complaints, I think we can find groups of them that are based upon they're the same complaint, like it's all timeliness, or it's like a something missing on the website, or these kind of basic things that come up that are basically pretty easy. And if we can get agreement from the respondents that they either agree that they were in violation or they plead no contest, then we can move those along really fast. And that is where those kind of smaller person meetings can happen as more like a conference with the two parties, or the one petitioner and many parties, or what have you, to make those determinations. Or it could be done in writing. People can be given a questionnaire and say, in your case, in your complaint, do you find, or to the respondent, are you okay if this goes to a consent calendar? I mean, I think that's kind of where things lie today. And I'm wondering if we could start with that before massaging the whole complaint procedure. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf, and then Member Highland, and then I think we're coming up on an hour on this item, so I'm going to try to cut off discussion after that if at all possible. Go ahead, Member Highland.
Okay, just some last thoughts. And first of all, Member Stein and Member Schmidt, the work and the ideas are great, and I would support them, as pretty much as they are here. I think a few others would just like to see the language tidied up, and I'm just wondering, one more pass at cleaning it up. We're probably there. I think, along the lines of what Member Bruce was saying, obviously things that can go to consent calendar, great. That's a great tool that we now have in our possession. We used it, I think, once or twice so far. Hopefully we'll be able to keep using that. I think allowing a subcommittee to hear the merits, make a recommendation, and maybe even up until, proposing an order termination, if we want to go that far, I think will give remedy probably to 90% of what the public wants from us. Quick action, access to the documents, moving on. Thank you very much, right? We could have in place appeals by the complainant if they feel that they want it to be, that they thought we didn't handle it correctly, it wants to go back to the full task force for even more, damages, whatever you want to call it. That's fine. But we could work that language in. But I would support anything in that direction. And then that's referring mostly to Article 4 there. The other two pieces I think are good. The attendance requirements. I think we've kind of just talked and we fleshed out. We'd like the respondent to be there. I think in subcommittee the respondent must be there, and the petitioner at least by telephone. And after that, I think the respondent should continue to be there. Would be my preference, because I don't think we want to give them the escape clause of just sending in something by writing and then just not showing up and not paying it any heed. I could see some departments going that way, and some have tried to do that in the past by not showing up and just saying we stand by our letter, we stand by our letter, we stand by our letter. Right? We have further questions for them. So those would be my thoughts, and I'll close there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Highland. If there's no motion to be made, I'm going to go ahead and move to public comment. So, any motions right now? Going one. All right. So let's go ahead and open up public comment on this item.
Okay, I will go ahead and unmute the next caller. If you would like to make public comment, you can go ahead and raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. I am unmuting the first caller.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, David Pilpel. Hold on, I have to walk and mute something. One moment. Okay, I'm back. It is still David Pilpel. So on this item 6, I wanted to contrast this with item 7. Item 7 was pretty clear with the redlined version of the current, I think they're the current bylaws. For something like this, and I would suggest anything in the future that, particularly if it comes out of committee, should have, if not the current and clean version of changes, should absolutely have the redlined version of either the complaint procedures or the bylaws, whatever is proposed to be amended, as appropriate. It's entirely confusing to at least this member of the public to work through what is still Member Schmidt's language, good, bad, or otherwise as it may be, and to try to interpolate that with the existing language of the complaint procedures or the bylaws. So I think something like this is not great, but is okay at the committee level, but once it gets to the full task force, it really needs to be incorporated into the proposed language, perhaps with a cover memo that explains the proposed change and argues for it on the merits. So I would agree with the concern that this is not ready for prime time. And I probably don't need to weigh in at this point about the item on the merits, because that's not really before you, particularly if you're taking no action to advance this tonight. Thanks for listening.
Okay, I am going to move on to the next caller. Caller has been unmuted.
Sullivan.
You ready, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when I wrote my recommendations, I was really thinking about making time faster for you guys, more efficient. And so when I, for example, I didn't have any idea of committees or subcommittees talking outside of the public. What it was is just members reading the complaint and responding to thing, deciding whether there was jurisdiction, whether there was a violation or records were public, and then writing just that. And then if there was like 3 people that all agreed, or if there was whatever group of people all agreed in those writings, and you can make those writings public, then you could move faster. You could get down to the issues that people disagree about on the membership, on your members. The other thing is I didn't take out the petitioner or the respondent from not agreeing to the process. And what I want to say really, and this is what's really key, is the last clause of 6721E explain the basis for its decision to withhold records requested. Okay, that's so important. That's where you can really narrow it down. You can eliminate that. What you do is you get the record custodian or the respondent to tell you what it is, their decision based on the law, of why they're withholding records or why they did such an action. It has to be something in the law. If they can't come up with that, then they violate it. And if there's some sort of contention, then the complainant can address that, or you guys can decide whether they actually made a correct decision based on the law to withhold the records or violate whatever is the alleged violation. If you do that and you start off with that, you're focusing right in on what is the main core of the problem. So when I'm a respondent and I give my 5 minutes, I feel like I'm shooting in the air, trying to hoping that I'll hit something. Then the the respondent comes after me, takes pot shots, does whatever, and then like way at the end of the hearing, I get 3 minutes to try and come back on every misinformation thing from the respondent to what you guys didn't get. I don't think you got wrong. I got 3 minutes. I don't care about the first opening 5 minutes. It's like I'm just guessing at what you guys don't want or trying to make an issue. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next caller. Caller has been unmuted.
Anonymous number 3, please let me know when I may begin.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. So I had made proposals. It's not really what was in this document, but I think the general issue is that not all complaints require 11 people's brains to be doing something. The law does not require it. The law does not require a public hearing. The law does not require 2 public hearings, which is what every complaint currently receives. It is not just a rule that if 1 meeting is good, 2 meetings are better. Neither the Brown Act nor the Sunshine Ordinance basically turns representative democracy into direct democracy. Having every minutia be in a public meeting is just not required by law, and it's not even, I don't think, an expression of the Sunshine Ordinance that requires that. And I think the pared down version, I think Member Hyland has suggested a pared down version, because I do think there should be some guidance of what a majority of the task force might want to see here. And I think Member Hyland may have described that. And I think it seems like it is, committees do have the power to just recommend an order of determination. And maybe that's as far as a majority of this task force is willing to go. So the committee decides what it is, And because the law allows for it is the complainant who gets a choice whether they want to request a public hearing. If the complainant wants a full task force hearing, they can request one. But otherwise, the committee could just draft an OD and send it to the full task force to be placed on the consent calendar, and that might be enough. Unfortunately, for my own backlog, most of them are not simple cases. They're going to be political, ethical, legal, misconduct alleged or not, and that is what on my backlog is left. They're not simple cases regarding deadlines and stuff. So, thank you very much.
Okay, that completes the list of public commenters for this matter.
Okay, thank you,
Hold
Victor.
on one moment. I had someone just pop up.
Okay.
Oh, whoever's doing that, can you stop blinking your hand so I know if you want to speak or not? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and unmute them.
Warfield here, and I'd appreciate if you'd give a pause so that people who don't realize that they're not on the list can get on the speaker list.
Are you ready, Peter?
Yes, let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association. The goals that you've got, a speedier process and so on, many of the goals are good, getting out from the backlog, but this is a jigsaw puzzle. I'm glad you're not making a motion, but I'm concerned about some of the things that are proposed and that haven't been turned back. I think the real reason you have a growing backlog is because flagrant violations are happening systemically, and you're not enforcing the law strictly on behalf of the public and with clarity and promptly for the public, and that encourages more and more flouting of the law by those who are inclined to do that. I don't think you need to waste committee time to determine jurisdiction. There was a period when complaints could go straight to the task force, and there's usually not. There's very rarely an issue of jurisdiction. So this is a jigsaw puzzle. It doesn't refer to exactly which version of the complaint procedure it's talking about. It doesn't include specific references. The chair mentioned that this had been discussed in January or February, I believe, and the agenda says something else, and I couldn't find that either. I don't see the publicness of decision making, and your basic going against with this, the public need to consider things publicly. And it also depends on reading the material that's been presented, which I think many people think does not consistently happen among all of the members. And that, too, it defeats the ability to come up with a good decision. Above all, what I think is really troubling is that in this number one, there's no mention at all of the timeliness, which is a key part of turning over material. Nothing about timeliness here, only about whether something is has to be turned over under the law. And there's no public input, as far as I can tell, as there should be at any step of the way. And there's the idea that you would cut out, I'm glad to hear the members who spoke up for this, the public needs to be able to be heard and make public for the public to hear what this complaint is about. And certainly the way it stands here is apparently you're going to take 3 minutes from the public and then 3 minutes from the respondent, and then there's no ability to rebut whatever nonsense. Did you say 30 seconds?
7. Got to close it up.
There's no opportunity to rebut whatever it is that the respondent has said, and that's totally wrong. And I think if you were stricter and prompter and more clear about what was the specific action that violated the law and what law was violated and so on, I think doing that would help a lot in cutting down the complaints. It would increase compliance. Thanks very much.
Okay, That now completes the list of speakers.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and I see Member Highland's hand up.
So, Chair Yankee, this item goes where?
Well, if we don't make a motion, I think it doesn't necessarily die. I mean, the planning committee could certainly resubmit if they want to do so or not. I think there was a lot of good discussion that came out of this. And maybe when we get to the next item, that might also lead to some further discussion that might be helpful, since the next item talks a little bit more about just the consent calendar, which I know has come up in these discussions to quite an extent as well. So it doesn't necessarily, the ideas don't necessarily die if we don't make a motion at this point. They remain open, and I leave it to the chair of the complaint committee to handle it as he sees fit. Go ahead.
I'm tempted to make a motion to continue just to keep Schmidt on the hook, but I know.
All right, I'm done. Someone else can take it now.
I sense that, so I'll spare you that. All right, but I think we are in a good thing here, and I particularly liked what Anonymous 3 said about what is and what is not required by the law and the ordinance. So we've got to get creative here. So let's not give up on this. That would be my last thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Highland. Okay, I'll do one last call for a motion. If not, we're going to move on to the next item. Okay, not seeing any motions. So I'm going to go ahead and close this item. Thank you to everyone for their input, and as well to our public commenters. And if anyone wants to take what was said here and come with a edited proposal, then I think that'd be terrific. So I don't want to throw it all on Member Schmidt. I know he and Member Stein did a lot of work on this, and it's certainly appreciated. And I think, if nothing else, we moved the discussion forward. Okay, so Sheriff, you want to go ahead and read the next item?
Item number 7, proposed bylaw amendments, consent calendar. Hearing and consideration of proposed amendments to the Sunshine Task Force bylaws from the Rules Committee regarding the use of a consent calendar.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And unfortunately, this is something that Member Neighbors had worked on as chair of the Rules Committee. I don't know if anyone else was present. I think that was Member Stein and Member Highland, who were members of that committee. Maybe they could speak someone on this.
Yeah, I think I was present, and I voted to move this to the task force. And I think what Member Neighbors was trying to do was just to write the consent calendar process into our bylaws, essentially. And so this was a kind of first stab at trying to do it. But, as is always the case, and we sort of saw with this last resolution, since we're sort of having to do everything in public, it's hard to get a lot of feedback to start with on how to write these things. So this was just an attempt to, have a consent calendar process written into our bylaws. And I think she kept it fairly open, thinking that, the consent calendar might down the road be something that we do want to allow committees to recommend complaints to, not just the process that we have right now. But in any case, this was her language.
Thank you, Member Stein. Member Highland, do you have anything to add?
No, nothing to add to that.
Okay, I'll kind of give my thoughts on this. I think this was, to your point, Member Stein, kind of written in a very, simple way, which I think is a good thing in this, since it doesn't get too much into the details. And I think we've kind of been using the consent calendar idea to a large extent already. And I think it's probably time that we put that somewhere in writing. It looks like, I'm reading on section 6 for setting the agendas. It talks about these are items where both parties acknowledge specific violations have taken place and there's no dispute over substantive facts, or when the respondent pleads no contest. We've seen that happen both in writing, like in the emails beforehand. We've asked respondents to fill out a form that unfortunately they really haven't been doing too much. So I pledge to work with the clerk's office staff to maybe tighten up our notification email that goes out with the initial complaints so that they're more apt to see that as one of the attachments and know that it could be helpful for us because we're just not seeing that returned. But we've also seen it happen in the actual committee level where we have a discussion and kind of it's universal agreement that, yeah, a violation did occur and the committee wants to go ahead and refer it to the consent agenda. And there's no reason to start all the way back at the beginning, I think, in a full task force hearing and rehear the case when there's already universal agreement that a violation happened. So I don't see the language here as really changing any procedure that we're kind of already using, but mainly just kind of memorializes it in writing. So I'm pretty much in favor of moving forward with this, but I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on it.
I just have one quick addendum, which is that in the Rules Committee, we did kind of do a little review of how it's been going with the respondents form, which member neighbors also drafted or kind of spearheaded, I believe. And it seems like about 50% of the new things that are coming in, the new responses, are using that form. And we felt like this is pretty good, especially since a lot of these agencies have been writing responses for many, many years, and it's sort of a change in thinking to use that form. And we have seen a few forms where there just really is no contest of the violations.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense to use a process like this. And then I think this also gives us a good point to start with, that if we want to add on to and change our other procedures to kind of build upon the consent agenda, that we could certainly do sort of further streamline things. I think kind of, getting to the points that Member Highland was raising in the last item. But I think it helps to have this language in the bylaws so that we know that that's now set there, that this is something we can do, and it's there for when there's, right now kind of that universal agreement. So while it's not going to, wouldn't eliminate the entire backlog by any means, I think at least it's something, and I don't think it's something that's all that contentious from what I understand.
I'll make a motion to approve the language that's before us.
Okay, so moved by Member Highland to approve the bylaw amendment changes. Do we have any seconds on that?
I'll second it. Member Wolf, I'll second it, but there needs to be a couple of words added to the end of the Section 6 amendment. At the end, it says, and there's no dispute over substantive facts or when the respondent pleads no contest or admits to noncompliance.
Yeah, that's a good point, because we did out from both options. So
no contest doesn't mean something completely different than an outright admission.
Right. So Member Highland, would you accept that amendment?
Yes, I would accept that amendment.
Okay, so Cheryl,
that's what I wanted to make sure. But the bylaw amendment changes, and I didn't hear what Bruce said.
Okay. All right, so Cheryl, I'm going to reiterate for you. So it's moved by Member Highland, second by Member Wolf, to approve the bylaw amendment changes with the addition of the words or what would you say, Member Wolf, was or no compliance?
Or admission of noncompliance.
Or an admission of noncompliance after the words no contest in Section 6.
Moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Wolf, to approve the bylaw amendment changes with the addition of the words or an admission of noncompliance in Section 6.
Or an admission of noncompliance.
Yeah.
After the words no contest in item number Section 6. Okay. So that is the motion. Any further discussion on that before we open up to public comment? Okay, not seen any. So let's go ahead and open this up to public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and unmute our first caller at this time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. David Pilpel again. As I said on the previous item, this item lays out in marked revisions what the changes are. It's a little hard to read somehow the way the item was scanned. The new underlined language is a bit fuzzy and a little hard to read, but I got through it. I have no concerns or objections to the proposed changes in Section 6. I do have an important concern about the proposed language in Section 10. The way I read it, the consent calendar would remain as a block unless a member of this task force wants to sever an item and have it be considered separately. I think, and consistent with the way consent calendars work at other city bodies, it shouldn't just be a member of the body, but it could be the complainant, the respondent, or a member of the public should also be able to pull an item from the consent calendar. And if an item is considered separately, I don't think it needs to have the same full-blown level of hearing as an item that you're just hearing initially on the merits. Someone might pull an item from the consent calendar simply to report that since the item was at a committee, that new facts or circumstances have come up. So the respondent department might say, hey, we've actually provided the records and we just wanted the task force to be aware of that. Or the complainant might say, hey, I've gotten the records, or this thing has changed. Or a member of the public might, Mr. Warfield or anyone else might have something to offer that's germane to that item and not generic to the entire consent calendar. And to limit members of the public to 2 or 3 minutes on the entire consent calendar, which could include 15 different items, I'm not suggesting that each item should be pulled, but if someone has something useful to say on an item, they should be able to pull that item. This is really no different from the Board of Supervisors, the MTA, the PUC, any number of city boards and commissions that use consent calendars to work through a number of items. They all have the opportunity where public comment is allowed for a member of the public or a party to a matter to request that an item on a consent calendar be removed, not just a member of the policy body. That's my thought. Do with that what you will. I also think that this is something that you can try, as I think Member Wolf or someone suggested. You can try this for 6 months or any period of time, see how it goes, and to the extent that it needs to be tweaked, tweak it. This is not a permanent change. This is just another change and open to review and improvement. Thanks for listening.
Okay, moving on to the next caller. Caller has been unmuted.
Anonymous number 3, please let me know when I may begin.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. First, absolutely support the motion. I've been in favor of this kind of thing for a long time. I agree with the first and third parts of what Mr. Pilpel said. I think on the second part, I may have some disagreement. I am not aware that at the Board of Supervisors, a member of the public can cause something to be removed from the consent calendar. I don't go really anywhere other than SOTF. So I'm not aware of that. And if that is possible, that literally anyone can remove things from the consent calendar just by their own comment, I think instead it is incumbent on you all to be very cognizant of the interests that you are protecting, the public access interests. And if you hear public comment asking things to be pulled, I would urge you to do so. I do think the word needs to be affirm, not admit, because that's the word you use in your letters. And I would say this thing that you're about to approve does not require a respondent to be in agreement with a complainant in order for it to go on the consent calendar. You say such as. So if a committee wants to put something else on the consent calendar, sometimes respondents never admit anything. and some respondents are advised to do so by legal counsel. And even so, you'll see an obvious case at committee, you should still put it through on the consent calendar. And you are not limited by this bylaw change to only put things that are agreed to by the respondent. And I think that is the way it should be. This is the one way to make your process more efficient. If 3 people on the committee or 2 out of 3 agree, and then none of you wants to pull it, that's unanimous, right? At the full task force, why have more discussion? I don't see what the point would be. Because that's a unanimous vote of you all in favor of whatever the recommendation was from a committee, or I guess a chair also in this case. So please approve this, but tweak the word to maybe use affirm, because that's the word you use, not admit. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our next caller.
Warfield here.
Give us one moment. Cheryl, at your...
Yeah, just a second. Peter, you ready?
Just let me know when to begin.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170-544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. As somebody who has had a committee hearing, complaint committee hearing, and now a recommendation, as far as I know, to go on a consent calendar, I can say that there was a gigantic lack of process as far as I'm concerned. The full task force, as one of the members has said, I think Mr. Wolf, there was no consideration by the other 8 presumed members. And, for example, the library was not asked in its boilerplate request, nor even in the follow-up request, to deal with what happened with respect to the timeliness. I think this is a free pass, cheaper by the dozen. This will encourage people, given your weakness with enforcement and follow-up, this will make it real easy. Okay, we admit we done wrong. And then what's the consequence? Apparently nothing. Many of your orders of determination have no requirement to do anything different, to cure any problem, and there's no effort, as far as I can tell, to understand what did the library do, including if their violation might have been willful based on a repeat, based on the record of past violations, or based on what happened at this particular time. What was confusing to them about an immediate disclosure request or a Prop G calendar, both of which have been on the law books for more than 20 years, and they have access to hot and cold running city attorneys for their whole process? Why and in what way did they violate, for example, immediate disclosure? Did they have to have that Prop G calendar immediately on request? Did they have to have it on the second day? Did they have to have part of it? Does redaction, which they threw in at the last minute when there was a little bit of probing about the lateness, is redaction considered part of violating immediate disclosure requests and a Prop G calendar requirement? What is that? What is the requirement of the law even on when a Prop G calendar has to come due and be presented to the public? This enables, what do you say?
30 seconds.
This enables flagrant violations without any serious probing of what happened and any opportunity for the public to counter anything that was said by the respondent unless they're asked specifically by some member in that committee. This is not proper process. This is not fair, and it certainly should have the member of the public able to say, no, I don't want a consent calendar. Please give me the hearing that I've requested. Thank you very much.
Okay, just double checking for any last minute public commenters. If you want to raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise indicate through the application to raise your hand. I'm not seeing any additional callers at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And I think I see member Wolf's hand, or maybe not.
Yeah, no, you got it.
Okay.
I didn't scroll down far enough to see that there was another amendment in here. I guess it's okay for it to be in the bylaws. I kind of think these things belong in the complaint procedure, but it's okay. Yeah, I agree. I think that either of the parties could make a request to have the item removed. I'm concerned that if it's only the task force members, that there will be some behind the scenes politics that will come through with parties contacting task force members directly. And I'm uncomfortable with that. I'd rather be it more open. Though, if we wanted to stand hard and fast on this, the way it is, then I think the reconsideration procedure needs to be a little more lenient than just new evidence. Because if the way the determination was made internally within the task force was not necessarily correct, I mean, there have been times where sometimes we don't get it right, because of some complication or whatnot. I think there needs to be maybe some adjustment to the reconsideration procedure then. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I guess I'll share my own thoughts on that. If I worry too much if we open it up to things coming on and off the consent agenda, number one, it's going to be very difficult for our administrator to keep track of that. And number two, I'm not sure it serves much of a purpose at that point if things are going on and back off. I mean, presumably the only way that things would end up on this consent agenda is either number one, that at least is the way things stand right now, that the respondent comes back and says, we affirm or admit, whatever word you want to use, that, these violations, which the, petitioner already put in writing. And so that's pretty clear cut. And the second, time we would see this would be where there's a committee hearing, where there already is a hearing and the parties are there and they, hear it in front of the committee, and the committee, for whatever reason, decides that the consent agenda is the proper place. So there is already a hearing in that regard as well. So if it's coming to the task force and then at that point people are pulling things back off, it aside from the members, obviously, I think the members, if anyone's uncomfortable with it, should have the ability. But if the committee had already done its work and packaged this up and sent it to the full task force, only to see it pulled back apart, I'm not sure that this really is a time saver then. So I'd really only be in favor of this the way it's written. If we're going to loosen it up, then I'm not sure all we're doing is creating more administrative work. Member Stein?
Yeah, and I would agree basically with that perspective, and just remind people again that the public, members of the public will have an opportunity to comment on whether they think we got it right or wrong. And after that comment, we can still pull an item off as a member of the task force if we think that the way that it was placed on the consent calendar or what it's requesting is insufficient.
Mr. Chair, I have now I've got more concerns about this, because if you had a consent calendar, it was 50 items and you only give 3 minutes for people to respond to it. And there are 25 different items they have concerns about.
I'm sorry.
That's
point of order. Chair, I made the motion. I'm not changing it. I think this discussion should be continued another time. We've got to get to our other matters. I think we're going down a rabbit hole here. So
I object. Then I rescind my second.
Okay. So Member Wolf has rescinded his second. Is there another member who would like to second this?
This is Member Stein. I will second this.
Okay. So moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Stein. Okay. Are we ready for a vote on this?
Can we have the motion read one more time?
Oh, sure. It's a great idea, Member Lehead.
Good idea.
Cheryl, can you reread the motion?
Yeah. Moved by member Highland, seconded by member Stein to approve the bylaw amendment changes with the addition of the words or an admission of noncompliance in section 6. Did I forget something?
That's it. Perfect.
All right.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote then. Are you a sub member LaHood? Okay, great. All right, let's move to a vote then.
Just a point of clarification. Does this include section 10?
It's as it was presented, yes.
But we just heard the motion being read back that it was just section 6.
No, that was the addition of those words to section 6. It's the approval of the bylaw amendments with the addition of that wording to section 6.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, and member Stein is still doing the second, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
Member Highland.
All right.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Member Wolf, no. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Hill, absent. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 in favor.
And then 1 no and 1 absent?
No and 1 absent, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just a question. Does this now supersede the previous consent calendar process that we've had in place?
This just writes that into the bylaws. What we wrote. I'm not sure it conflicts or supersedes anything. The
thank you.
Prior consent calendar process was always presented as a pilot program. So this just memorializes it in the bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to the next item.
Wait just a second. Item number 8, file number 22013, hearing regarding request for reconsideration of complaint 22013.
Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. And let's just make sure we have both the respondent and the petitioner here. It looks like we do. I see their hands raised. So Victor could.
I am going to, sorry, I started to speak. I made the parties who had their hands raised panelists, so they have control over their own mics. Is there anybody else who's a participant in this matter? You can raise your hand by hitting *3 or otherwise indicating you are raising your hand.
This is Judy Huang, present.
Okay. And then we had Mr. Steinberg, I believe.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll give a brief summary of how this is going to work, and then we'll get started. So this is a hearing to request for reconsideration. This is not a rehearing of the matter. This is your opportunity to present new information that you believe should, compel us to have a new hearing for this matter. So this should be limited to any new items that were not initially presented at the initial hearing, and then the task force will vote on whether or not we should actually have a reconsideration of this matter. If we vote in favor of that, it'll be scheduled for an upcoming calendar or an agenda. We'll put it on there. Basically, start where we left off, basically with the vote that we took before being rescinded on this matter. So that's how this process works. So this should be a pretty brief presentation. Again, please only focus on any new information. This is not a rehashing of what we already talked about. So with that said, I'll give 5 minutes for each side, but I'm suspecting it probably shouldn't take that amount of time. There are no rebuttals in this portion. That's how this process will work. So I will turn it over to Cheryl to let the petitioner know when you're ready.
Mr. Huang, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir.
The petition for reconsideration is based on the ground that the determination was not justified by the evidence. I'll use the new information in the second attachment and present my reasoning. The carrier in the determination reads, the record will be public if it existed. This carrier implies SOTF agreed that the requested information would satisfy CPI's definition of public records in all aspects, but excluded it because it does not currently exist. SOTF narrow construing of public record does not align with California Constitution Article 1, Section 3, Subdivision B2. The summary of California Public Record Act by Attorney General Office reads, a writing includes all forms of recorded information that currently exists or that may exist in the future. This definition is on page 119 of the second attachment. Because both types of information qualify as writing and can potentially be public records, we can tell that whether the information falls within the meaning of public records not determined by whether the information currently exists. Let's discover the determinant factor contemplated by the legislature from existing legal cases. Courts have generally concluded that records related to public business are subject to disclosure if they are in an agency's actual or constructive possession. An agency has constructive possession of a record if it has the right to control them. The contractual relation of a public agency and its private consultant is also important in determining the agency's duty of disclosure. We can find this core conclusion on pages 2 and 28 of the second attachment. The reference cases are distinguishable in fact. Still, they do not support the basis of SOTF finding that whether the information currently exists may determine whether the information is a public record. Instead, the core conclusion indicates the determining factor to be actual or constructive possession and contractual relations. Based on the unambiguous contractual language between the contractor and the city has the ownership interest of the requested information and had the right to possess and control it, even though it did not enforce its contractual right. Because the city has the right to control the information, it has constructive possession. And because of the information is of constructive possession of the city, it is a public record. Last but not least, the non-existent statement of the information does not hold. Please be mindful that the requested information is the installation method. It's evidence that the contractor completed the installation and must have used one method to get it done. The way the contractor installed the piling is the method. The procedure the contractor has used is the method. In other words, the fact that the contractor completed the installation proves the existence of an installation method. In summary, here are the two undeniable facts. One, the requested installation method existed because the contractor used it to complete the installation. Two, the information is of constructive possession of the city because it has the contractual right to control it. These two facts do not justify SOTF's finding and determination. The on-site workers are human beings. They cautiously do their work following processes, just like the complaint process we are following now. Because the work is done, it is a logical fallacy to claim that the method associated with work does not exist. I'm confident that this reasoning is compelling and reconsideration is warranted. Thank you very much for letting me be heard.
Okay, thank you. And then Cheryl, when you're ready, can you let Mr. Steinberg know?
David, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Yankee and members of the task force. My name is David Steinberg, and I'm custodian of records for San Francisco Public Works. According to Sunshine Ordinance Task Force rules, reconsideration may be granted, quote, only if information exists that was not available at the time of the hearing, end quote. Mr. Wang states in his request for reconsideration that this information is new because I had not been aware of or presented it, nor was it discovered. The fact that Mr. Wang wasn't aware of the information he refers to does not change the fact that it was available at the time of the decision, which means under your rules, you must deny his request for reconsideration. If you grant Mr. Wang's request, you're saying that any petitioner can get a second bite of the apple just because they did a poor job presenting their initial case. But even if you vote to grant reconsideration in violation of your own rules, the facts of the case don't change. The definition Mr. Huang quotes from CPRA merely states that a document created by a government entity is a record. It's a record if it was created yesterday. It's a record if it's created today, and it's a record if it's created tomorrow. No one disputes that. But the record Mr. Huang wants doesn't exist, and nothing in the law compels any agency to create one in response to a request. I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Okay, members, this matters with us now. So if you have questions, now's the time to ask. Or we can move right into deliberations if there are no questions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Member Wolf. Is there a written statement from the petitioner requesting the reconsideration that outlines their case here? And if so, where can I find it?
I think it's on page 694. This is Member Stein. It was not at the front of the packet, but it was buried.
Is that, Member Stein, is that in the first or second part? I know I'd seen it when it came in, but I don't know where it made it.
694. So I have to go and look. Let's see.
Two.
It's probably part two, because
he referenced it before he started talking part two.
This is Member Padmanabhan. It's towards the end of the file.
which one? Part one or part two?
I think it might be part one. Well, let me.
Oh, part one here.
Yes.
You said 692?
694.
That's what I have in my notes anyway. Yeah, I see it. It's an email that starts out, Dear Ms. Leger, I'm writing to request a reconsideration.
Okay. That needs to be at the top here. I had no way. I have no way to prepare to come into this.
Chair Yankee, I have a question for Mr. Steinberg.
Yes, go ahead, Member Padmanabhan.
Mr. Steinberg, we heard from Mr. Huang about constructive possession of records. Do you believe that you have constructive possession of the records that Mr. Huang is looking for?
Yes and no. We were directed by the task force to contact the contractor and ask. We did not have the document that Mr. Wang asked for. We went to the contractor and we said, "Do you have this?" And they responded and said, "We don't have it. It doesn't exist." And we sent a copy of that, both our letter to the contractor and the response. We sent it to the task force, and if you gave me about 10 minutes, I could probably find it in the packet. But we don't deny that any of the documents that the contractor may have, we would have constructive possession of, but the document does not exist.
These same calculations that Mr. Huang is requesting, have you come across them in other projects?
I have not, and unfortunately, the engineer who Ray Louis, who was at the previous task force meeting, is not here today. But he has stated that such calculations. He's never seen them in however many years he's been working for the city and as an engineer. He doesn't believe that anyone does that type of calculation. I think at one point he said that it can't really be done. But again, that's, I don't want to re-argue the merits of the case, but
I believe we talked about this earlier too.
yeah. But as I said, no, in terms of constructive possession, which Mr. Wang was talking about, we don't dispute that we would have constructive possession of any documents that they have as part of the contract, but we did ask them for it. They did say they don't have it, and we communicated that back to the task force and to Mr. Wang.
I want to emphasize a point I made during the presentation earlier.
Mr. Wang, you can't just jump in, okay? You had your time. If we have a question directed to you, we will direct it to you. Okay, go ahead, Member Padmanabhan.
Actually, I'd be interested to hear what Mr. Wong says.
Okay.
Yeah. So far, Public Works keep misleading the task force by saying that the document doesn't exist. The information I requested is the installation method that's required by the contract. Apparently, before I read the contract, I didn't know that the term used in the contract is called installation method, so I call it calculation to support the installation, or to design the construction and installation. That's referred to the item in the contract, which is called the installation method. And as I said, you do something, you must use one method. We go through this complaint, we have a complaint method, complaint process. If the work has been done, the method exists. You cannot say that I did something, but I don't have a method. If you've done something, there's a method.
We went through this, Mr. Wong. We went through this when we kind of adjudicated the case. I'm looking more at what you've provided us this time, which is you've given us a definition of constructive possession of the records and the nature of
that. Yeah. So if the installation method exists, for example, it's communicated to the workers verbally, then it's part of the possessions in the possession of the contractor, and in turn, the Public Works will have constructive possession.
Okay, thank you.
Are you all set, Member Padmanabhan? Okay.
I am.
All right, great, thank you. So I'm going to move on to Member Wolf.
Yeah, a question for the petitioner. Do you believe that the information exists, whether it's in writing or not? And if so, where would that information, or who would have that information?
Right. So I understand by writing, you're not referring to the writing as defined by CPI, but something in the format of something in written format, right? I don't know whether there's the method is in documents or just in text message, voice, or even telephone phone call. But say the worker there just go ahead and this is not something simple. They need to insert the strip piling, excavate it, use a hammer to insert into the ground. So this is not something just go ahead and say something. It must follow a process. And this is what I'm after. I want to inspect this method and criticize it. And because the work has done, the method must have existed. It's not valid to say that, well, the method does not exist, but I get the work done. So to answer your question, I don't know what exactly format it is. And that's why I've been, we have been going through this rabbit hole, and DPW has not been transparent providing the information.
Did you have additional questions, Member Wolf?
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, members, any Member Highland, go ahead.
Mr. Wong, not that this really matters, but I'm trying to get to the heart of what you're going to do with this information once you get it. If, as I suspect, there was an adjacent property which you sense has been damaged, and you want to find some written evidence to show that work was done incorrectly, then we can't help you, right? And we've been saying that from the beginning. That document, that smoking gun, does not exist, and we're pretty comfortable with that determination at this point. I would say you might have recourse, through the legal system, and they might be able to compel that contractor to appear before the court and say, I did it using this method or that method, or here are my calculations, or I did it off the back of an envelope, or whatever it was. We can't do that, unfortunately. So, much as we'd love to, that's not in our purview. And unfortunately, your reconsideration doesn't compel me to say, okay, well, actually, that document does exist now. So now let's rehash this. So I'm unfortunately, the position is from day one. We can't compel things that don't exist in record form. You
That's
might have
the
other
point of
avenues.
argument.
Yeah.
You have been using the word document, but I refer to the term method.
Well, method doesn't fall in our purview.
I don't understand that. This is in the contract. And I'm looking for information. I disagree that information is not falling into a curfew, but only document is. This is not consistent with the Sunshine Ordinance.
Public record.
Yes, this is a public record. Public record could be any format. It doesn't have to be written. It can be in format of voice, telephone, image, things like that. It doesn't have to be in something in a document. So you have been, again, narrowly construed public record.
We're convinced that public record doesn't exist. Okay, that hasn't changed for me. Now, I am moved by argument that they must have used a method to execute it, right? That function. But I don't think we can get that for you.
I'm not asking you get it for me. That's not the purpose of this. But we need to follow what the code says. The code does not narrow down information as only those that's written, and your conclusion that this information does not exist is logically incorrect.
Mr. Wang, you're re-arguing the original merits of the case. There's nothing new here, unfortunately, for me. I think you have to go through a different legal system to get what you need. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Highland. Yeah, I want to remind everyone this is purely on whether or not there's new information that wasn't available, not to rehash or to re-adjudicate, our previous decision. And I'm personally not seeing any real presentation of new material. There might be a disagreement.
I did present new material.
Excuse me, Mr. Wong. This is not.
Well, this has happened last time when someone said this doesn't exist. It doesn't allow any rebuttal.
Mr. Wong, that was not a question. This is me deliberating amongst the members. Okay, thank you. So I'm inclined to agree with Member Highland. I don't see a presentation of new materials here, which is what this has to, what this particular hearing has to focus on. So that's where I'm at with this. Other folks? Member Han, was that maybe a motion there in the making?
If no motion is made, then it's tabled, correct?
We could either make a motion not to grant reconsideration, or we could, if no motion is made, it would go that way as well.
No motion.
Well, there has to be a motion. We have to have an action.
Member Wolf, did you have comments? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did. We have to have a motion whether to grant the reconsideration or not. That's without a doubt. On other notes, the CPRA does not, or the Sunshine Ordinance does not demand for parties, let's say respondents, to create any documents. If there is information that is available, and that information, the ordinance and the CPRA is more about information that currently exists. Now, if the information exists, but it's not in a tangible medium, it's not in a computer or a database, or it's not in a recording or some sort of tangible medium, if it's in somebody's head, but it is part of some other process or some required under some other law, and that law requires them to put it in writing, well, that's one thing. So the question then becomes, does the information exist? And I've not heard, all I've heard out of this is there's somebody told somebody to do something during a project, and that should have been documented. Well, that requirement is not a CPRA issue. The CPRA issue is if somebody has a document or a record or information, they must disclose it. So I don't, that's the gist of it. The other part I want to mention was something that Mr. Steinberg mentioned, that it can't be compelled to create a record. That's not true. Okay, the ordinance does not state it that way. It states that you can't create something that like create a whole database based upon a question somebody is asking about that require a certain amount of analysis. But if there is information that existed in an existing database, so to speak, printing out the information, even parsing it based upon a search, that's allowed. That's not prohibited. That's not a new document. So that there's a distinction there. So I'm also not compelled, because the requirement for the whatever happened to be documented is probably under some other law, where some other agency or department has jurisdiction or oversight or enforcement to assure that those documents are created, or some record is created. Now, if it was supposed to be created and it wasn't, that's really upon that other agency and department to make sure that happens. But if there is no document that exists, and that's what's presented to us, there's no document. There's nothing. We can't compel it to be produced if the information is not presented. If there's no evidence that the information exists. So that's kind of where I stand. It's a rough point, but I don't see that there's enough here for reconsideration. And I agree with Member Highland that I think a more litigious or legal venue is probably more in order for this, especially if this involves state law.
Okay, thank you.
I'll
I
stop
want
there.
to keep this moving along here. I see Member Highland. I just have let me call on Member Vice Chair Wong first. She had her hand up for a while.
I'd like to make a motion that we do not grant the reconsideration due to the lack of new evidence.
Okay, so moved by Vice Chair Wong to not grant reconsideration based on a lack of new evidence.
Second by Member Highland.
Okay, seconded by Member Highland.
Okay, moving on to public comment at the discretion of the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I did just mute someone because I think I may have left their mic open. So I'm going to start from the top of my list and unmute the first caller.
Sullivan.
You ready, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, this isn't going to change anything about the motion, but I do want to point, I agree with what Member Wolf says all the way. And it says 26.721A says every person, so it doesn't even have to be a contractor, having custody of any public record or public information. There wouldn't be an or public information if public records was the only thing. Up in the definitions, public information shall mean the content of public records as defined in the Public Records Act, whether provided in documentary form or in an oral communication. So if they were told orally that these contractors, then that is public information. And this is like the plus side of the Sunshine Ordinance, adding on to the to what the California Public Records Act is. Thank you for your time.
Okay, moving on to the next one. The caller has been unmuted.
Anonymous number 3, please.
Hang on. You ready, sir?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wanted to 100% agree with Mr. Sullivan. The Sunshine Ordinance does go beyond the Public Records Act. It does include this specially defined term, public information, which is defined to not only be documentary or tangible, as Member Wolf stated, but also in oral form. The city may not like it, but it is the law. It may be hard to deal with, but it is the law. And also, I wanted to I also wanted to agree that writing is extremely broadly defined, and it has actually been even more broadly defined. We discussed this in the metadata cases. If you go to San Gabriel Tribune versus Superior Court, the definition, quote, the definition is intended to cover every conceivable kind of record that is involved in the governmental process and will pertain to any new form of record-keeping instrument as it is developed. Only purely personal information unrelated to conduct of public business could be considered exempt from this definition, such as a shopping list. And so anything that is in the possession, or because of certain court cases that you have discussed previously in the Green Benefits District cases, are in the constructive possession of the government. It doesn't matter if it's in a database, you have to query it, it doesn't matter, text message, what it is. If that information somewhere is in the constructive possession of the government and it is about the conduct of public business, it must be turned over. I don't think it'll change the motion, but I wanted to agree with the very broad definitions raised by Member Wolf and Mr. Sullivan. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to our next caller. Caller has been unmuted.
Your name, please, caller.
Okay, we're not getting a response from this caller at this time. Just giving them one more chance, but while I'm waiting, if there's anybody else who would like to provide public comment, you can raise your hand at this time by pressing *3 or otherwise raising your hand through the application. Okay, this caller number 6 or caller that I've just unmuted is not responding, so they may not be attending the line at this time. I believe we can close public comment.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment then.
Chair Yankee, can I make a very quick non-substantive in some ways note?
Unless
I'm not allowed to, never mind.
This really isn't the time for that.
No, I know.
Okay. All right, members, are we ready to vote? Okay, not seeing any objection to that, we'll go ahead and take the roll. Cheryl, when you're ready, please.
Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. One absent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. 8 in
Okay.
favor.
Thank you, everyone, for coming to this hearing. Okay, and Chair, when you're ready, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 9.
Item number 9, file number 21109, hearing regarding request for reconsideration of complaint 18086. Complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.14 by failing to allow video and audio recording, filming, and still photography of a policy body. On September 28, 2021, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to find jurisdiction based on their understanding of the role of Public Works and recommended a reconsideration hearing of the complaint by the task force.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Let's make sure that we have the parties here. So I think it was Mr. Sullivan. I believe I heard his voice earlier. He could raise his hand. Okay. So it looks like we have Mr. Sullivan. And then Mr. Steinberg, are you sticking around for this one?
Yeah, I'm here, although the complaint was against the Green Benefit Formation District, not against Public Works, but I'm here to speak.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, so members, this is actually a complaint that was heard, I think actually several years ago. It's from 2018. The one distinction I wanted to point out with this one, if anyone went back and looked at it who wasn't here on the task force at the time, is this actually never made its way to the full hearing. Well, I mean, it made its way to the full task force, but we never considered the full merits because there was a vote on whether or not the task force had jurisdiction on this matter. The task force did not find jurisdiction on the matter, so that's where this ended. So there was never really a hearing on the merits, so we're still, this is going to be a reconsideration of the question of jurisdiction. If we find we do have jurisdiction, then we would go ahead and move on to the full hearing on it. So all that said, it looks like this last was with compliance and amendments. I know it's been quite some time, so I don't know if Chair LaHood, you could fill us in on what you guys heard there.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say, because this sort of came up in the previous item, but I think it's a little bit different here because in that situation, it was whether something existed at all. Mr. Sullivan came back to us with additional information. Now, I know Mr. Steinberg said in the last item, well, you know, he could have, if a petitioner could have had that information before, then they had their chance. But in our consideration of this at a compliance and amendments, we think the benefit of the doubt should be with the petitioner, and we can't expect our petitioners to be prepared like professional attorneys the first time that they come in. Mr. Sullivan found additional information and additional case law that he feels as though supports his argument, and he did not have access to it the first time. It's not that it didn't exist, but it wasn't something that was readily available to him or that he was likely to find on his own as someone just starting out with this. So we think he deserves we think that the task force should hear the information that he would like to present on this matter to argue that we do in fact have jurisdiction. So that's all I will say.
Sounds good, Chair LaHood. Okay, so the way that this is going to work, same way as we did with the last one. So we'll have Mr. Sullivan, you'll have 5 minutes. Again, please focus on specifically the new information. This isn't a total rehashing of the jurisdictional question, but more of why you feel, what this new information is and why you feel it should merit a reconsideration. I'm not sure we have anyone here from the Mission Dolores Green Benefit District Formation Committee. My understanding is it was citizen-led and it was disbanded years ago, but it looks like Mr. Steinberg's here and can speak on behalf of that side when we get to it. So, Cheryl, when you're ready for Mr. Sullivan, please let him know.
Mr. Sullivan?
A point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is Member Wolf. Am I correct that the request for reconsideration is on page 717.
Let's see.
Member Wolf, that's what I see.
Okay.
All right, that was Member Wolf.
Again, this needs to be at the top of the file.
Yeah, Cheryl, for future note, can you, when we have requests for reconsideration, let's make sure that we scan that everything pertinent to the reconsideration right at the top, so we know what we're going in with.
All right.
Okay. All right. So when you're ready for Mr. Sullivan, please go ahead.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I have submitted a lot of new information for reconsideration on jurisdiction. First, I want to correct some misinformation that was said by members at the last compliance hearing on this reconsideration. Epstein versus Hollywood Entertainment District 2 Business Improvement District opinion is not a Superior Court of LA opinion. It is a Court of Appeals opinion, reversing the lower court and affirming that these benefit district formation groups are covered under the Brown Act. After the respondent lost, their petition was reviewed. They petitioned for review by the California Supreme Court and was denied on June 13, 2001, allowing this well-written opinion to stand. Another misstatement: if the benefit district was being set up by the local Chamber of Commerce. This is incorrect. The Properties Owners Association was stated in the beginning and is referred to the POA throughout the opinion. All these facts are present in the opinion submitted. Only a city or property owners can create any type of benefit district, including a green benefit district. In Epstein, the court interpreted the requirement of a private entity being created by a legislative body very broadly. The court found that it was sufficient that the city have played some role in bringing the private entity into existence by calling for the creation of the entity, even if it was not actually created itself. This follows International Longshoremen's Warehouse Union versus Los Angeles Export Terminal Incorporated opinion. In Epstein, it is important to note that the POA did not receive any city money or have any city hired contractor to help them in setting up the new benefit district, like happened here with Mission Dolores. The POA claimed that they were just a private entity structured by local property owners themselves from the outset to be administered by the nonprofit formed by the owners themselves, and that they were just using the levers of law created by the legislative bodies to create a benefit district. The same claim by Mission Dolores. The San Francisco city actively participates in creating benefit districts and created the GBD ordinance using state laws and district laws, making it easier. From the opinion, to turn a blind eye to such a subterfuge that allow city and potentially any other elected legislative body in the future to circumvent the requirements of the Brown Act, a statutory scheme designed to protect the public's interest in open government. This we will not do. Really important. This contention misses from the opinion. This contention misses the point. The fact that local property owners who wanted the city to create a bid were involved in the structuring of the bid and the structuring of the POA to run the bid does not mean the city did not play a role in bringing the POA into existence. A bid cannot be created by private individuals. Private individuals do not have the power to authorize tax assessments or to create tax liens. Thus, a public entity must be involved in the creation of any bid, no matter how, when, or by whom the idea and future structure of the bid to be was initiated and pursued. The court also noted, needless to say, if local businessmen wanted to form property owners associations to try and improve their local community, they are free to do so. They may hold their meetings in secret by invitation only, or may invite the general public, limited by whatever laws, if any, are applicable to such groups. However, participation in such purely private, purely voluntary organizations differ dramatically from participation in a bid. For example, membership in a private business owners organization is voluntary and presumably can be terminated at will. In contrast, membership in a bid may be involuntary for majority property owners within the bid And once the bid is created, membership lasts for at least 5 years and cannot be voluntarily terminated by individual members. Important to note, the Brown Act only defines
30
legislative
seconds.
bodies. The Brown Act only defines legislative bodies. It does not have added sunshine ordinance passive meeting bodies. So the property owner benefit district formations organizations can only be considered a policy body under the sunshine. I also submitted this type of transparency was further upheld in Anna Von Herman, Superior Court 2022. So if you want new information, there's that too. The State Appeals Court holds that transparency
Your time is up,
extends
Mr.
to
Sullivan.
third-party contractors. Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And please let Mr. Steinberg know when you're ready for him to respond to this.
David, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, good evening, Chair Yankee and members of the task force. My name is still David Steinberg, and I am custodian of records for San Francisco Public Works. Public Works was not a party to this complaint, but we have been involved in green benefit districts in San Francisco and are familiar with the issues of this case. The entity that was named in the complaint was neither a city agency nor created by the city, and in fact, as the chair mentioned, no longer exists. This case is much like the last, and all due respect to Member LaHood, according to SOTF rules, reconsideration may only be granted, quote, if information exists that was not available at the time of the hearing. All the information Mr. Sullivan refers to was available at the time of the decision, which means under your rules, you must deny Mr. Sullivan's request for reconsideration. If you grant Mr. Sullivan's request, you're saying that any petitioner can get a second bite of the apple just because they did a poor job presenting their case. Ultimately, even if the task force chooses to ignore its own rules and grant reconsideration of Mr. Sullivan's request, facts of the matter do not change. The GBD Formation Committee is not a policy body under the reading of the applicable laws. The city attorney gives this definition of a policy body. City boards and commissions, any advisory board body created by the charter or the Board of Supervisors or by the initiative of a board, commissioner, or other policy body, any committee of a policy body, and any advisory board, commission, committee, or council created by federal, state, or local grant whose members are appointed by city officials, employees, or their agents. Bodies created by the mayor or department head are not policy bodies, but in some cases, circumstances may be passive meeting bodies. So while a public works employee worked with and supported this formation committee, it was not created by the charter, the Board of Supervisors, or any of the other enumerated entities. Mr. Sullivan spent his statement just now arguing that BIDs, CBDs, and the like are public bodies and are subject to records laws. No one disputes that if a GBD had been created after a vote of the residents, it would be subject to the Sunshine Ordinance, just like the CBD in the case Mr. Sullivan cited. But the GBD was never created, and this was a group of residents created to consider working toward the GBD formation. Under the city laws and state laws, it doesn't meet the definition of a policy body that would be subject to jurisdiction of this task force. That is all I have to say. Although, since I have a minute left, I wanted to make a quick note about the last case and say to Member Wolf, I agree with him and also, believe it or not, with Anonymous. I think I misstated when I said document. I should have said that records exist. If something's in a database, that's a record, and we have to put it on a piece of paper to give it to someone. That's the law we follow, and that's what I tell everyone who asks me whether we have to turn something over, even if it's not on a piece of paper. So thank you for clarifying. I am happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Steinberg. So members, this is with us, and I think I see Member Wolf's hand.
That was from before.
Oh, that was from before. Okay. So I don't see his hand. Questions, members? So I guess I have a question for Mr. Sullivan. The new information that you're intending for us to consider, does it specifically refer to the Green Benefit District formation committees? And if so, can you explain how? Versus the just let me just clarify my question real fast. I want you to explain how it would apply to the formation committee rather than the actual Green Benefit District Committee or whatever it is it's called after it's formed. So this is the pre-formation committee.
Okay, so the POA was trying to form a benefit district. BID stands as the benefit district. The Green Benefit District there are many types of benefit districts. There's community benefit districts, and they're all based on the state law. And the Green Benefit District Ordinance is based on the state law. It's just another time. You can have a municipal transportation benefit district. You can have a whole bunch. So what the courts have said is that because these property owners are the only ones that can make these benefit districts for the city themselves. So any of these formation committees making these benefit districts are covered because they are making policies, like they're deciding what the lines of the district will be, who can vote, what percentage of their vote will be.
No,
they make all these changes.
Mr. Sullivan, if I may, I understand all that. That's what you described in the first hearing. I guess what I'm specifically asking is the new evidence. How does that relate specifically to?
Well, this evidence says that the courts have said that these formation committees are covered by the Brown Act. Okay, and and Brown Act only has legislative bodies. So if you look at the Sunshine Ordinance can only be an addition to. So the only thing that the Sunshine Ordinance adds on to is the passive meeting bodies. But this isn't a passive meeting body because the courts have already determined that the formation committees are covered under the Brown Act.
Okay, can you point me? I guess that's what I'm asking. What page of the file shows that the court is making that ruling on the formation committee?
Oh, okay.
So I see a court of appeal thing here, but the respondent is Management and Trading Corporation. It doesn't sound like a.
Do you have the Epstein? What page the Epstein thing is on?
I'm asking which.
Mr. Chair, I think it may be 719.
719. Let's see.
Okay, I found it. You want to know if you read the conclusion. Well, no.
Is it Anna von Herman versus Superior Court? Is that the one?
No, we're looking at that says that you can't have. So that one says basically that what it is a contractor hired a subcontractor, which is the same similar thing of like the SF Park Alliance hiring or working with the formation committee to create a benefit district.
Right. So Mr. Sullivan, just let me clarify my question.
Okay.
I think there's some confusion as well from Member Wolf. So Member Wolf, I saw that, but that's naming is talking about a private prison company, and it's talking about a contractor.
So I wanted to get to Epstein.
Member LaHood?
Yes. Look at page 740.
740
begins Epstein.
Okay. Let me scroll down there.
I just saw that too. Yeah.
Okay. That's may have been why I was confused because I was looking at that one and. I'll let while I take a look at that, I'll let someone else, if you'd like to ask questions or what have you.
As far as 6, 7, 21, if you look at the conclusion, it says that
Mr. Sullivan, I think you dropped off. You said the conclusion. What page are you referring to?
it's at the bottom of the Epstein thing. I don't have that page number up because I don't have, I have PDF, so I can't just put in 7 whatever. I have to run to it.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 740, and it talks about the Hollywood it's Aaron Epstein versus the Hollywood Entertainment District Business Improvement and Hollywood Entertainment District 11 Business Improvement District, which sounds like this is a district that's already been formed. So
No, they're forming another.
Is this referring to it as the formation committee, that like before the district was actually formed, which is where this case is centering? This is not talking about a community benefit district or a green benefit district that's already in formation, but rather one that's pre-formation. So that's what I'm trying to find on this one.
740 doesn't. Okay, so I don't know. I'm trying to get to 740, and first of all, the POE it is about forming a. That's what the whole case is about. It's about forming. So when I go to 740, I don't get. Well, maybe I do. Okay.
Actually, I think what's on 740 is just your own summary of that case, but I think the whole case, the whole case is, or excerpts from the case or the opinion of the case is actually on page 95 of the second packet, the second part of the packet.
Yeah, I was actually, this is member Wong. I was going to point that out.
It's P1005 or page 95.
Yeah.
Page
of file 2, part 2. So
is
page
it
95 of the PDF or P1005 of the Bates.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was actually written. It matches what was written in my notes from the Compliance and Amendments Committee back in September 2021. And then I'll just mention something else that I wrote in my notes. I was not taking, to be honest, I was not taking very good notes during that meeting, but I have something else written around Ordinance 14-14 as well.
All right. So if you look at says
Chair Yankee?
Yes. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so I thank you for everyone for identifying the correct thing in all of these pages, but it does seem that the opinion paragraphs at the bottom of 1005 and at the top of 1006 illustrate what Mr. Sullivan is trying to argue as reason for why the Green Benefit District information does fall under the Brown Act.
What sentence, if you wouldn't mind, Member LaHood, which sentence or paragraph?
So, okay. So in the last 2 paragraphs, so it says opinion cross VJ, and then I'm going to skip down. Do you want me to just read the whole thing?
Sure, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay. The Hollywood Entertainment District 2 Business Improvement District is a special assessment district in the city of Los Angeles. The Hollywood Entertainment District Property Owners Association, the POA, a 26 United States Code Section 501c6 nonprofit corporation, administers the funds city raises through assessments on businesses within the BID2's boundaries. The money is used to contract for such things as security patrols, maintenance, street and alley cleaning, and a newsletter. Aaron Epstein, the plaintiff, who owns property zoned for business purposes within BID2, sued defendants to establish that the Property Owners Association was required to comply with the Ralph M. Brown Act, by holding noticed open meetings and posting its agenda in advance. His motion for a preliminary injunction was denied after the Superior Court concluded that the Brown Act did not apply because 1, the POA had not been created by the city, and 2, the POA had pre-existed the creation of the BID2 by at least 2 years. Plaintiff filed timely notice of appeal. We reverse. So this opinion is we reverse. The facts of this case come within the parameters of our holding in International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union versus Los Angeles Export Terminal, blah, 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 because city, quote, played a role in bringing the POA into existence. The POA is not simply a pre-existing corporation which just happened to be available to administer the funds for BID2. Instead, the record indicates that the POA was formed and structured in such a way as to take over administrative functions that normally would be handled by the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the opinion, the conclusion is on page 1014, if that's meaningful.
Does someone want to just read the conclusion out loud?
Sure, I can do it because I'm reading it anyways.
I know exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so it says the POA status as an entity originally created to take over city's legislative functions was not somehow negated, annulled, or dissipated simply because its role subsequently was expanded by the geographic expansion of the area over which it exercised such functions. Nor do any of the reasons advanced by defendants justify exempting the POA from the same application of the Brown Act as would apply to the city's legislative body. We therefore conclude that the POA is a legislative body within the meaning of the Brown Act, that its actions must be taken in compliance with the Brown Act, and that the trial, I'm assuming court, erred by denying plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction.
Also, if you read, what I read to you was on 10.011, where the fact that the local property owners who wanted the city to create a bid were involved in the structuring of the bid. And I mean, it goes on to say it does not mean the city did not play a role in bringing the POA into existence. A bid cannot be created by private individuals. Private individuals do not have the power to authorize tax assessments or to create tax liens. Thus, a public entity must be involved in creation of any bid, no matter how, when, or by whom the idea and future structuring of the bid to be was initiated and pursued. So it doesn't matter how or what the future structure of the bid is going to be. It's just a formation of it.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, one, you're re-arguing the merits of the case.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to get too far into that, but go ahead quickly, Mr. Stein.
But also, again, if you're talking about that, this is a corporation or an entity that has been created and was used to run the functions of this BID. It is not analogous to the group that was that got together to talk about the idea of potentially forming a green benefit district. They're completely different types of entities. And again,
Mr.
that's
Steinberg,
just
can I ask
re-arguing
a question because I think not everyone was here when this was first argued. I want to make sure, since it was quite some time ago, that even I understand this correctly. Is the formation committee somewhat analogous to a group of citizens who have, for lack of a better term, voluntarily gotten together to put forth a proposal on a ballot. Now, in this case, obviously, it wouldn't be the entire city; it would be for the local property owners. But is that a proper analogy to use?
Yeah, I mean, it was my understanding is that it was there were some entities that were involved. So in other GBD, based on all the documents that I've seen from these records requests, a university, a business, several residents talked about, hey, there's this thing we can do, and they recruited other people, and yes, the city assisted them in by providing some guidance and how the whole process works. But it was essentially a group of citizens, including local nonprofits.
We're not going to argue back and forth, please.
Who were looking into the process of setting up this GBD. And that's, yeah, I mean, that's who.
Or maybe a better analogy, I'm just trying to understand this, would maybe be so much like, let's say, a group of neighbors get together and want to have a neighborhood watch group. And then the police department helps, gives them whistles or flashlights or what have you.
And has a structure set up for how local community groups can work. So like I live in Oakland, they have, if people are interested in setting up, these local community groups, the police department and other departments, city departments have like, here's a template, here's how you can do this, here are the steps you should take. I think that's a good analogy. Yeah.
So can I respond?
Briefly, sure.
So these property owners, the city runs the elections to do these bids, and we're not talking. And this court thing says that property owners are free to make their own little things, But this is you're making a district from city law or state law.
Okay.
And the city runs the election.
City runs all the elections.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, so
Mr. Chair, stack.
Yeah. Member Wolf, do you have?
So I'm, just reading through this, and on page 1011, in the last two paragraphs, I find this somewhat compelling. It's mostly compelling in the second paragraph, but you can't get it unless you read the first one. So I'm happy to read it if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
In order to avoid the conclusion that the Brown Act applies, defendants characterized our treatment of the POA as a legislative body within the meaning of the Brown Act as being, quote, contrary to the evidence produced in the trial court and unfair to the businessmen trying to improve their local community, unquote. They contend that there is no evidence that city ever, quote, handled, unquote, the administrative functions of any BID, and that, to the contrary, the BIDs and the POA were structured by the local property owners themselves from the outset to be administered by a nonprofit organization formed by the owners themselves. Okay, it goes on to say the contention, however, misses the point. The fact that the local property owners who wanted the city to create a BID were involved in the structuring of the BID and structuring of the POA to run the BID. This does not mean that the city did not, quote, play a role in bringing, unquote, the POA, quote, into existence, unquote. A BID cannot be created by private individuals. Private individuals do not have the power to authorize tax assessments or create tax liens. Thus, a public entity must be involved in the creation of any BID, no matter how, when, or by whom the idea and the future structuring of the BID to be was initiated and pursued. Here, as already noted, the POA was formed for the purpose of administering the BID. Thus, by giving the BID the necessary legal standing as a BID, and by providing that the BID would in fact be administered by a POA yet to be formed, the city clearly was involved in bringing into existence the POA. An operative BID was the raison d'etre for the POA. By giving the BID the legal breath of life, the city breathed life into the POA as well. That is an interesting opinion, because that basically says that the Green Benefits District Formation Committee was seeking to create a Green Benefits District. And even though that if that was able to be created or not, there's just the process of getting there is all part of a city process. And so they're concluding that that whatever is being created by the local residents in order to initiate the process, that formation body is part of that process. That's the way I read this.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
Can I make a comment about that?
Sure, Mr. Steinberg.
I think the difference here, again, with all due respect and ignoring the fact that we're talking about the specifics of the merits of the case, the fact is the POA, in my reading of this, the POA was created to help create the BID, which the POA would run. They created a corporation or an entity to run the BID once it was created. That's not what this formation committee was. The formation, now granted, the GBD never was created. They weren't a company that was put together to get this on the ballot to be approved so that they would then run it, because under the, as we talked in the other cases, the constructive possession stuff, anything the POA had, if they were running it for the BID, would be subject to the laws as well. I don't see that these are the same in any way. You have a company that was created to help form something that they would then run. That's not what's happening in the case here.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. I'll give you a quick moment, Mr. Sullivan, if you wanted to respond to that as well.
Well, I would say that the formation committee wouldn't exist to create a green benefit district if it wasn't for the city breathing life into the fact that there was a law for the green benefit district. And they played a role with the contractors, and they needed to have the election committee of the city to also bring the green benefit district thing. The fact that they don't exist anymore means that, they were just going for the green benefit district.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah, I just feel like we are kind of hearing the merits of the case based on this new information, and I think we really need to spend the time considering if this is new information and if we need to do a reconsideration or not. Personally, I'm of the opinion that we should, but I also am one of the people who heard this in committee. So I'm a little reluctant to make the motion, but I will if no one else will.
Mr. Chair, I'm compelled, as Vice Chair Wong is, to allow for the reconsideration. It doesn't mean that the result will come out in. It does. It doesn't determine a result.
Right,
it just allows
it
to
have a full, robust discussion of the merits.
Right, and I do. So I do find that the this new evidence or this new finding of information is compelling, and it should be reviewed by us. I think we could probably use a little help from legal counsel to just to make sure that we're talking apples to apples here.
Yeah,
So I'll make that I'll make that motion to allow the reconsideration.
Okay, so moved by Member Wolf to allow for reconsideration. Is there a second for that motion?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I will second the motion.
Okay, so moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Vice Chair Wong. Members, any further discussion before we get to Member Schmidt?
Yeah, just that I'll be voting against for multiple reasons. I'm pretty much with Mr. Steinberg on whether there's any sufficient new information that would change anything. But I just want to put that on record.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. Any other members?
Can I just ask a question?
Sure, go ahead, Member Stein.
It's my understanding that requests for reconsideration are supposed to come within 30 days of an initial decision. But I don't know how long that rule has been in place and whether it was in place at the time of this case that this was originally heard.
That is a good point. I was not chair then. Maybe Member Wolf, former Chair Wolf could talk about that. I think this OD was issued in 2019.
I don't know that the time frame for reconsideration changed. Are you asking, when this matter was discussed?
No, I
The
know
last
this
time
matter
was
this matter was originally heard. The initial decision was on March 6th of 2019. I know that our current policy is that requests for reconsideration are supposed to come within 30 days within the initial decision, which in this case was back in 2019. I don't know how long we've had that 30-day policy.
Well,
So
we've always had it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we've always had the 30-day reconsideration. That goes back to the first day that I started serving in 2005.
So to that point, Member Wolf, do you know why this was moved to committee then if it came 2-ish years later, so it seems?
I don't know. I have no recollection of the reconsideration.
I'm sorry, Member LaHood, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that in the intervening time, there was the pandemic, which threw off a lot of things. So, and I actually, I did not look specifically in the record, or perhaps we can ask Mr. Sullivan when he first applied for reconsideration or first requested that. Mr. Sullivan, can we still hear you?
yes, I applied within the 30 days, and I submitted documents, and I got it's in here somewhere where Ms. Ledger said send back that you've received this, and she sent back a received email within the 30 days. And subsequently, since it's been taking so long, I've added more information.
I got it. It's in the second part on page 946. On the 946 on the page and 36 of 154. It's in part 2.
Sorry, can you say that again?
It was a March 28th. Yeah, page 946 in part 2. It was dated March 28th, 2019. I think this was, yeah, here, Section D says within the petitioner responded may petition for, right, so, okay, yeah. For reconsideration.
So it looks like this was just new information that was added 2 years later, not necessarily that the request initial request for reconsideration was 2 years later. Looks like it may have been in contemplation of, let's say, the CAC hearing or something along those lines, perhaps. Are we ready for public comment on this item? Do we have any further questions, comments from the members? Member Schmidt, is that your hand up for a new hand up or just, okay. Didn't want to cut anyone off. And Member Wolf, is that your hand up again or is that from before?
Yeah, that's from before.
Okay. All right, so not seeing any hands up, let's go ahead and move to public comment on this item.
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment at this time, you can press *3 to raise your hand. We currently have one person in line for public comment. I will unmute them now.
Anonymous number 3, please let me know when I may begin.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, we've got a long night ahead of us, a lot of cases. But the actual date of the request for reconsideration was 4 days before you issued your order of determination, and therefore the request for reconsideration was timely. It was after your meeting, but 4 days before the order of determination. I believe he has 30 days after the order of determination. That was on page, no later than April 26, 2019, on page 35 of the first packet, first patch. First of all, I want to congratulate Mr. Sullivan. Regardless of whether he wins here today or at eventual reconsideration, this case law that he's shown is extremely important. I hope that the city will have to think again whether it's trying to send its public funds, public resources for what it claims is a private purpose on one hand, or have to admit that it is a public purpose and falls within the gamut of the case law cited. You can't have it both ways. Either it's a public purpose and you have to follow the laws that would apply to the government where the other entity is doing the work, or it's a private purpose and the state constitution prohibits the gift of public funds for a private purpose. So it can't be both ways. So congratulations, this is very useful work, and I hope you vote in favor of this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay. I see one additional hand raised. One moment. I have unmuted the caller. You may provide your comment.
Yes, this is Yuri Huang here. Can you hear me?
Yes, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Just want to make a quick comment that the criteria that the task force to determine whether the information is new, whether it is, whether it wasn't available before, was very overly subjective. That is, I don't understand why I presented the material before and it was considered not a new information, while for this one, it is new. So this ambiguity needs to be clarified in the process of request for reconsideration. That's it.
Okay, I am not seeing any additional hand raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. All right, members, we ready for a vote? Not seeing any objections. Okay, Cheryl, if you could call the roll.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill? Absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 1 absence, and 1 no.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. To Member Wolf's second point, and I don't know if this needs a motion or not, but I think before we hear this, I think it would be very helpful to have DCA Price Wolf discuss the applicability of this court case with the formation committee discussed in here. I think there's a lot of legal nuance that really needs to be flushed out ahead of time. So I don't know if DC Price Wolf, did you need to make a motion for that, or can you? Is that enough information for you to work on?
Yeah, that's enough. You don't need to formally
Okay.
make a motion. I'll follow up on that. Thanks.
Okay,
Happy
great.
to do that. Sure.
That'd be great. Okay, so members, I'll go ahead and we will schedule this for its, I guess, the continuation hearing once I receive that information from DCA Price Wolf. Okay, thank you, everyone. Cheryl, did you need like a 5-minute break before we continue, or are you okay? I'm fine either way.
Yeah, 5 minutes would be good. I just want to write this one.
Yeah, I know it's been about 3 hours now. So why don't we just do a quick 5-minute break and then we'll power through the rest of the complaints.
5 minutes.
For the record, I'm going to be eating Halloween candy.
What kind?
That's the candy corn. Oh no, I want the marshmallow peeps now.
Wrong holiday, isn't it?
I guess coming up. Peeps are Easter, right? Sorry. All right, maybe they make jack-o'-lantern peeps.
They should.
Hey, so Cheryl, let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, let me let's call roll. Member Schmidt,
Present.
Member LaHood, Member Padmanabhan,
Present.
Member Wong.
Sorry, was that me?
Yep. Sorry, Vice Chair Wong. Vice Chair Wong, okay. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. Member Highland. Member Highland. Chris, are you with us? All right, I guess he's not with us right now. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Highland, present.
Present.
Okay.
Looks like we're all back.
Okay.
Okay, Cheryl, I think we're on item number 10 now, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you called me in the role, so just want to note that I'm present. This is Member Stein.
Oh, thank you. Hang on a second. So are we ready to go ahead?
We're all set. I think we're on item number 10.
Yeah, file number 22030, complaint filed by Giselle Robbie and Carl Kramer against Karen Fletcher and the Adult Probation Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and a complete manner. On May 17, 2022, the complaint committee moved to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force for hearing.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And do we have both someone for the petitioner and the respondent available? Could raise your hand. *3.
I have unmuted the two parties.
This is Carl Kramer. I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kramer.
This is Taurus Madison. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I think we are ready to go on this one. So these are new cases. So we'll have each side give their introductory remarks. We'll ask questions. We'll allow for rebuttals, and then we'll move to deliberations. So before we get to that, this looks like it went through the complaint committee. So if complaint chair Schmidt, if you give us a quick summary of this one.
Yeah, this one should be real simple. I guess the initial response to Mr. Kramer's organization was they needed 14 days because they thought there would be a voluminous amount of documents. And then these are based on my notes. And then the eventual response is that they said they realized that there are no records. I think that's it. Member Steiner, Member Wolf, do you remember anything else that you have on this one?
I have that they invoked a 10-day extension, but then found that came back and said there were no responsive records. This again has to do with the minimum compensation ordinance calculations or MCO calculations and whether or not an agency had any record of these calculations that the petitioner believes to be required by law. But they came back and say they don't have these calculations. So we've seen a couple cases like this, and it's part and parcel of those cases. Or not part and parcel, but it's similar to those cases.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. You guys got it.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Cheryl, please let Mr. Kramer know when he may begin.
Mr. Kramer, you ready to begin?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
All right. So, yeah, I'll keep this very simple, and I'll keep it brief. So you'll see on page 1070, initial request on the Adult Probation Department's own portal on December 24th for the minimum compensation ordinance and cost of doing business allocations for fiscal year 2020 to 2021 to city-funded nonprofit organizations. That was also emailed to Karen Fletcher and Veronica Martinez. The Adult Probation Department responded on January 10th, 2022, with saying that there are no responsive records for your request. You'll see on page 1084 and 1085 in an email on January 25th, Lisa Baeza, Senior Administrative Analyst, said that in fiscal year 2020 to 2021, SFAPD received $11,897 for the MCO and $80,189 for the cost of doing business. SFAPD does not have a breakdown of where these amounts go by agency. So they had money come into their account, and they don't have any records of where that money went from there. So that's pretty simple. Money came in. They're saying there's no records of where the money went. So I want to hear a further explanation of what happened to the money, why there aren't records, and where it is in the process that that they do not have any tracking yet of that money. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? And seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the respondent. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Can I have the respondent's name, please?
Yes, good evening, Taras, Taras, last name is Madison. And I'm here on behalf of Chief Tulloch and the Adult Probation Department. Yes, so I think everyone has summarized the events correctly. If you want me to summarize it again, I can, or I can respond to the question of what happened to the money. What would you prefer?
This is your portion to present however you'd like. We'll ask follow-up questions
Okay.
if need be, but you can present however you'd like.
Okay, so yes, this is correct. Prior to the chief, the prior chief did receive this in December of 21, and then staff did reply in a timely fashion. I think I heard a little bit about it not being timely, but it was timely that they did reply and ask for a 14-day extension. And then after reviewing files, they responded that they didn't have any records, responsive records. The cost of doing business, and particularly the MCO, although there's funding that will come into the department's budget, it's all going to our grants to CBO line item where everything is budgeted. And so we just have the money budgeted in one spot. For the minimum compensation ordinance, that's basically, it doesn't have to go to a particular organization. It's just money that's provided in the budget. And if those organizations do not meet the MCO, and then we would have to add additional funding to them. And in this instance, I believe that there wasn't a reason to add additional funding. On the cost of doing business, the same. The department doesn't have specific records of this is how much this was given to, and this amount was given to a CBO. The department just has records on the total budget of the CBO, and that includes the salaries and all those other things. So that's why the department had responded, there aren't any responsive records.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And are there any parties provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? And I'm not seeing any additional hands being raised. So members, this is our portion to ask questions. Member Pabanabin.
So this question goes to the respondent. You just said that there was no need to add additional funding, but you received additional funding. So what did you mean by that?
Well, for the minimum compensation ordinance, we would add the funding to if an organization, and I think what you mentioned before, Veronica had mentioned $11,000. So for the MCO, as I said before, all the funding is going to go into one pot to grants to CBOs. And so for each of those CBOs, there was no need to add specifically money for the MCO, but the money still all went into the pot of CBOs, and they were still funding CBOs. It may have not just been for MCO. So for instance, we couldn't say organization ABC received $1,000 in order to increase the hourly wage. I think in that year it was to $16.50 or $16.05. I'm not sure. I wasn't actually with the department, but I'm familiar with the MCO. So we wouldn't have something that shows that specifically for the MCO, organization ABC received $200 or $300, but all the funding still went to CBOs, right? So when we get the money, and we get the money from the controller's office, it's going into an account called grants to CBOs. All of that money is given out to CBOs, but it isn't necessarily was for the MCO. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have any other questions? I'm not seeing any additional hands. Are we ready for rebuttals on this?
Chair Yankee, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So in the files, there was some, I think Elisa said that the breakdown was not available. And I believe Mr. Kramer was referred to the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. Why would that be the case?
I'm not really sure, because the Office of Labor Standards would not deal with specifically what the department would have. That may have been a misunderstanding of Mr. Kramer's question, because the Office of Labor Standards, they're just the ones that are enforcing to make sure that that the minimum compensation ordinance is actually being followed. So I can't really speak to why originally back then Elisa had referred him to that. But maybe because she thought maybe they would have additional information, because they're the ones that manage. So there may have been a misunderstanding of the question. I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other additional questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. So we'll go ahead and move on to rebuttals. So in this instance, we have the respondent, Ms. Madison. You can go first, followed by Mr. Kramer. So Show, when you're ready, please let Ms. Madison know.
Actually, sorry, Chair Yankee. Can I jump in with one more question?
Go ahead.
This question is for the respondent, Ms. Madison. I'm wondering, do you know if anyone tried to get in touch with those organizations where the money went in order to get more of that breakdown? I don't know if...
Well, I don't think anyone got in touch with the organizations, because once again, I don't think that it's broken down in the budget like that. So the money is not missing anywhere. The money, if we receive the money and it comes to us as a grant to CBO, we can't spend it any other place, right? So for instance, the organizations are well aware of what the MCOs are, right? So they know, and they know that their hourly wages have to be at that level. So we didn't try to contact I'm not aware of anybody contacting the organizations. Let me step back, because I wasn't here, but I'm not aware of anyone trying to contact the organizations to say where the money went, because from the department's perspective, the money is not missing. The money is going to CBOs, and CBOs are paying their staff at the correct minimum compensation. And CBOs, and they have the funding to actually serve their clients. I hope that answers your question, but once again, I'm not aware of anyone contacting the CBOs.
Okay, thank you. That
You're
does
welcome.
answer my question.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, for the respondent, the request was for the allocations to the nonprofits. So do you manage these allocations out of your department?
Yes, we do. Those allocations are included in the overall budget for the contract. So there's an overall budget.
And do you track which organization, like how does the organization apply for these funds?
Oh, so what happens is that this is a supplement, right? So the organizations aren't applying for these funds. The organizations apply in general through an RFP for funds. And what the MCO does is, just in case, if you're an ongoing contractor, we want to make sure that you are being paid a minimum amount, right? And so make sure your hourly wages are, I think it was, once again, $16 and something. So the way that we track is we give them a full budget, but not just this specific allocation, like this allocation is for MCO, or this allocation is for this. Your budget, you have a salaries budget, you have a supplies budget, just like any other budget. And that's the way they are tracking their funding, through their line item budget. And so they didn't have to apply. They didn't have to apply for the MCO. If they don't, within their budgets, they just budget to make sure that they have enough fund, that they are covering what the ordinance says, that hourly amount has to be that amount.
Is this on a request for funds basis, or is it reimbursement?
It's reimbursement. But let me back up. When you say, is this, you're talking about the entire contract or just the items that we're referring to?
Just for the MCO and the COBD.
Right. No, it isn't like that. It's you don't have to request the funds. It's included. If you include it in your budget in order to meet your budget, and you have and you're doing that, not saying MCO. You are meeting the MCO by ensuring that maybe your nurse practitioner or your housing aide or whatever is making at least $16.50 an hour for that fiscal year. I think it went up to 17 or something.
I understand that, but the monitoring isn't on both ends, correct? The monitoring is with the contractor and also your department, correct?
Right. The monitoring, exactly.
Okay, so if the monitoring is on both ends, and you see, and somebody, a contractor says, "Hey, we're going to be below. We need a supplement." You receive a request for a supplement. You provide the supplement. Don't they have to state what it's for? Like it's got to be for. We need more money for MCO, or we need more money for COBD, and if you account for that, isn't there some recording of which money this is being applied for? Because these two items aren't they funds?
Oh yes, they are. They definitely are funds, but the CBO is not the community. I'm sorry for the acronym. The community-based organization is not applying for MCO funds. When there's going over the yearly budget and they say this is the budget that we're going to need, and these are the positions, and then these are the hourly rates, and these are the hourly rates. And if for some reason those hourly rates are not up to par, then during budget negotiation, but what I believe, and once again I can only go by what I think happened, I think for most of those contracts, I think in order to make, I think that annual salary is about $32,000 a year. And I think when the department looks at that, the vast majority of probably all of their CBOs are paying something more than that. That's on the
Let me
MC.
rephrase.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
I
rephrase.
give it too many details. Apologies.
No, it's fine. Let me rephrase this. Is there a pot of money in the minimum compensation ordinance and another pot of money in the cost of doing business funds? Are they each individual funds with its own pots of money?
No, it comes over as just an addition to the grants to CBO line item. And so when we are putting together the budget, the entire budget, when they're putting together the entire budget, when they were putting together the entire budget for 1920 and 2021, if organization ABC needed $15,000, I think they just gave out $15,000 from that grants to CBO line item. And they didn't delineate that, of that 15,000, 1,000 of that needed to get someone to an organization to fund 3 positions that weren't at MCO. That I think that's the issue. That level of detail was not captured.
Okay, let me switch to Mr. Kramer. Where are you aware of any other independent funds, like a specific fund for each of these items? And if so, do you have evidence of that?
Yes, on page 1083, that was the figures that were from the Controller's Office for the MCO funding for 2019 to 2020. And then for 2020 to 2021, that was the basis for the the calculations from the mayor's budget office, which was the 11,897 for the MCO, and the 80,189 for the cost of doing business. So those are like separate funds. The
But I don't see it on that page. I don't see. I see a little grid there, but it just lists 4 CBOs.
Right, and those are the for the MCO increases to those 4 CBOs.
Yeah, I understand that, but are you? My concern, my question is a cost of doing business fund? Is there a specific fund, like a pot of money that can be tracked, like a grant?
From the mayor's budget office, yes, there's a specific amount that would go to the department, and that's what was and the for 2021, the department, Elisa Baeza, gave the 2 figures that they had received from the mayor's budget office. And that's there's a difference between the way that those monies are applied. The MCO funding, it's incorrect for her to say that it's just for those that are below the MCO rate. The city controller in 2019-2020 came up with the calculations for that would also be wage increases for those workers earning up to $22.50 per hour. And for the following year, 2020, 2021, that was still followed by the mayor's budget office. So it's funding for it to provide wage increases for everybody earning up to $22.50 per hour. And for the cost of doing business, yeah,
got it. Let me just run this by you. So I think the way I understand the way it was explained was that, like at some point in the year, a bunch of money gets forwarded to the department. And then the department reviews all the budgets. And then they see maybe on this CBO or that CBO's budget that they're going to be, not in compliance with wage laws and cost, the minimums for cost of doing business. So they petition the controller for more money. The more petition, the controller agrees and sends them more money, and then they just distribute it kind of ad hoc to whichever CBO requires that additional amount of money. Now the question then becomes, are they tracking are they tracking within those budgets the MCO, in order to comply with MCO, and whether they are in order to comply with the CODB. Okay, and is that kind of what you're asking for? Or is that what you're asking for? How they allocate this money and what those increases might be for each of those CBOs?
What we were requesting, and the department's only dealing, like you said, for 4 CBOs, requesting how much money was allocated to each of those CBOs. The minimum compensation ordinance is that's specifically for wage increases, and then the cost of doing business increase, which is 3% of the general funds that are going to the budget of that organization, the 3% increase. So there should be something saying, okay, for this amount went to each of these organizations. If they want to call it a supplement, yeah, it's it's separate money that came in that would go to each of those organizations.
So let me go back to the respondent. Do you keep track of the increases if the budgets are not up to the threshold?
So in fiscal year 1920 and 2021, but the department's response is, no, they didn't track it that way. They did not track it to saying, for instance, I know that I can't see it now, but maybe it listed an organization received 10,000. I don't think that anyone tracked that, and they may not necessarily have a record that actually occurred. And I think part of the reason why there was someone had asked, I think it was Elisa at the time, why did she refer someone to the Office of Labor Standards? And there may have been some confusion because maybe that wasn't the calculation for their records. I don't want to speculate because I don't know. I wasn't here, but I do know that they did not track it specifically in that way, and there are no records that show specifically what was added for MCO versus what was added for cost of doing business. For 1920,
you don't have to report any of those, kind of your backfilling people's budgets to make the grade. You don't have to report that back to the controller or anyone else.
Normally that isn't reported, and normally almost all of our community-based organizations, in the end, they're normally savings in the end that go back to the account that it was initially put in. But there is an account that's called MCO and an account that's called cost of doing business. It's an account that's called grants to community-based organizations.
Okay, so if you have accounts and they're in your bookkeeping, does anybody track, if a check that's being written or money that's being transferred from your fund to their fund?
I'm not sure I understand the question because money isn't being transferred from, yes, they're tracking it at the contract level. So if you received a contract for $10,000 and that contract could have included a variety of things, and then at the end of the fiscal year, by June 30th, at the end of the fiscal year, you've spent $5,000. That's how it's being tracked. Are you staying within budget, and how much have you spent? Not necessarily how much did you spend on MCO. That's my understanding of the way that it's been tracked.
And then it's more kind of a feedback loop. Does the CBO then provide you with their financial records to show that money was included in their budget? Do you have those records? Do you have those records?
We do have those records, but when you say that money, the records that they're going to show for salaries is going to be if you've budgeted X amount in salaries, they're just going to show the payroll that shows that. It isn't going to be something that's going to delineate MCO money.
No, we're not talking about the actual. Let's just talk about the big dollars and cents. Mm-hmm. Just the big pot of money that goes into their budget. Now, before they distribute it and before payroll, they just got this pot of money. They've got to account for it in their bookkeeping. Yes, so when they provide you with their financial reports, it should show on like a profit and loss statement. It should show that they received this money from you.
We're not looking.
And then beyond that, it should show in their either a ledger or what have you, their budget, how they distributed it. Do you not have those records?
We have records of monthly invoices and you send up backed up documentation for what you spend. So yes, but I'm not quite sure on how that will show specifically an MCO of $11,000. That's the detail that I think that the department was unclear on. Like we can't show that level of detail because in your budget line item, you're not going to have something called MCO. It's just going to be salaries.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's all I have right now.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move on to rebuttals at this stage.
3 minutes, Chair Yankee.
That's correct. Yep. So we'll start with the respondent. So Ms. Madison, you have 3 minutes, and then we'll follow by Mr. Kramer.
Are you ready? Are you ready, Ms. Madison?
Yes, I'll just state again what I've said before. The money that the department has been placed in a large pot to a variety of CBOs, and we do not have the specifics on per CBO. They did not have those records available for 1920 and 2021. I'm not sure what else at this point to state.
Okay, does that complete your rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl, when you're ready, please let Mr. Kramer know.
Mr. Kramer, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. So the explanation still leave me incredulous. I can't see how they can be figuring out what amount of money should properly go to each organization when they don't have any level of details. The amounts that they received are based on, for the MCO, they're based on calculations that were initially done by the Controller's Office for 2019-2020, and that serves as the basis of the calculations that the Controller and the Mayor's Budget Office did for 2020 to 2021. It's also, the calculations that they do for the cost of doing business increase. I still don't understand how money can just go into one pot and then they figure out from there how that would be distributed to the organizations. And there was, I think it was in the questioning, I think it was pointed out, sort of the level of confusion that was just in kind of referring me to the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, as they would have somehow the budget figures. And then when this came up to the complaint committee, the person who was presenting the case then was also saying the same thing about the City Controller's Office, that they manage everything and they should have the records of how the money was distributed. Well, they have the records of what was distributed to the Adult Probation Department, but they're not keeping all the budget information for the Adult Probation Department on how they're distributing the money. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kramer. Okay, so members, this is our time to deliberate.
Mr. Chair, I have one last clarifying important question to ask the petitioner.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Sure.
Mr. Kramer, did you request any financial information from any of the CBOs?
Nope. I don't think there's any law that requires them to provide that information. We sent out a general survey to CBOs, but we didn't make specific requests to look at their budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Chair. I understand Mr. Kramer's request is to the Adult Probation Department for their records. I also think that a lot of this also lends to 12L at the same time. but 12L are requests directly to the CBOs or the contractor themselves. So not really applicable here. So, but I do find it just interesting that there is no accounting in the department of of where if one or the other CBO's budget requires an increase, and for what purposes, except for production of a before and after budget. And I'm not clear or confident that those records exist in the department. That's all.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Any other members? If not, do we want to move to a motion on this one?
I need a moment.
Okay. I don't mean to put the pressure on you, Member Wolf. If anyone else has a motion, feel free.
Yeah, go ahead. If somebody else has something I want to offer, go for it. I'm trying to organize the concept in here.
We're gonna
Also,
need... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is Vice Chair Wong. I mean, for me, when I was looking at this file, I did feel there was an issue with timeliness, especially given that the response was very minimal. I do understand it takes a while at times to search for records, but I think given that there was a pretty clear understanding that that information isn't necessarily available, and that there was essentially like a couple of sentences in a response, I just feel that the request for the extra 14 days feels excessive. At the same time, I guess it was during the holidays, so that's another consideration. But yeah, just thinking out loud here.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think I've got at least part of this.
Okay.
So just going to put out my thought first, and then I'll formulate a motion. There has to be some record from when the CBO's budget was submitted for review, and then analysis of that budget, and then a determination that there needed to be fund allocations in order to comply with the rules or regulations or provisions for MCO and COBD. And there should be a record of that somewhere. Departments just can't release money without having some paper trail. It's got to go to some bank. There's got to be some transaction somewhere, and those are public records. So and they should be retained somewhere. If it's being allocated and managed by the adult probation department, then their finance department should have those records. And if not, then they're obligated, and I think we need to compel them to help Mr. Kramer find that information, because it has to exist somewhere else, or else the controller's audit won't be true. So, so I'll move to find a violation of Section 6721 A for timeliness, and 67. Oh, what is that one? Not oral, not review file, not disclosed. Immediacy withholding. No. If somebody can help me out, which section is that records must be kept in a professional manner?
I thought it was 14.
Say what?
Well, there's 6729-7. That's the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in professional business-like manner all documents and correspondence. That one? Is that what you're looking for?
That's six. You said 67.9.
That's 6729-7.
20-7. Got it right. That's the one I was looking for. I think that's applicable here. 9-7. Yeah. Okay. The problem with this is that the complaint is against the department, not against the. Well, I guess you can. I don't know how. I guess reading this, it just says department head shall maintain and preserve. So if the department hasn't done that, and the department head was responsible for it, I don't know. I guess maybe the department is still. What do you think? Go on.
I was just going to say, I wonder, oh, this is Vice Chair Wong. I wonder if subsection C would potentially apply. Specifically referring to,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, contracts between the city and any outside entity that authorizes that entity to demand any funds or fees from citizens.
Yeah, that's more like an entry fee into a go into an event. Yeah, no, I don't think that applies. It's really more about A, but there's definitely timeliness. I think the information exists, and I think we should compel the department to produce the information, and if they are unable to help Mr. Kramer to a department or some other person who might be able to help him get that information. It's an official process, so it's got to be, somebody's got to have a record of it. So 6721A for timeliness, and
6729-7.
No. 6721A for timeliness. No, is it A? No, B. 6721B for timeliness, and then in order to produce the public records of the details from the CBO's budgets before and after the funds were allocated in order to comply with the MCO and COBD. And when you write this out, spell out what the acronyms are.
All right,
It's in
67.29-7 for failing to maintain records in a business-like and professional.
no. 6721B.
For failing, 6721B.
For failing to provide
Records in a complete
Go ahead.
and timely manner.
Correct.
Right.
And order the adult probation department to provide details from the CBOs or contractors' budgets that were originally submitted, and the budgets after the funds were allocated in order to comply with the MCO and COBD rules, I guess. They're rules or policy.
Is there a second on this motion?
Oh, wait a minute. And just one additional sentence. And if they are unable to provide the details themselves, they must help assist the requester by directing them to a proper office or staff person that has possession of those records under 6721C.
This is Member Vice Chair Wong. I'll second the motion.
Okay, so moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Vice Chair Wong. Do we have any discussion on this item? I guess for me personally, I'm struggling a little bit with the timeliness portion. I'm not sure there's necessarily a timeliness violation here. It seems that they did respond fairly promptly. Looking through some of these records, it could take time to determine the appropriate response. I don't feel this was an unreasonable delay necessarily, with the final response coming January 10th for a request made on December 23rd. And in between there were multiple holidays and weekend days. So I'm struggling with the timeliness part.
This is Member Stein, I'm personally struggling with the whole thing because I feel like it was fairly timely, and I'm not at all convinced that, I just don't think the records exist, and that may not be how we want them to keep their books, but I think that's how they do keep their books. And it's not the first organization or agency or department that we've seen that is really not tracking the cost of doing business increases in the way that I believe was intended by the legislation. But to me, that is information in and of itself. But I don't think that those documents exist, or that kind of bookkeeping exists.
This is
Member Padmanabhan and I actually do agree with Member Stein on this case. In terms of timeliness, the only issue I have is that if they knew that they did not keep these kinds of, allocations, then why did they ask for a 14-day delay extension? That would be the only concern I have at this point.
This is Chair Yankee. I think Member Stein, you bring up a good point. I mean, I think we've seen this with other departments as well. I mean, that what comes out of all this might be that there's improper accounting or not accounting of the funds that, really was envisioned by the law, but that doesn't necessarily mean. I feel somewhat uncomfortable of us kind of going into the realm of saying what kind of accounting records should or shouldn't be created. And that's a good question, Member Padmanabhan. I mean, that's why I was looking at, it's around the holidays, and it could be it seems like a fairly kind of nuanced and complicated accounting question, and it could be that the department wanted to make sure they did their due diligence and searched with, folks being out around the holidays and so forth. I would imagine this wouldn't be something that like a handbook or something that any person would necessarily know or have access to, or even under a full understanding of. And so, due to the timing of it, I don't necessarily find that a really problematic in this particular instance. If it was something more like, we want a copy of, your employee handbook, something that's easy to get, then I would absolutely agree with you that you should just be able to turn it over. But I could see where they would maybe need additional time on this. But that's just my thoughts.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So I'm not understanding that reasoning. This is what whistleblower complaints are all about when it comes to funding and budget allocation issues. I mean, if there's any kind of misappropriation of funds, there's got to be a track record of how when money moves around, taxpayers' money moves around the city from one department to a next to a third party. That's a third party contractor. I'm convinced that they have a process and that they're following the law, but information is information. And we just went through this in an earlier complaint tonight. Even if the information is verbal, it should be revealed. And if they don't have the information, if they're not in possession of the information, then they have an obligation to help the requester get that information. And the timeliness item, if you calculate that it's not a timeliness issue, I'm fine with that. I just picked that up because Vice Chair Wong, that was Vice Chair Wong's contribution to this. So, but if that pans out, okay, fine. That can be removed. But I think there's a responsibility for the department in its responsibility of managing this money to have a track record of it. And if they don't have a track record of it, then they need to help the requester find someone who can give them that track record. The money is a fact. It's not some conceptual thing.
Okay, Member
I'll stop there.
So I don't believe there's a second to this motion at this point.
I think it was Vice Chair Wong seconded.
There was a second? Okay, I didn't hear that. I was going to say it might be easier to rephrase this motion if someone else or member would like to do it again, because at this point, I think it's going to be quite difficult to get a finger on this one, what I'm hearing. Thank you.
All right, not seeing any other comment. Well, let's move to public comment on this. So Cheryl and Victor, when you're ready.
I'm ready. Mr. Young, do we have public commenters?
Excuse me.
Victor?
Victor? All right, I'll text him. Victor? I just text.
Sorry, I just lost connection for a bit. Sorry, I lost connection.
We're at public comment.
Okay, my apologies. We have one caller with their hand raised, or two callers with their hand raised. If there's anybody else who would like to provide public comment, you can raise your hand at this time by pressing *3, or otherwise raise your hand. I will unmute the first caller at this time.
Hi, it's Anonymous number 3.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. All right, 10:45. Three material things to get through after this one. I think, frankly, first of all, thank you to all the members who are willing to give this a complete, separate, and clean look, regardless of your prior rulings on the matter that these kinds of records generally don't exist. I know in the past you have found that some checklist that they have to check and sign was considered a responsive record. I think that kind of checklist should also be provided here if it already hasn't, where they're checking off that they're like swearing or affirming that they did comply with the MCO. I don't remember the details. It was a long time ago. On the timeliness, it doesn't matter that there's a vacation staffing. State law gives only 4 reasons you can cite a 14-day extension. You are required to state that in writing, and it has to be the case. So the timeliness violation, if any, is Government Code 6253C2, because there was not a voluminous amount of separate and distinct records that were demanded in the request. There were none. And they cited this incorrectly, and so the violation would be Government Code 6253C2 for citing an extension for 14 days that is not allowed. And you can read 6253C. It's very clear. It doesn't matter like what staffing issues or vacations there are. The law says there are only 4 reasons for an extension. You must cite it, and it must be true, obviously. So that would be the timeliness violation, 6253C2. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm moving on to the next caller.
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, David Pilfell, now on the computer. Kind of waiting for item 13, but while I'm sitting here listening, I think I am kind of with member Stein and member Padmanabhan on this. What was Yogi Berra's famous line? This is like deja vu all over again. I feel like I heard this previously, either in committee or a previous task force meeting. Maybe it was against a different department. Fundamentally, I think there may or may not be a technical violation if you want to find a violation. But I appreciate that Mr. Kramer is looking for something here. I don't know what, and I don't need to know. But I suspect that what he's looking for in the level of detail and in the way he's looking for it may not exist with the departments in the way that he's looking for it. It may be with the mayor's budget office, it may be with the controller's office, it may be with HRC or CMD or OLSE. I don't know where it is. I don't know how it is, but I suspect that it's not in the form that that he's looking for. And if that's a problem with the MCDO, the ordinance itself, or the way departments are implementing it, or the way the city is budgeting for this kind of thing, that all may be the case. I just suspect that this department and the other departments probably have looked or are looking for what he's asked for, but it just doesn't exist in the way that he's asked for it. And, you know, the more you get into, well, how does this work and what do they provide, and we think you could have done it differently. Yeah, maybe but that's what they have. And ultimately, you can't ask them to create a new record, particularly if they're not tracking in the way that would lend itself to generating a new record. So if you want to find a technical violation, if there is one, fine. I definitely don't think that there's a 29-7 failure to keep records in a business-like form. I think they are keeping the records that they need to keep. It's just that what Mr. Kramer is looking for, I think, probably doesn't exist in the way that he'd like it to.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what else to say about that. And I will shut up, go do something else, and come back in half an hour, an hour. Good luck. Have fun.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. I've unmuted the next caller.
Sullivan.
You ready, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to say I agree with what Anonymous said. I second that. And I also would say that if they didn't show any willingness to assist the requester in directing a request to the proper staff or staff person, they don't possess the records, then they are probably in violation of 6721C. All right, thank you for your time.
Okay. I'm gonna unmute the next caller.
This is Anonymous 3. You want me to speak again?
No.
Okay.
The numbers are around on me. I will go ahead and move on.
All right, thanks.
I've unmuted the next caller.
Yuri Huang. Can you hear me?
Are you ready, Mr. Wang?
Yes. Yes,
Go
I'm
ahead.
ready.
Go
I
ahead.
have two observations here. One is the task force appear to keep construing public record as documents, but that's not what I understand. Again, CPI says the public record is information used to conduct people's business. So for this case, the figures or the numbers must be aggregated to get the gross, the total number, etc., for financial purpose. So because that number is implicitly used to conduct the people's business, so it is a public record in my opinion. The second observation is, if I read the agenda and the recommendation by the complaint company, they said that they find the request record is public. But at the same time, the attachment shows that the department did not find any responsive document, or in their own word, they said that does not exist. If you look at the file, my file, the caveat says if it doesn't exist, it's not a record. So apparently, I see a lot of inconsistent opinions, conclusion, criterion here. That's the two observations I have.
Okay. I believe that concludes the hand raised for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Any last brief comments before we move to vote on this from members? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. So Cheryl, please go ahead and call the roll.
Actually, since we're paused for a sec, this is Vice Chair Wong. I'm wondering if the maker of the motion, Member Wolf, would consider changing our violation for timeliness to 6721C2 as recommended by Anonymous.
No, I think he did 6253C2. I think that he
That is what
was referencing.
Yeah.
He was referencing the CPRA. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I wrote it down incorrectly.
Search for. I'm not. Oh, I see. Okay, I would be okay with that. I just don't know how to reword it. Because that some supposition was, he was making the suggestion that if they requested an extra 14-day, well, that was Member Paganaman's suggestion on timeliness. But it's C2 says the need to search for, collect, and appropriately examine a voluminous amount of separate and distinct records that are demanded in a single request. I'm not. I don't sense that this is voluminous in that way. I'm not. I don't quite follow this particular section. I would. The other thing I would do is I would, if timeliness is not still not on, if timeliness is not correct, then I would remove that and then just replace it with 6721C, stating that the custodian, it says a custodian of any public record, when not in possession of the record requested, shall assist the requester in directing a request to the proper office staff person, provide the requester with assistance in finding this information. And they could easily do that. They know where they have to ask for this extra funding from, and those people might have the information that Mr. Kramer is asking for. Vice Chair Wong, what do you think about that?
Yeah, perhaps. I'm just thinking about how to potentially word it with 6253C2. I think what was being pointed out is the fact that there's a violation in terms of the way that the request for 14 days was being made. Because as you mentioned, the records were not voluminous.
Well, the 14-day part says no notice shall specify a date that would result in an extension for more than 14 days. So they can't even ask for an extension. They would have to comply within 10 days. No notice shall specify a date. No, I read that wrong. No notice shall specify a date that would result in an extension of more. They can't claim more than 14 days. So that's why, as far as timeliness is concerned, I'm not. I wasn't really focused on the timeliness part. I was focused more on the information part.
Sure. Well, I'll leave it up to you as the maker of the motion then.
Well, then it seems that folks are considering that this is not a timeliness issue. So I'll amend the motion to remove the timeliness issue and to find a violation of 6721C and order the respondent to assist the requester in finding someone who can provide him the information. So the information exists.
I'll accept that amendment as a seconder.
Okay.
So we are removing 6721B.
Correct.
All right.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think this is the right direction. My question to you, Chair, is this enough of a change where we need public comment again, or was this still all in the same vein?
I think this is in the same vein. I think we're just striking some of it, and I don't think public comment is necessary on that. If anyone wants to raise a point of order and overrule me, feel free.
Yeah, we're striking all of it except for the last part, which was to assist the requester, but also finding a violation of 6721C for that.
Okay, we're ready for a vote?
I have a question. We also included the language for 6721C at the bottom of the motion. Did you want it at the start, Member Wolf?
That is the whole motion now. To find a violation of 6721C for failing to assist the requester.
Yeah, I got that.
And ordering the respondent to do so.
What about 6729-7? Are we keeping that?
Never had it in there. We didn't agree to do that. That shouldn't be in there.
Okay. Just 6721C.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, we ready for a vote? I'll note we still have 2 more cases we have to get through here. And it's 11 o'clock.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Nay.
Member Padmanabhan, no. Member Stein?
Nay.
Member Stein, no. Member Highland?
He doesn't appear to be on.
I think Member Highland needed to leave. He had emailed me that he had a hard stop at 11.
All right. So he's a no.
No, he's an absent.
Absent, rather. Yeah, he's an absent. Chair Yankee?
Nay.
Chair Yankee, no. 1, 2, 3 in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4 no's. And 1 absence. Or 2 absence. Member Highland and Member Hill.
Yep. Okay. We can either make another motion. If there's no other motions, then this file will be closed with finding no violation.
Aren't we supposed to make that an action?
You don't, not necessarily. If the motion to find a violation fails and there are no further motions, then we would just close the file.
We've had this argument before, and actually Victor has brought that up to say if there's no action, then the matter still remains open. So there should be an action to close it, and that would be to find no violation.
No, because we've closed files before when there's no further motions. Because we could get into the situation where there's no.
I don't recall any item where we didn't have some action either in order to close it.
I'm sure we have, but if you want to, I don't see how we could keep files open indefinitely if we can't reach a majority vote.
Right. So if you do, it seems apparent to me that if you were to make a motion to find no violation, that would probably pass.
No, because you would need 6 votes, and there was likely not 6 votes. So then we would just have the reverse.
Oh, I see.
So we can't have cases open indefinitely. So if there's no further motions on an item, it gets closed. Not that we've affirmatively found no violation, but it's been closed without a finding of a violation.
Okay.
Okay, not seeing any other motion, I'm going to close this file then. Thank you to the parties.
Thank you.
And Cheryl, when you're ready for the next item.
Item number 11, file number 21148, complaint filed by Jordan Santagata, I hope I got that right, and Carl Kramer against the San Francisco Employees Retirement System for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 6724, 6725, and California Public Records Act Section 6254.26 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. On July 6, 2022, the Sunshine Task Force discussed the agenda and noted that regarding item 7, the petitioner and the respondent agreed to postpone the matter until the October meeting, pending an exchange of records.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And let's make sure we have all the parties here.
Hi, this is Anonymous 3. You unmuted me again. Please mute.
I'm going to clear all the hands again. Please do not raise your hand until we call on you to speak. It would be appreciated. Okay, I just unmuted a caller. Are you associated with this matter?
Good evening, members of the task force. This is Ashley Dunning, representing the San Francisco Employees Retirement System. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kramer's unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And then this is Kyle Williams. I'm also representing with Carl Kramer.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. So let's see here. It's not clear on the agenda which committee had heard this matter first. I don't see that included. Does any of the chairs recall?
That was us.
Okay.
Yeah, we heard it, and basically Mr. Kramer's organization was looking for documents regarding alternative investment with Vista Equity Partners. So it's a little bit different than the last case. The response was that this is exempt under state government 6254.26A. Mr. Kramer thought that maybe there was a local provision that would, I don't know if it's override. I think he said preempt. I think maybe it's something else, but that it would supersede in some way the state provision. And I don't know how to answer that one, although I think myself that what's more important is that 6254.26A really it's almost it cannot be read without also 62.54.26B. And B says that certain information does need to be produced. And in the documentation in the file, there was no indication that there was anything other than a citation to A, and therefore no production. So I'm very concerned that they did not consider the Section B exceptions to Section A. I should also defer to the other members who were there.
I think that was a good summary.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get started then with the introductory statement. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
I'm ready. Is Mr. Kramer ready?
I'm ready, Cheryl. I'll just speak very briefly and then turn it over to Kyle.
All right, we can hear from both of you.
You want me to proceed?
Yep.
Okay. So yes, this was a request for a contract, Vista Equity, and the retirement system had cited an exemption in the California Public Records Act regarding that it didn't need to be disclosed as a public document. And then in that committee hearing, there was a discussion about whether the Sunshine Ordinance was broader than the California Public Records Act, and whether there was any specific language in the California Public Records Act that preempted the Sunshine Ordinance. We've had a researcher with our organization, Kyle, studying that issue, and he's going to present what his opinion is on it.
Okay, just a second. So this is Kyle. Kyle, what's your last name?
Alpizar.
Albazar?
Alpizar.
Okay, you ready to begin? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so we believe that the San Francisco Employee Retirement System does not have legal groundings to withhold the contracts between the city and county of San Francisco with Vista Equity Partners. We believe the information is in compliance with Chapter 67.24 of the San Francisco Administrative Code, as well as the California Government Code 6250. The San Francisco Employee Retirement System broadly categorizes Vista Equity Partners as an alternative investment agreement in their portfolio, which is allegedly exempt from the Public Records Act. We believe if any, not all contracts are categorized as alternative investment agreements and are not entirely protected by the California Government Code 6254.26A and B. This supersedes the categorization of alternative investment agreements and obtaining contracts as public information with the city, and no other non-disclosure covenants were provided by I think it was Stephen Worsfold with the San Francisco Employment Retirement System. But yeah, that's briefly what I found for this instance, and I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? And not seeing any additional hands. So let's go ahead and move over to the respondent. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Is the task force ready for me to proceed?
Just a moment, ma'am.
Okay.
What is your name again?
Ashley Dunning on behalf of SFRS.
Okay. Ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the task force. The Public Records Act expressly exempts from disclosure agreements by public retirement systems and others for private equity and other alternative investments. That's an explicit, specific provision of the Government Code, Section 6254.26A, Subdivision C. It says all investment agreements and all related documents as to alternative investments, which this Vista Equity Partners agreement is. This exemption exists because the state recognizes that public retirement systems in California would not have access to these types of alternative investments if the underlying contracts and related due diligence documents were required to be disclosed. That's because those materials are considered trade secrets and proprietary of the investment companies with whom retirement systems contract. This protection from disclosure is equally important to the San Francisco Employees Retirement System because it allows SFRS to invest in a manner that enhances the security of the retirement benefits of city employees. Approximately 70% of the retirement benefits that SFRS pays are paid from investment earnings, including those from earnings on investments such as Vista Equity Partner funds. As was pointed out earlier, following the last meeting of the complaint committee of this task force, this SFRS did provide complainant with some additional materials. First of all, it provided the CIO report from SFRS's January 2020 investment showing its latest investment in Vista Equity Partners. In addition, SFRS has provided the complainants here with further documents in the form of all of the public records reports that SFRS has provided since 2015 on its alternative investments, including Vista Equity Partners. There are 14 detailed reports, each of which was produced every 6 months by SFRS, identifying all 9 of the items listed in 6254.26B of the Public Records Act. It's those reports, as well as the CIO report, show that SFRS takes seriously its obligation of transparency with respect to the specified aspects of investments that it is to disclose. It disclosed them timely every 6 months as they were produced, and it's also provided them to the complainant here. Although the complainant did not ask for those documents, the complainant asked for the agreement. The agreement is not a public record. Those documents also show that SFRS takes very seriously and protects the confidential and proprietary information of the alternative investment managers with whom it contracts, and therefore it does not disclose its alternative investment agreements or related records because the Public Records Act exempts those from disclosure for very important reasons. And SFRS responded within 2 days of the initial email request it received from these particular requesters, noting that exemption from disclosure. There is no superseding of that important legal exemption from disclosure that's in California law afforded by the Sunshine Ordinance. And for that reason, SFRS respectfully requests that the task force affirm SFRS's right under the Sunshine Ordinance to refuse to produce records that the Public Records Act specifically states are not public records, the confidentiality of which is essential to SFRS's business that it conducts on behalf of all SFRS members and beneficiaries who serve now and have served the city of San Francisco. Thank you, and I'm happy to respond to questions.
Thank you. Are there any other parties provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? And not seeing any. So members, it's our opportunity to ask questions. Member Schmidt.
Yeah, to the respondent, you said you produced documents that respond to the 9 subcategories of subsection B. What was the date that you produced those documents? It was after our subcommittee. Is that correct?
So those documents are provided in the normal course to the public. Every 6 months, SFRS publishes what they call a FOIA report. And so that document was available on request immediately to anyone who requested it. These complainants did not specifically request it, but it was provided to them. I have just come on to assist SFRS with appearing today and noted that I had not seen those reports provided to complainants. And so they were sent over to them this week. And so that would have been something I would, in light of the response from the task force or from the committee last time, that's something that is reasonable to provide. But I would just note it wasn't something that was actually requested. And in the argument here that we've already heard from the complainants, the focus is still on the agreement and Sunshine Ordinance purportedly superseding the Public Records Act, which it simply doesn't. But yes, those FOIA reports, as they're called colloquially, are provided, readily available, produced at public meetings every 6 months, and they were sent over to the complainants here and provided to the task force this week.
On the question of the superseding, do you know if there's any law in California that would tell us the answer to whether the local or the state law is applicable here? Because there are some types of local laws that would govern, such as in, say, municipal affairs. Do you have any legal citations on that?
So the most probative response on that, Member Schmidt, is that the Sunshine Ordinance specifically identifies certain exemptions from disclosure that are not to be used in the context of the Sunshine Ordinance. For example, the deliberative process privilege is not to be used, as the task force is certainly well aware. But it is under general sort of reconciling state and local law principles, the concept of proprietary documents not being public records exists under both state and local law. And we submit that city law should not be viewed as sort of eviscerating those important protections that are articulated very specifically in statutes within the government code. So there isn't a specific statement either way in the Sunshine Ordinance with respect to this topic, and therefore you look at the specific provision, not the general one, as the complainant, Mr. Aldazar, suggested. You look at the general over the specific. That's not the principle of law that applies here. You look at the specific.
Okay. Okay. So you just described specific versus more general with a different standard, and I'm going to tell you a different standard, which is sometimes used, matter of statewide concern. You don't have any law that says that this would fall into one of the case law areas where a matter of statewide concern is implicated. In fact, we have that in our next case that's going to happen around midnight tonight. Do you have any law on that?
So this, to my knowledge, that has not been litigated as to this
Okay.
specific topic. What I'd suggest, though, is that in the context of the policy principles that I articulated at the beginning of my argument, that the point of statewide concern is to allow public retirement systems to invest in alternative investments. And this is one of the very important means by which that is permitted to occur, because they would have no access to private investments and alternative investments such as this, were it understood in the industry that the contracts are public records. They simply wouldn't. So in that sense, it's a statewide concern because the city is an important aspect of the state, and I wouldn't think that the city would want to have a looser rule with respect to that really important principle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay. No more questions.
Okay. Thank you, Member Schmidt. Any other questions? Member Stein. Member Stein, I think you're muted.
Sorry. I have a question for Kyle. Sorry, I don't remember the last name that you gave, but you went kind of fast for me. So what provision of the Sunshine Ordinance are you suggesting would override CPRA exemptions?
Hi, so let me double check. It was on the document provided as well, but that was also partial for the reason for coming to the task force was to see what jurisdiction the law has, like what the task force is able to do in terms of this matter, just to see what can be done, if that makes sense.
Okay, so you don't have a specific provision that you referenced in your statement, just that
It was, I believe it might have been 6724. Let me double check that.
Public information that must be disclosed.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just wondering because I'm looking at that, and the first sentence there is notwithstanding a department's legal discretion to withhold certain information under the California Public Records Act, the following policies shall govern specific types of documents and information. So right at the beginning there, it seems to incorporate, to me at least, CPRA exemptions. Would you read that differently? Or is there a specific item under there that you read differently?
Give me 1 second. Okay, the part that I was reading mostly on was, it starts with all documents exchanged. It's a little bit further down.
You just
I believe
cite a section or?
I'm on the document that's on the attached document that was sent by Jordan, the other intern. It just states all documents exchanged and related to the position of the parties, including draft contracts, shall be made available for public inspection and copying upon request in the event that no records are prepared or exchanged during negotiations in the above-mentioned categories, or the records exchanged do not provide a meaningful representation of the respective positions the city attorney or city representative familiar with the negotiation. Okay. Shall, upon a written request by a member of the public, prepare written summaries of the respective positions within 5 working days following the final day of negotiation of any given week. The summaries will be available for public inspection and copying upon completion of negotiations. The executed contract, including the dollar amount of said contract, shall be made available for inspection and copying. At the end of each fiscal year, each city department shall provide to the Board of Supervisors a list of all sole source contracts entered into during the past fiscal year. Yeah, that's the end of that.
Okay, so that's, oh, I think that's under contracts, bids, and proposals in that same section.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's my only question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Stein. Do we have any other further questions before we move to rebuttals? Okay, not seeing any, so let's go ahead and move to rebuttals on this one. So in this instance, we'll start with the respondent, who has 3 minutes, followed by the petitioner. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Are you ready, Ms. Dunning?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Go ahead.
The last exchange was probative of the topic here, because the petitioner here is focusing on a very general provision relating to disclosure of contracts. But what the Public Records Act says in 6254.26A is, quote, notwithstanding any provision of this chapter or other law, the following records regarding alternative investments in which public investment funds invest shall not be subject to disclosure pursuant to this chapter unless the information has already been released by the keeper of that information. And then the list of documents that are exempt from disclosure there includes item C, alternative investment agreements and all related documents. That is critical to understanding the scope of this exemption. Now, as has been pointed out by members and is absolutely correct, there's a list of 9 other items relating to alternative investments that are to be disclosed and are not to be considered trade secrets exempt from disclosure. And all of those items are regularly disclosed by, or semi-annually, by SFRS through what it calls its FOIA reports. And so those reports have been published in the normal course of business, are available on request, were not requested by the complainants here, but were provided nevertheless to those complainants, all 14 of them over for the years ranging from 2015 to 2021. With that, I will submit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Cheryl, when you're ready for the petitioner.
Are you ready, Mr. Kramer?
Hi, Cheryl. I'm turning it over to Kyle Alpazar.
Okay. Kyle, you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically restating everything on my initial statement, with an emphasis on the all documents exchanged. Statement I had with member Steiner, I believe. I believe that the Sunshine Ordinance is broad enough to cover this. Yeah, I've just previously stating what I had before.
Is that your statement?
Yes, that's my statement.
Okay, thank you. So members, it's up to us to deliberate on this now and formulate a motion. Any thoughts on this one?
This is Member Stein, and I'll just say my thoughts are lying in the direction that these agreements are indeed exempt under 6254.26A6. Although Section B does allow a certain amount of information to be disclosed. But I'm just not seeing a violation here because I do believe these documents are exempt.
Thank you, Member Stein. I'll go next. Actually, that's exactly where I'm coming up on this one as well. That seems like a very narrow and specific exemption. It seems to have been put there for a very, specific purpose, and it seems that this might be the purpose that exemption exists. And it doesn't sound like there's any dispute regarding the items in 6254.26B. So it looks like we're basically narrowing in on 6254.26A6. It does seem to have an exemption for this. I'm not seeing any other hands.
So I can make a motion if there's no other discussion.
Sure.
My motion is just to find that there's no violation because the information requested is exempt under CPRA 6254.26 A6.
CPRA what? 62?
6254.26 section A as an apple.
Yeah.
Section 6 again.
6.
Okay, I will second that motion.
Because the records are exempt.
Correct.
Who's the second?
I seconded, Chair Yankee.
Okay, we're gonna open it up for public comment.
As long as, do any members have any comments? Not seeing any. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and open up to public comment.
Okay, members of the public who wish to comment on this item can raise their hand by pressing *3. And we will unmute your line. And please forgive me if I unmute party to this matter, as I don't see any names, and we'll do the best we can. I've just unmuted the caller.
Anonymous number 3.
You ready, sir?
I do. Sorry, I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's anonymous number 3. I agree that the majority or maybe nearly all of that document is in fact exempt, and I do think you guys have it right that some of these state laws are worded to prohibit disclosure like this one, and some of them, I'll remind you about the SB 1421 case, allow non-disclosure, and then the local city law, which requires disclosure, wins. But I think in this case, the state law does win. However, there is a violation here. It's Admin Code 67.26. No record shall be withheld from disclosure in its entirety unless all information contained in it is exempt from disclosure, et cetera, et cetera. In this case, as I discussed with the committee, because the section B of what you guys discussed said the following information contained in records described in subdivision A shall be subject to disclosure, the right answer was to redact all of the information in those agreements except B1 through 9. And that information, some of it is in subscriptions to alternative investments, I know from personal experience, and they should have redacted most of it, citing the section A, but the portions that were in B1 through 9 should not have been redacted, and 67.26 was violated for that reason. Thank you very much.
Okay, just double checking to see if there's any other callers. I do not see any other public commenters at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. I guess I do have a question for the respondent based on that public comment, which I think is a valid point. And my question would be, would there be a way to redact the majority of the agreement document while leaving the information that is disclosable under the subsection B portion viewable?
No, there would not. The exemption from disclosure applies broadly to all alternative agreements and all related documents. What point 26B says is that certain information contained in those records needs to be disclosed. For example, the name, address, and vintage year of each alternative investment agreement, the dollar amount of a commitment made to the alternative investment vehicle since inception, the dollar amount of cash contributions made by the public retirement fund to each alternative investment vehicle since inception. That's not information that's going to be in any agreement. That's what happens after you invest. The dollar amount of cash distributions received by the public investment fund from each alternative investment, et cetera, et cetera. The net internal rate of return, that's not shown on a contract. That's something that's calculated. So that's exactly why you have the very precise and detailed information provided in the public records reports or FOIA reports that SFRS publishes semi-annually to detail exactly the information needed as a result of B, but it is not something that one would ever be able to, find in an agreement and redact most of it, but show certain words. It's just not there. And even if it were, such as something like the name and address of the vehicle, that's a pretty much meaningless document. It's much more meaningful to say, here is the name, address, and vintage year of the vehicle, as well as all of the other information that's required to be produced. Do it in a easy to comprehend report, as SFRS does, and that is compliant. That is what the way that public retirement systems throughout California comply with this response, including this obligation, including SFRS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick follow-up question on
sure.
that, if you don't mind. So have you at any time in any place released any information regarding the alternative investments?
SFRS releases all of 9
with
items.
Regards,
sorry.
Excuse me, with regards to A, 625426A, have you released any information?
SFRS does not, no.
So at any time in its history, it's never revealed or exposed any of that information. That's your testimony?
That is, so I don't have personal knowledge of every time and anywhere, but I know that their policy and practice is that they would not disclose any of the items that are listed in 1 through 6, because those are considered proprietary information of those with whom they do business.
So you have no knowledge that the information could have or may have been released at some point?
I know that it was not released as to Vista Equity Partners, which is the topic of the evening and the topic of this request. It is my understanding that it is not produced as to any alternative investments in which SFRS engages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands here, so let's go ahead and move on to a vote. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Got it. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Highland, absent. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. 1, 2, 7 in favor, 2 absences.
Okay.
Step away for a second.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think Cheryl said you had to step away. So
Yeah, I did. I have to step away.
Okay.
Just gotta fix my eyes here. I'm so tired. I'm just starting to cry.
Okay. I think we're on to item number 12.
Item number 12, file number 21086, complaint filed by Anonymous against District Attorney Chesa Boudin and the Office of the District Attorney for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 6726, 6727, 6725, 6724, and California Government Code 6254.5 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay.
On October, do you want me to read the?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, on October 12, 2021, the Education Outreach and Training Committee found that the SOTF has jurisdiction of the requested records of public and referred the matter to the task force for hearing with the recommendation that the task force find a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6726 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum and 6727 for citing justifications that do not apply.
Okay. Should we have both parties here?
This is the complainant, Anonymous.
Okay. And then I see another hand.
This is Nikki Moore, Assistant District Attorney Nikki Moore.
Okay, great. Thank you. And this looks like it went to EOTC.
That would be Chris.
And Chris is not here. Member Padmanabhan, do you happen to recall this one?
Yes, I do. This was regarding two journalists, and there was a selective disclosure of information to these two journalists. One was given information regarding a juvenile victim's contact information, which later at the EOTC meeting, the respondent at that point said that they had made an error in releasing that information. And also there was a Word document. I think there was a screenshot of a Word document in criticism of one of the journalists, Ms. Lim. And I think Anonymous wanted all the he wanted everything that was released to Balco, I believe the other journalist's name, to be released to him. And at that point, when the EOTC meeting was happening, Ms. Burke said that they would that they had made a mistake in releasing that information to Balco, and that's what I remember of the case.
Thank you. That was a nice start. So appreciate that. All right. So Cheryl, when you're ready, let's go ahead and have Anonymous present his case to us.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would refer you to my cover letter, which is updated on page 148 of the PDF, which is page 1384 of your packet. So that's mostly correct. I made a request last summer when Boudin was the DA for various communications with both Lim and Balco, which was critical and supportive journalists with respect to Boudin. They produced text messages they had with Boudin, emails they had with Lim. There is a missing Word document that they sent to Balco. That Word document, by the way, does not have any of the confidential witness or victim information. That was their own internal research criticizing Lim. They gave me screenshots of that, but they did not produce the Word document, which I can prove that they did provide it in its entirety to Balco. They don't disagree. In fact, their representative told this committee or the committee of the task force that they would produce the document. They never produced the document. The mistake they claim they made is producing the information to me about the confidential witness victim information. So they texted the confidential witness and victim information to Balco. They correctly produced that text message to me, and then later on purported to retract that information from me, but not from Balco. I am not going to ask that you order them to produce this information to me. I don't think it was ever ethical for them to produce it to Balco in the first place, but that was a selective disclosure in violation of the Public Records Act. Of course, the other disclosure of the Word document was also a selective disclosure in violation of the Public Records Act. The new district attorney's office has transmitted to me as of this Monday, which is not in the packet, 2 files that they consider new. They still haven't produced the Word document, but given that they have produced some new files, and given that their representative at the first meeting told you they would produce this file, there's no way to avoid a 6726 violation for not keeping withholding to a minimum. Their letters to me just cite a variety of random justifications, and that's how the district attorney's office used to do this. They didn't used to cite the specific justifications that apply. That's a 6727 violation. And there's 6721B because the response was not complete. In fact, they're still producing documents to me as of this Monday. So also, they didn't tell me who was withholding this information from me, which is a violation of 6253D, just like in the SFPUC case. I don't think there's a violation of 6254.5 that I don't think that necessarily makes sense. It's just I'm showing you by giving that Word document, that other information to Balco, they were required to produce it to me. The Word document in its original form has a variety of links and embedded information that they have never provided to me. And I want to see who spent public time investigating and writing up a dossier of journalist Dion Lim. And I will get that as soon as they produce that Word document to me. And I have direct messages from the assistant district attorney under Boudin who released some of this information to Balco, accepting that she should not have done so. The proper thing to do when you have confidential information like this is to give the journalist's contact information, which is not secret, to the victim or witness instead of the other way around. But of course, in this case, there was a political motive where Balco wrote this article based on that information supporting Boudin in the Washington Post. I'm happy to point you to all of the page numbers in this, but at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you for those violations at the bottom of page 149 of the PDF, and to order all information produced to Dion Lim or Radley Balco as an exact copy of how it was produced to them, except the confidential contact information about witnesses or victims. I will ask you to order them to produce all of that. They have now produced some additional records as of this Monday, but the production remains incomplete. And I am sure I will be happy to answer your questions, point you to evidence if I need to in the packet, and I will do my rebuttal later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anonymous. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner?
Hello, this is Nikki Moore. I'm Assistant District Attorney.
Okay, I'm going to get you in just a sec. This is for the petitioner. So,
Oh,
I don't see any hands. So I think we're going to go ahead and move to the respondent now. And so Cheryl will let you know when her clock is ready for you to begin. So just one moment and Cheryl will let you know.
okay.
Ms. Moore, you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello, members. Nikki Moore with the District Attorney's Office. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm going to refer to the 9 violations alleged by the requester related to the 4 PRA requests at issue. I want to start by saying, as was noted by the petitioner, that this was originally handled by a different prior administration and a prior custodian. So we are somewhat limited in our knowledge of what exactly happened in fulfilling this request. That said, after receiving notice of this hearing, this administration and this custodian conducted a new search and reviewed the records with a new eye. We found one additional responsive record, an email by David Campos transmitting a letter to ABC. This relates to alleged violation number 9 related to request number 2. So those records have now been disclosed. As to violation 3 regarding the Word document that was originally produced as a screenshot, this is the only format that we have been able to locate at this time. And I believe at the time Ms. Burke conducted the search to get it previously. But I want to point out that we are working with IT to locate this document if we can in our system. And we have expressed to the requester that we will continue to update him on our search for and production of that document. As to violation number 4, the links in that Word document obviously can't be utilized when it's a screenshot. So that's related to violation 3. As to request number 3, which deals with violations 5 through 7, this essentially seeks an entire case file of a juvenile case. So the smattering of exemptions asserted show the substantial number of implicated exemptions that a typical case file would hold: notes, drafts, memos, work product, official information, privileged information. But the Welfare and Institutions Code prevents disclosure of that information of a juvenile case. So all those exemptions may apply, but the WIC code prevents us from disclosing those documents. For documents not covered by the Welfare and Institutions Code related to juvenile cases, those documents are redacted based on the privacy rights of victims or witnesses. And I want to clarify this assertion of the exemption applies to the redactions for records previously produced. We have not been able to determine whether members of the prior administration received consent from the victims and witnesses in question to disclose their information, but this may be relevant. Victims have certain rights, and as district attorney, we have facilitate some of those rights. So if you look at the context of the communication, it appears that that is consent being provided. As to violation number 1, we agree that disclosure to one is disclosure to all, but that might not apply when we're talking about victims and their right to consent. As to violation 2 and number 8, which are redundant of each other, a phone number was redacted in text messages. The communication was between Casey Lee and Dion Lim, and I think that's also knowable by the context of the records. And for request number 4, calendars, we are again doing additional searching for documents that may have been archived. And if we locate them, we will produce them. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? And I'm not seeing any additional hands. So we'll get to our members' questions. And I think we'll start with Member Schmidt, whose hand I see up.
Yeah, question for Anonymous. I thought I'd have more questions because there's a lot of detail to this, but and I do see justification for several of the proposed violations, but not necessarily all of them. Do you feel like the new administration has been more forthright about producing to you certain documents that the former administration didn't seem to be interested in giving you?
I don't know how to answer that question really. I believe that this is an office full of lawyers, and the fact that like at the last minute after the deadline for even the hearing, they started producing records. In one sense, it's good they started producing something. On the other hand, like they have to have a management system and know what cases they are respondents in, and they should have just continued doing it whenever they came into office. There was no reason to wait. So I don't really know how to give you a yes or no answer to that. So.
Got it. Okay, thanks. I don't think I have any other questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. Do you have any other questions? Member Padmanabhan.
This question is for Anonymous. So at this point, is it the Word document that is missing? Is that the only document that you're waiting on?
I don't know the answer to that. I didn't even know that the documents that they hadn't produced on Monday existed, right? So that's why I believe under 6721E, if you find that they did commit a violation, they're ordered to comply with my entire request, right? So I think the Word document is the only one I know definitively exists, and I can prove also that it existed at the time of this request, because it wasn't, they clicked through on that text message to give me screenshots of it. So that's why I can prove that. But I can't prove that some other record exists because, again, I didn't even know the records from this Monday existed. So.
But the
There
screenshot was
were records
provided.
produced this Monday that I wasn't that they state are new. So.
And this screenshot was provided by the previous administration. That's right?
Yeah, I mean, let me be very specific. The screenshots of the Word document that they had provided to Radley Balco were provided by the previous administration. I believe this administration claims it is still looking for the original Word document to produce to me, is what I think she just stated. So.
Got it. Thank you.
Member Schmidt, do you have another question?
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question for Anonymous. To what extent, I know you're the complaint names both the former district attorney as an individual, as well as the office of the district attorney, and could you speak to how you see, and then there's obviously a lot of alleged violations, how you would bifurcate, if at all, those violations?
I mean,
for instance, I see that you're suggesting that we find a willful violation against Chesa Boudin, but are there specific other violations that you just see attributable to him or to the office?
So when I made this request, right, I made it to the district attorney. He's the department head and is responsible under the Sunshine Ordinance for all of the department's records. So, and I always name the department head for this reason. Otherwise, nobody can be held accountable. And so, but you're asking specifically about 6734. I did not have that in my original complaint because I did not have his representative come to the task force's committee, tell you that they would produce this record and then not produce the record, which is the basis for the 6734 request, right? So I don't think that the rest. The reason I say that is you can only you're only allowed to do 6734 against a managerial city employee or a department head. You can't find a department in violation of 6734. The remainder of these, no, there'd be no reason to distinguish them. It would be just like the PUC case. The fact there's a new district attorney is not important, just like the fact there's a new general manager of the PUC isn't important. So I would say that, and again, I have reduced these from the original 9, so please do look at page 149. I assume we're talking about page 149. I would say if you believe that they did lie to you at that committee hearing, to do the very last bullet against Chesa Boudin only, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 above that would just be against both respondents, as in other complaints.
Yep, that's what I was looking at. So a follow-up one on the willful violation one. You said that they lied to say that they would produce a document. Have you since received that particular document?
Never. No, it's been over a year since they testified to that at the committee, and I have never received that.
And my apologies if you say this. There was a lot I'm trying to follow through on here. What document in particular is that document, and is that something that the new office would have possession of?
Certainly. So let's just be very clear because they've already addressed it. So they originally gave me screenshots of a Word document before the hearing, and I filed a complaint about that. Then she, the representative of the then District Attorney Chesa Boudin, stated at your committee on the tape that she would give me that Word document itself, and then they just never gave me anything, including that Word document or anything else.
Okay, so it's that Word document that we were referring to before.
The thing where someone told you that they'd produce it and didn't, that's the Word document.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Appreciate it. Okay, do we have any Other questions? Should we move to rebuttals? I'm not seeing other hands, so let's go ahead and move to rebuttals on this. So we'll start with the respondent, who gets 3 minutes, and then we'll move over to the petitioner. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Ms. Moore, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So I'll address the document produced on Monday. I just want to clarify so that you understand what this document is. It's the email attaching a formal letter that our office sent to ABC7. So I'm not sure why it was withheld. It might have been overlooked in the large cache of emails that were reviewed, but the letter was produced, the substantive letter. We saw that this email transmitting that letter was not produced, so we produced it. And that was a result of us pulling a new search and reviewing all the records again so that we could be clear about what has been produced and what is being withheld. To the extent that there are disclosable records, we have disclosed all of them. To the extent that we could disclose this Word document, we absolutely would, and are trying to. We're trying to get IT to try to locate this document through our systems, but it appears that it was screenshot at the time the request was fulfilled, that the document was deleted at some point potentially thereafter, and so it is not knowable to me at this point until we continue this search whether we can somehow recover that record. I think that's all I wanted to address.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead, Cheryl, when you're ready for Anonymous to speak.
Thomas, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think you should find the violations and make the order. It doesn't matter whether they now have that Word document. That's not relevant. And even if they can or can't find it after now, that would happen after your order. I will notice that Chesabuddin is a former official. He was noticed by the task force. I guess he didn't show up, or send a representative. But and I do understand that it makes it complicated when administrations change. But at the end of the day, I filed my complaint in a timely manner. I came to the hearing. The respondent came to the first hearing and told you they'd produce the document, and they didn't produce the document. The fact that the letter was produced but not the email, that has no relevance in terms of like not being a violation. The email is a responsive record. It must be produced, and it wasn't. So it wasn't produced. There's nothing more to say about that. The 6253D, they did not tell me who was withholding these records, exactly like last month's case in that case. Now, I understand they're arguing the 6727 violation does not occur because actually, I guess they're saying all of those exemptions do apply. But as far as I know, what they're actually claiming is there's other welfare code exemption that applies. However, I don't believe that that is actually cited in their letter. Let me look at the letter. It is not cited in their letter. So that's still a 6727 violation. You can see it on page 17 to 18. They did not cite this juvenile record exemption. So, yep, I'll ask that you find the 6726, 6727, 6721B violations and Government Code 6253D for not indicating who was responsible for not giving me this information in the first place, and order them to produce the Word document and any other information responsive to my request, except for the confidential witness contact information for the witnesses and victims already released to Radley Balco. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anonymous. So members, this is our time to deliberate on this case. Any thoughts? Member Schmidt?
Yeah, let me just give a couple preliminary thoughts. I do think that we have delay here, obviously. I think that though several of the exemptions are definitely valid exemptions and probably apply to certain of the materials, I think they're not specific enough, so they're not marking what exemption would apply to what item. I know that I do agree with Anonymous that in a text, the designation of who wrote the text and who receives the text when it is a communication involving a public official, those need to be disclosed. I'm not sure if any were not disclosed in the initial round, although I guess that there was the redacted round where they did say, well, we want you to not have those and to get rid of the copy you have. And also, the hyperlinks are not provided, and I think that's a valid complaint. I don't feel that I would lean toward a. I think that the violation should be against Chesapeake. He should be included, but I don't think that the statement that was made in the committee meeting is enough to base a 67.34 violation of Chesapeake on. So those are my thoughts on what should be the listed violations.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Any other members? If not, maybe Member Schmidt wants to turn that into a motion. And I'm not seeing any other hands, so Member Schmidt, looks like you had a good start on that. Is there a way you could put that into a motion for us? Last one of the night.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the witching hour has hit. Let's see. I'm not sure if I can put numbers on each of these. I'd say that I move to find violations by the district attorney's office and by Chesapeake, including failure to produce records in a timely manner, unlawful withholding, and that withholding includes names of the parties to communications, including texts and hyperlinks. And the third would be failure to properly key withheld items or redacted items to specific claimed exemptions. So those would be my three. And I know I didn't put numbers in there. I'll try to track those down.
May I ask a question of the task force?
Go ahead, Anonymous.
I want to make sure I'm understanding. Are you talking about the hyperlinks in the Word document that I'm referring to, correct?
If that's the only hyperlinks that you believed were not produced, then yeah, that definitely would be it. I thought it was a broader designation in your complaint.
Correct. It's there are hyperlinks in the text and there are hyperlinks in the Word document. That is correct.
All of those.
Member Schmidt, would it be helpful if Cheryl read back what she has? We could try to fill in maybe the numbers on them.
Yeah, the first one would be 6721B. I don't know if we need to refer to state law. Well, does this go back that long that we want to put in 6254? Maybe we should just put them both in.
Anonymous, did you recall when you made this request?
This is before the mayor, so it's 6253C. Yeah.
It was before her emergency proclamation?
During, I would say.
It was during.
Okay.
So
Okay, so I've got 6721B by failing to produce records in a complete and timely manner. Unlawful withholding, would that be 6726?
26.
I think it's the same for the keyed redactions as well, correct?
Is that 26? That's fine with me. Yeah, 26. So I think it's 6253, 26, and 26.
62.
And if someone wants to add something on that I forgot, I'm fine with that. But that's at least a plausible motion on this one.
Failure to properly key and redacted items, that's 6727.
May I ask a question, Chair?
go ahead, Anonymous.
Are you ordering them to produce what you're finding a 6726 violation for?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. I definitely would want to order anything that hasn't been properly produced to be produced.
Okay, Cheryl, so when you're ready, could you try to read that back?
Okay. Moved by member Schmidt, we haven't found a second yet, to find violations by the district attorney's office and Chesapeake Dean that include 6721B by failing to produce records in a complete and timely manner, 6726 for unlawful withholding of records, which includes aims of the parties' communications, including texts and hyperlinks, and 6727 by failing to properly key redacted items to specific claims, exemptions, and orders that anything not properly produced be produced.
That sounds pretty good to me.
I would quickly jump in and note that keen redactions is part of 6726.
27.
No, it's 26.
26. It says.
26 is with minimal withholding.
Yeah.
It says keyed by footnote or other clear reference to the appropriate justification. That's part of 6726.
You sure about that?
I'm reading it right now, Cheryl, from the ordinance.
Okay. All right. Okay.
6727 is justification of withholding. That's withholding under a specific permissive exemption or in the CPRA or elsewhere with permissive exemptions not forbidden, and it talks about citing the authority.
Yeah.
But the actual keen is 6726.
Okay. All right. So take out the 6727 and just say, and by failing to properly key redacted items to specific claims exemptions in order that anything not properly produced be produced.
We'll go 26, although Cheryl, I understand why you were thinking 27A. Yeah. But 26 works.
Okay. Who's going to second?
This is Member Padmanabhan. I'll second it.
Okay, so moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Padmanabhan. Are we ready for public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment on this.
Okay, if you would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand now by pressing *3, or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. At the current moment, I do not see any additional hands being raised.
Okay, last call for public comment.
Where's Warfield when you need him?
Okay, not seeing any other hands, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Members, any last comments from us before we vote? Not seeing any. All right, let's go ahead and call the roll on this, Cheryl.
Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Highland, absent. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair
Aye.
Wong. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Wolf was aye, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, great, thank you. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favor, 2 absences.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience with us as we got into this late hour with hearing this. We appreciate that. And Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and call the next item.
Yeah, just a second. I just want to make sure I got some information.
Sure.
Item number 13, discussion on the process and scope of the 2022 annual report. On October 11, the Rules Committee, directed by Member Stein, to form an annual report ad hoc committee composed of less than a quorum of members of the full task force, with the charge of developing the process for completing and disseminating a 2022 annual report and accompanying press release for the distribution to the Board of Supervisors, the general public, and local media no later than January 31, 2023.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And because of this very late hour, if we want to talk this, maybe I'll give Member Stein a very quick amount of time just to give us a summary of this. And if we need further discussion, we can kind of move over to the next meeting if need be. But I want to give her just a quick opportunity to introduce this item.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if we talk about the process in the documentation. I think it's there in the email that I sent you. So I think the documentation is pretty self-explanatory, but the idea was we discussed having an annual report where we would look at Sunshine Ordinance usage, compliance, apparent challenges related to 2022. And so we thought it would be nice to summarize in one place what has or hasn't been working with the Sunshine Ordinance, and to have a document that the task force, maybe the Board of Supervisors, public agencies, citizens, other stakeholders could reference to understand the state of sunshine in San Francisco. So this was kind of an ambitious idea to, I think really Lori kind of encouraged it. And I tried to think about ideally if we had the most comprehensive annual report that we could, what it might look like. So I tried to look at what information was available and feasible to collect with our scant resources. And I've proposed a number of quantitative and qualitative data sources to try to give a kind of rounded picture of what we do. And this was discussed in the Rules Committee, I think twice, and we kind of got feedback from the public, and I tried to draw up a report. But the question really is, do we want to do a report like this? If we do it, how ambitious do we want to be? Which I think will be a function of time and effort that we could devote to it. We tried to look at a process that would allow people to kind of coordinate and work together and still be publicly transparent, but allow some things to kind of be hashed out in a smaller group as well. So the idea was to have 5 or some number less than quorum that could kind of divide up whatever work we decide we want to do, and be able to have discussions about that work and how to divide it up and what we're finding, and issues with processing data are all the kind of minutia, but then make sure that this report and updates on the report appeared both on probably the Rules Committee meetings and on the full task force meetings. It might just be a link to a site where we've got the materials posted as they currently exist that we're working on. And we thought we could take feedback from the public throughout the process, that, that feedback would probably just be sent to the committee head, which would be me in this case, if we followed the Rules Committee proposal, but that members could add or edit or comment on the document online. And this was kind of, I think Lori spoke with, I'm trying to remember who she said she spoke with, but she did speak to, I think, our council about the process and whether it would be all right within our constraints, and the consensus was that it would be. So I've tried to kind of outline in this item like that process, as well as what the potential sort of data components of a report like this could be. Sorry, that wasn't super short, but I tried to be holistic.
You know what, for this time of night, Member Stein, I think that was terrific.
Yeah, so I mean, I could also just add that we had all these ideas, like we could survey SF departments and agencies. Maybe that's too ambitious this time around. Maybe we save that for another time if we want to try it out, or maybe we just try it and see what happens. We could solicit and review case studies from, we could, in theory, send out an email to everybody who's requested information and say, if you have an example of how you use this information that you thought was significant, like, we'd love to know it, right? We could collect just from the public and from other members their ideas of the practical and policy problems that we faced this year, just succinct 1-paragraph summaries. There's sort of a list on one of the documents of all the kind of data that we could look at. So I guess what I want to know from everybody and members of the public is, do we want to do a report like this? And how ambitious do we want to be? And is anybody interested in working on this? And is the process that we outlined acceptable?
Member LaHood.
Or do we want to postpone this discussion to another time?
I can be really succinct. I'm so glad that you guys took this on and did this. I think this is a great outline. It is ambitious. The question is, if this is an annual report, what is our target? And is there sort of a preliminary sort of annual report that maybe we could roll out, say, by February, and a phase 2 that maybe we could roll out 2 months later to sort of pace things out? And then once we've done it one time through, maybe it would be easier at the end of 2023 to do it all in one go, or to know what we should be gathering along the way that would make it easier to compile at the end of the year. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea, because I do think the original initiative in rules said have it by January 31st. I think that would be an extremely challenging deadline. I think I had put something in there about late April because I guess there's some kind of vehicle to give it to the Board of Supervisors at that time. But I think we could do it staggered, or we could just say, okay, this year let's try, let's look at this, this, and this. And next year, if this goes well, we'll add, a survey of departments or whatever it might be is another way to approach it.
May I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so since it's getting late, and I think there's a lot of great, ideas that could come about on this, and I don't want to see it, fall into the 12:30 and we don't give it enough attention thing. I'm thinking maybe we, continue this to the next meeting, have everyone kind of think about it a little bit. But if we wanted to tonight, I think the only action we could take is actually officially forming the ad hoc committee and naming you the chair of that. In this way, you could start to officially act in that role. And if folks have ideas, they can start to send it to you. And maybe at the next meeting, we can kind of hash out some of the thoughts a little bit better. What do you think?
Sure.
Was everyone else think that sound okay?
Good with that.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to officially form an annual report ad hoc committee naming. I'm not ready, Cheryl.
Officially form an ad hoc committee, annual ad hoc committee.
An annual report ad hoc committee naming Member Stein as the chair and continuing the annual report discussion to the December meeting.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'll second that motion.
Okay, so seconded by Vice Chair Wong.
Okay, so we want to open up to public comments.
Yep. Are you all set with the motion, Cheryl?
Yeah, you want to read it back to you?
Sure. Let's just to make sure.
All right, moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Vice Chair Wong to officially form an annual report ad hoc committee, naming Member Stein as the chair and continue the annual report discussion to the December meeting. SOTF meeting.
Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and open up to public comment.
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can go ahead and raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. I will go ahead and unmute our first caller.
It's David Bilfell, and I feel about 8 hours older than when this meeting started. Never mind. Okay, so some quick thoughts that may or may not be coherent. I am not in favor of creating a new ad hoc committee. I think one of the existing committees, like the Rules Committee, would be a fine place to handle this. If I agree, and I think I also said that this is an ambitious proposal. It doesn't mean that it's a bad idea. It just means that it's ambitious. I think that there are kind of three areas of the annual report. One is public records requests, if you wanted to do a survey of departments and and that's simply going to give you numbers and maybe some other information. And I think you will probably find that there are hundreds and thousands of requests or items that departments deem requests, and that most of those are responded to and don't turn into complaints. Same thing with meetings. You could ask how many meetings agencies have held, and they'll tell you hundreds and thousands of meetings, and that'll be an entertaining data point, most of which do not result in complaints or violations. And then the third is what the report has traditionally focused on, is the operations of the task force and what petitions you've received and how those have been resolved. And that's, again, where the report has tended to focus. And there's often a sentence or a paragraph on practical and policy obstacles that the task force has looked into and maybe recommendations. But I think that whole area is going to hopefully be populated with recommendations coming out of compliance and amendments in the next few months or whenever as to potential amendments to the ordinance. So that will be to the good. I think it's useful to have this hit the board prior to prior to reappointments at the end of April, but I wouldn't wait until then. So I would try to get this done by February or March, but that too is ambitious. So I would try to keep all that in mind and do what you can that is reasonable to do within that time frame. Those are my thoughts. And again, I have no idea how coherent that was. Thanks for listening.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next caller. Just unmuted.
Anonymous number 3.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Anonymous number 3. All I would say about this is it does not need to be many meetings. I'm going to echo something I have said about the process of potentially amending the Sunshine Ordinance, about what I said earlier today with regard to some other matter. You all are the appointed public officials. You all are indirectly responsible to the public through the election of the Board of Supervisors who appoints you. And you don't need consensus from the members of the public. You don't need many meetings, public meetings, and I'm counting myself as someone who attends nearly all of your meetings. It's not, we have input, but it is your decision, and you should bias to action and be empowered to make those decisions as public officials while complying with the Sunshine Ordinance requirements of public meetings. But it's not necessarily the case that just because you hold 3 meetings, it's better than if you held 1 meeting. So I'd urge you, you know that you are allowed by the Brown Act to work in non-quorums. You can work together in non-quorums. It's the law, whether people like it or not, and it's how things can get done. And then when a quorum wants to do it, you have to do it in public. And you can ask your DCA if you don't believe me, but this is just the general Brown Act and Sunshine Ordinance requirement. So please do what you can. You don't need to feel hamstrung by having everything go to a process of members of the public commenting on everything. And yes, I say that as a member of the public who likes commenting on things. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on to our next caller. Yeah, I've been unmuted.
Warfield here.
Just give us a moment until Cheryl is ready.
Are you ready, Peter? Peter?
I am ready.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I'm not sure what I understand is meant, that I understand what's meant by an ad hoc committee, other than there may be irregular meetings not currently scheduled as part of any regular meeting. But I do think that it would be useful to have the deliberations and so on as much as possible in public. And so whether you do it through a standing committee or another kind of committee, I certainly hope that you plan on doing all or most of your deliberations where the public might hear. There's nothing, as far as I can tell, that prevents you from having as lengthy a discussion as you want at any time that you want to work on this one project, and then have the public able to listen and potentially make public comment. One of the things that I think is important, and I don't see it here, and I heard a mention of surveying departments. How about surveying the public? How about alerting the public who might be interested in various ways, including contacting people who have used the Sunshine Task Force to file complaints or even approached it? You've got a mailing list, essentially, of people who've approached, asked questions of, gone through some or all of the process. And I think that some active outreach would be very valuable, since it's the public that you're serving, and in particular the public who has issues with open government. I've said this before in a variety of ways. I don't think that this task force has sufficiently found out what the public who it is serving thinks and feels and has experienced. And I think outreach of some kind should be a part of your consideration for gathering input on this project, which I think is very ambitious indeed, and I certainly wish you well on it and would like to contribute.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe that was our last public commenter for this matter.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Member Wolf, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. I would just like to offer, and I appreciate all the input and the work that Member Stein has done on this. I think that there are various aspects of it that probably could be done just as regular reporting out, but not necessarily needed for the Board of Supervisors. But I would suggest maybe trying to get something sooner than later, because January comes the budget review, and there is adjustments to the budget, and if there's an opportunity, as we've tried several years, to get some additional funding, that would be the time. And I think getting a report would be helpful, and to mention our attempts at expanding our administrative office. That's it.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Any last comments before we vote? Seeing no hands, Cheryl, go ahead and call the roll.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Wolf. Member Wolf, aye. 7 in favor, 2 absences.
Okay. Go ahead and call our last item there.
Item number 14, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Anything, members?
I do.
Okay. Member Wolf and then Member LaHood.
I can't express my my feelings and sadness around member neighbors tonight. It's been very hard to concentrate. But I've been contacted by a number of people, including one supervisor, who assured me that there'll be an in memoriam next Tuesday, and if we wanted to, present or say something during that time of the Board of Supervisors, we should. And it was Supervisor Preston. He was going to contact other supervisors, make sure they knew also, because Lori, touched many of them. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Wolf. If you could keep us all updated on that, I think that's something, if we could, attend or offer our thoughts, that would be great if we could do that. I know, I just am shocked all day by this news, and it's kind of been hard to move on and have this meeting with that overshadowing it all. Member LaHood?
Yeah, I was thinking in the same vein, and thank you, Member Wolf. I actually didn't see the email, so I found out at the beginning of the meeting, and it's so sad. And Laura's such a wonderful person. I loved working with her, and we definitely need to do something in her honor and in her memory. The one other thing I wanted to say, just to have it on the record, is that we will be at the next Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting, which now I'm realizing is all the way in December. We will be taking additional, we'll have an additional opportunity for anyone who didn't get to speak about amendments, and that opportunity will be open again, and there will be public notice for that. But that's it.
Thank you, Member LaHood. Anything else? If not, let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Okay, I'll go ahead and unmute our first caller.
Anonymous, excuse me, anonymous number 3. Please let me know when I may begin.
Yeah, I'm just setting the clock. Hang on. You ready?
Yeah, I am.
Go ahead.
There are 2 topics that brought up, so I'll comment on both of those. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, I think it's a great loss to the public, the passing of member neighbors. I know that there are also various people in the Sunshine community who may want to offer their condolences, etc. And so maybe they should, if you if the task force tells what file number that is, various other members of the public, including, as I've realized just now online, may want to offer their condolences. And I think member neighbors often stressed one thing, which is that the blindness to who is making a request and why they're making a request, their ability to possibly bring evidence or argue, none of that stuff is important. What is always important is whether or not the city complied with the law. Nothing else matters. And I hope that value is always embodied by the task force, because it's a very important thing about what you do. And regarding the second comment, I will just, regarding the amendment of the Sunshine Ordinance, I guess, refer back to what I just said. I hope that it is better to do something imperfect that actually has an area under the curve and an impact on people going forward because it's done earlier, rather than waiting longer, and then maybe the appetite to do it is gone. And it is important to act when that action may actually be able to be passed by the Board of Supervisors. So don't delay, maybe have 1, maybe 2 more meetings, but after that, please make a concrete proposal and send it to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next caller has been unmuted.
Is that Mr. Warfield?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here. Excuse me, head of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Thank you to the members who are alerting us about not just the fact, but an upcoming matter that people might want to participate in. The Board of Supervisors, presumably, possibly having an in memoriam. With respect to input on amendments, it wasn't clear to me from what Ms. LaHood said whether she was talking about amendments that were discussed today, or apparently, thanks to Anonymous, amendments that you are proposing to send to the supervisors. Since I don't attend every single meeting until the very end, I'm not sure what the status is or where to find what's been proposed so far, and I'd appreciate if that might be clarified here. And I wanted to comment on the form. Excuse me, the form. There's been a phrase added to this agenda item which I think is very, very wrong. Commenting on what people have said, I think, also includes comments on what they have not said and what one thinks might have been said or might be important to have been said. I think in general any review, any comment, any commentary certainly includes what was not said. As an example, today's front page of the New York Times talks about the Bolsonaro in Brazil election, loss of the election, and in paragraph 2, it talks about, in a 2-minute speech, Mr. Bolsonaro thanked his supporters and so on and so on. What was absent was any acknowledgement that he had lost the vote or that the election had been free and fair. Paragraph 2 of this story on the front page featured, importantly, what was not said. And so I think you should not be, and I don't think it's legal to do it either. I think that 67.15 Section C says that each policy body shall adopt a rule providing that each person wishing to speak on an item before the body at a regular or special meeting shall be permitted to be heard, and so on and so forth. And I think that what is left out or what has not been said or what might be augmented is something that is very legitimate for public comment, and that this italicized, basically warning to speak only about what the members have said is very wrong. Thank you very much.
That completes the list of public commenters.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We will go ahead and close public comment. Member LaHood.
A 30-second clarification. Mr. Warfield, at the last CAC meeting, we had an open opportunity for members of the public to offer their ideas about possible amendments for the Sunshine Ordinance, knowing that we weren't going to necessarily have everyone who might want to speak at that one meeting. We're going to offer this opportunity at the next CAC meeting as well. You can, at this point, the easiest way to find out what was said in that meeting would be to refer to the audio, and there will be minutes, I hope, posted, or draft minutes posted soon, but I think the audio would probably be the best thing to refer to now.
Thank you, Member LaHood. And I don't see any more hands, so let's go ahead and move to the final item here.
Item number 15, adjournment. I have 12:51 a.m.
I move to adjourn in memory of Lori Jones' neighbors.
Moved by Member Wolf. Do we have a second? I'll second that. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, none opposed. Okay, good night, everyone. Thank you. Sorry for the long meeting. We got through a lot, though.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.